What's up, everyone? Welcome to another show of X-Files. I hope you guys having a great day, and I hope you guys doing good in life, with your family, with everybody. Today, this is the second part. I'm gonna talk about UFOs. Last time I talked about a little bit of spaceships, but we're gonna now go into a little bit CIA and FBI files, and we're gonna check what they have. Only released one that is on public domain, so we're gonna scrap a little bit for the people who are too lazy to check these things, and they just go on news and check a little bit, you know. In this stream, I'm gonna show you something that I don't even know, and I want to read it something a little bit. So this stream is gonna be a couple hours, so buckle up, everybody. Grab a beer and popcorns. Maybe you will need it. Let's see how really aliens real. Like in the first time when I was streaming about aliens, I was talking about a little bit more about flying saucers and everything. But this time we're gonna talk about a lot of stuff more. So let's go first to archives. I don't know, should I go first to the archives for FBI that they released, but I like archives. I go here, I like this archives, and I'm gonna just go a little bit. I'm gonna go with UFO documents. This is public domain, so everything that is here is released by the government. So these are mostly like old classic files and everything, you know. So I'm gonna just click here. Okay, this is okay. There is a lot here, but specifically I'm gonna just go with UFOs because I don't want any other files to have here. I'll just go click everything that is UFO here. Let's go more. Let's go identify from Air Force, Project Blue Book, CIA, UFOs, maybe videos, documents, science and technology. I don't need that. Ufologists, maybe. Aliens, ufology. That's it. I mean, I could put science and technology, but this is more strict to the things that I need right now. So let me just. I think you guys hear me. So I'm building the horror game, but sometimes, as I said, I talk about aliens. So I like this topic. It was always fascinating to me when I was a kid and everything. I was always thinking about there's something out there, you know. Okay, so this one is now the document that we have, and it says that he called it today, Idaho 2:45 Mountain Time today, heard noise in the back of her home. She thought the collision had occurred, and investigated and found in the backyard of the home next door an object described as follows: a disc 30 something in diameter, circular in shape. This was when Roswell incident happened. So this is so basically neighbor heard something, but somebody saw it. Whoever was this, they blurred their names, but they are the first witnesses of these things. So it says the saucer, it was circular in shape. It is dished like a saucer, and actually there is saucer within saucer. This is weird. So basically there is maybe some kind of shield around it or something, that is some kind of energy. In the manner of symbols. What is symbols? I forgot. It says symbols, right? Okay, it says symbols. That's like I know. So let me see. Oh, this is the symbols. Oh, this is for like drums. That part from drum. It says they're looking like this. So let's go. Let's read it more. Okay. It says that one on the surface there is attached a plastic dome described as about 14 in diameter and fixated by 8 bolts in rather rough manner. The bolts can best be described as similar to stove bolts. On the other surface is another dome of metal which is gold in color on one side, and on another inside silver in color, which looks like tin. Through the plastic dome can be observed 3 times similar to radio tubes, and there is some wiring. The disc generally is 10 thick, and at the point where the dome are located about 14, probably, I don't know how diameters that in thickness. There is an object on it similar to electric coil which has some type of arm on it and bears the words inspected TS. Some of the wiring has been burned off, and it looks as though something might be missing. Then it stated that if this were the work of some prankster, he went to quite a bit of trouble. He stated that press is aware of this incident. He stated that this had been picked up and was now at the police department Twin Valley, Idaho. He was instructed to notify the local army authorities of existence of this disc. So this is one of these. We have more here. This was 1947. Okay, it says more here. Flying disc miscalculation. It says that advise observe circular disc at 6:05 p.m. this date, coming from direction. Disc landed in 1500 block of Texas Avenue. Pick it up disc at 15. So I don't know. This is like when they transferred that thing. So it says fine. It says that the office that object purporting to be flying disc was recovered near Roswell, New Mexico. The disc is hexagonal in shape and was suspended from the balloon by cable. Which balloon was approximately 20 feet in diameter. Further advised that the object found resembles high altitude weather balloon with a radar reflector, but the telephonic conversation between their office and Wright Field had not borne out this belief. Disc and balloon being transported to Wright Field by a special plane for examination. Information provided this office because national interest case. Alright. Nothing, they didn't say nothing. It's just like there was some kind of balloon, but it looks like that flying saucer crashed into balloon, and they crashed, both of them crashed at the same time. Maybe flying saucer were flying with that speed, and we had that balloon with you know, weather balloon, and he somehow slammed, but not breaking up. It somehow lost the control when he hit the balloon, you know, in the air. So he kind of lost control and he crashed. It could be that, because there's no way they found balloon, weather balloon and flying disc next to it, you know. Because I know that the Air Force said that it was weather balloon, but you know, the witnesses and everybody says on documents here, at least they said that it was flying saucer, at least something like that. But it says here, and the fact that National Broadcasting Company, Associated Press, and other attempt to break story of location of disc today, advice with the right field, advice Cincinnati officers examination, no further investigation being. So they closed this investigation for everybody in that time. Now we got some documents from police department in Maryland. Sergeant, his name is missing here, said that he had examined the flying disc. You see, they already examined this flying disc. He said that he had been made from Gulf oil sign and the top of the garbage can, and had been painted with aluminum paint. It had been recently painted because the paint was still wet. Attached to it were a dry cell battery, a flashlight bulb, some wires and buzzer. He asked if the bureau was sending anyone out to look at it. I told him that we were not, that we had referred that matter to the army and suggested that to call them. So basically, it looks like this flying disc is man-made in some way, because this general, sergeant, he said that what he saw was painted, and so it's man-made. I believe this flying saucer is man-made. So that doesn't mean they are aliens over there with their flying saucers. There means that somebody else made this thing, like maybe reverse engineering or something. Maybe, who knows? But it says he has only like some kind of wires, buzzer, flashlight bulb, and some kind of battery, and it looks like it was painted recently. Okay, then Johnson on advice had just received a telephone call from a reserved officer. Okay, he said that he says he had found large 17 disc which appeared to have been possibly made out of cardboard painted with silver airplane dope in the center of the tube, and a small motor with propeller attached to the side. Cohen expressed that opinion that this disc would not be able to fly by itself. He advised it would be taken to the Air Corps headquarters. Advised, however, that did not want to release the disc without FBI approval. So they found this disc, but it looks like it's man-made. Maybe it's some kind of drone. So it says, then tell him to show no reason for Bureau to attempt to secure release the material since it was not in our custody and we had no control. He stated the press was also calling concerns this matter. I instructed him to make no comment to the press. Alright. Well, this was happening in JFK time, guys, first of all. This was happening when Roswell incident happened. So 10 p.m., 10:45 p.m., July 11th, 1947, clerk of the Washington field office called and stated that at the instruction Henry Bureau information he had just received from one Maryland, to the effect that flying disc had just landed in yard and the machinery is still buzzing. Was apparently excited. He had difficult time even getting his name out, and no further detail could be obtained from him. 10:50 p.m. I passed the above information on to duty office. Okay, proves another source. You know, this is yeah. This is. It just says that he saw some flying saucer in his backyard, and he was still buzzing when he called them. No further. There is written here everything, but I can't read everything. I can't read everything. I can read something. How those are. What is this? I don't know. The letters are very. Gonna mess it up. Now here we have more stuff. Let me see, can we find anything interesting? Since I have contacted the United States, okay. Okay, I asked him what actual details were, and he stated he did not know, except that the interview of the priest reflected that circular saw had been found with some devices attached to it. President did not being advised that I had no comment to make concerns the story. I asked this, okay. He says that there's some kind of on the UFO. It was some kind of some things that were attached. I don't know, like whatever it is. Now these files, you know, when JFK released them. No, this was before JFK. This was 47. Who was president before? Let me see. I'm trying to. Okay. They said the circle saw had been found. The story had been obtained from priest who had been drinking quite heavily. The Associated Press representative informed that apparently the United Press desired to get a statement from me denying or affirming that the FBI was investigating the matter. I informed the Associated Press representative that apparently someone was suffering under a misinterpretation of any comment I had made, and possibly some reporter was in embarrassing position if his story had gone out over the wire service. Apparently, in the meantime, had been called and said, okay, this is about, like, they tried to get information from that. Okay, priest. Let's see this one. All right, this is priest story. It says saucer story. This found. This was 1947, July 8th. Priest hears a bang, discovers circular blade with teeth. Other discs seen. What the fuck? Okay, what is it? Which Father Joseph Breaks said he found early Sunday on the law on St. Joseph's Catholic Church in Grafton, maybe just another gadget to add Father Bresky already seizable collection. Those who saw it Sunday said, what is it? Was circular. Said he knew of no sawmills in the area, would not claim it was flying saucer when he called newspapermen to his home. It may or not be one of those flying discs that have been reported all over the country, he said, yet just call it, what is it? Meanwhile, in Milwaukee and other points, Wisconsin, several persons reported seeing the flying saucers. Father Bresky, however, was the only case here in which the landing of saucer was reported. So this flying saucer reported was landed on his backyard. I don't know. It's weird. That's what he said. Okay, the disc apparently is okay. We can find some information here. The disc apparently of steel. Bad. What is this? Bad and 1 3/8 inch. And the center throughout ran a few wires. To each end of the cluster of wires was attached what looked like small condenser about 3 inches long. Huh. Interesting. It doesn't say nothing specifically besides he's seeing something. Okay, it says changing colors. He says. Erwin Rothman, 90. What is this? It says 9. I think it's 9028 or 1328 North 19. I don't know. Claimed he saw 3 of them flying through the air in a northwest direction at 6 p.m. Sunday. They turned from orange to gold to silver before disappearing, he said. Huh. Claimed he saw 3 of them flying. Reports came also from Jonesville, where Mr. and Mrs. Alba Salvert and Mrs. Howard reported seeing a flying disc about 11:35 p.m. Saturday. They were leaving Silvert home. Now, Silver saw it according to Roth. It appeared to be several thousand feet up and about 10 miles away. He said that he described it as vaguely resembling the moon and have a regular motion in a counterclockwise elongated orbit. It appeared to Roth to be moving faster than an airplane. He said it was yellow on its face, but when it turned it looked at silver. Roth said that 4 of them viewed the disc for 10 minutes. Stopped in the sky, claimed. He further fluttered around. He fluttered around, faded out, and came back again. At once, just stopped and hung there for about 2 minutes. Roth said that last time we saw it, it had very turned, noticeable tail. When it disappeared entirely, it just popped out. Police reported a telephone call from Dick Thompson. He said that her husband had light on mysterious discs buzzing over the city. She said they were driving on the town road 6 miles west of and headed east towards the city when they first sighted the object flying very fast and very high. At first, she said it looked like an airplane and then loomed larger and larger until it appeared as big as the sun. Her husband, it says here, her husband stopped the car that they could get better look at the disc, which appeared round and silvery. By the time they got out of the car, the object had disappeared, she said. There's a lot of these like, let's see this one. What is this? He's holding something like. He's probably making it what he saw in some. Mirage Traveler says Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Editor of Hungarian language newspapers specially believed that the flying saucers were mirages, possibly circularly distorted reflections of real airplanes many miles away. A worldwide traveler, years ago, I have seen similar things on the Egyptian desert and on the Basta Hungarian plain at I don't know, at sea maybe. I don't know what this. I have also seen mirages of ships known to be great distances away. In July and August and sometimes even June, atmospheric conditions are especially adaptable to the creation of mirages. Okay, so I don't believe these are mirages. It could sometimes, it could happen, mirages, you know. I remember when I was a kid and I come back with my parents to my house. I remember that. I was like maybe 10 years old or 13, around that age. So I took keys from the house from my mom and I was like, Mom, I'm gonna open the door, and I ran towards the house while my mom and dad was leaving the car. I ran to my house and Opened the door, and I had room. My room was on the left side, and we had on the right side like dining room, another room. So when I look at on my room on the left side, there was some kind of creature by the window, and he jumped through the window. It was some kind of weird creature. So I told my mom and dad, and I was like, Mom, Dad, look, there's somebody in our room. I was like, there's somebody inside the house. He just jumped through the window. And my mom and dad were like, where? And I look at the window. I was like, there, by the window. He was there. He was just standing there. He jumped through the window. I swear, he looked weird. I didn't see his face because my room was dark, but definitely something was standing there. And he jumped through the window. And I got there to the window, and my dad and my mom, and we look at the window. The window is closed. The window is closed. There's nothing there. So I was thinking, like, what the fuck did I saw? So it could be mirage. It could be some kind of illusion. We see things, or we think that we saw something, but it's not there. It's just like imagination. So, but it was weird day. I was like, what is that by the window? It's standing like dinosaur. Those with hands, like small hands, very small hands. They look at like to me like some kind of insect. But the thing is, that was just my mirage probably, or some kind of, because this guy says that these mirages and atmospheric conditions are especially adaptable to the creation of mirages, especially in July and August. So in July these things happening, like people seeing these things and so on. But I would say that these things are not mirages, that they are something made, whatever, man-made or aliens. I believe that could be aliens and humans too. Now this is another incident. Big Missing producer this Sunday photos. Okay, we got some photos. Okay, it says how he disappeared. Right, his father Joseph was his son. Okay, he said that he reported struck his church early Sunday. It turned out that the disc was prankster made projectile featuring Dunlop circular saw blade. Note that something apparently took a glass ball off one of the lightning rods. A whole lot Milwaukeeans reported that they saw the saucer traveling past Sunday night. Huh, interesting. Yeah. Seen in 36 states, jet fighters alerted. This was when? Doesn't say date. It looks like it's doesn't say date. Okay, it says here 7747. This is all Roswell. You see, all these in this 1 year, these flying saucers started showing up everywhere. Must be insane. London, look, July 6th, 47. Don't mention those flying saucers on this side of the Atlantic unless you are prepared for argument about your sanity. Maybe they have been seen by sober citizens over a vast area of the United States, but Europe won't believe in them until somebody loses Lesos one, and he has it photographed by Frank Sinatra, the British ambassador and 5 Supreme Court justices. America's reply to the Loch Ness monster. Shortly today, birthday. Brittany Horse tells story. The serpent that is seen romping in Scotland Loch Ness every time the tourist trade needed a shot in the arm. These are all old newspapers. It looks like fighter jets were following them and stuff like that, but they never understood what they are, or they tried to follow them with fighter jets, but they always leave more into the air, and a lot of people like illusion of jokes like this. People think that it's illusion, or you know, back in the days, in that time, people didn't believe that much into, you know, this is October at 47. Okay, now we got something from FBI probe story of Soviet ship officer. Okay, let's read this. This is like Los Angeles, July 6th. Federal agents today investigated a letter to the examiner describing Russian supersonic. What is this? What is this? Resembles Russian supersonic. I don't know, what is this? Probably atom-powered plane resembling the flying saucers. A top-flight atomic scientist to know the examiner referred the letter said it was not all nonsense and suggested the matter is turned over to the FBI. The letter written said the government information from officers aboard Russian tanker recently Los Angeles harbor. I don't know what it says here, but it says like something like pulled even worms. What the fuck? I don't know. The Russian said also described experiments with unrolled radioactive clouds in the Arctic, where birds, animals, and even worms were killed. What the fuck? This is weird. The planes, as described by the Russians to the writer, are only 8 inches thick, with kidney-shaped outline and no propellers. What the fuck? 8 inches, guys. The pilot lies on his stomach. What? The pilot lies on his stomach and is artificially cooled against the boat developed by air. I don't know this. I can't read it. Some words are. The other surface is highly polished. The Russian said the both upper and lower surfaces are convex, like a giant lens. The lifting force is an entirely different principle found about 10 years ago among published papers of Russian chemistries. Energy is required only for climbing, but no energy is needed for support when the airplane goes along the Earth's gravitational contour lines. The writer of the strange letter said that he met the Russian officer in Vilna, and because he wanted to hear about Russia, visited him to dine. Okay. Russia first asked where he could sell 80 polar bear pelts, which he received for every dangerous work. He said he had been assigned to go over the route of the radioactive cloud near Lake Baikal, or Baikal. Where's Lake Baikal? Let's check it out. Ooh, what is this? Lake Baikal. This is in Russia. Holy shit, man. I believe there are definitely aliens here. Oh my god, look at this, guys. They spotted here flying saucers. Look at this vast land. And there is this lake, Baikal. It's very weird lake. Very weird. And this one too. It looks like this one connects to this one. I don't know where is this in Russia. Probably Siberia, around Siberia. But this here, you see guys here? Look at these mountains. They're so weird. I want to see something. Wait. Where I saw that shit? Yeah, was it there? No? Yeah, right here. What is this? I want to see that. Yeah, this part here. What is this, guys? Look at this. Look at this mountain, guys. Look at this. This is weirdest thing. Imagine hiking here, guys. Going to hike here. This is the weirdest thing ever. I mean, this picture from the space, this mountain here, it's very weird. And this one too, it has everything, like, you know. It looks like this part here is always snowy. It's very cold. This is very cold area in Russia. No man can even probably stand too long to live here, even if he wanted to live. But this is very weird. Here, you can guys see this, and this lake is weird. So they saw these flying saucers, Russians. They said they were there. So he said that he said they'd be assigned to go and pick up dead animals. What the fuck? So in that area there was alien. It looks like all life was destroyed in that area. It says they loaded a few small ships with all kinds of animals and directed the cloud over them. The writer said, during this experiment, a violent storm blew the cloud far north into the tundra. But before it dissipated, it destroyed all life on its way. What the fuck? The cloud may be controlled from land, from a plane, or from a robot-piloted leader. As I understand it, the control is based on electromagnetic waves, and the cloud has two components, the carrier and the killer. So you see, guys, we know about these stories about HARP and stuff like that. Like, you know, I think this is some Russian technology that they tested, you know, with something with clouds and everything, and they killed all freaking animals in that area. But as I say, it looks like it says here they landed a few small ships with, oh my god, they picked up all dead animals in that area actually. But it doesn't say it was. It looks like it's some. It says during this experiment, a violent storm blew the cloud far north, and the tundra, probably thunder. But before it, far north into the thunder, I guess, or tundra. But before it dissipated, it destroyed all life on its way. That's weird, guys. So it was some kind of experiment Russians did back in the days, but they told Americans about it, and they told about something like, I don't know. They told them they saw like some kind of, I don't know what is it, but they are kind of some kind of flying saucers, but they are 8 inches diameters, so they are very small, like one finger small, and they can kill animals and everything. Like, I don't know what is it, you know. There's more here. July 6th. This is all 47. There are some mysterious objects, speed mystery. There is no explanation for reported speeds of 1,000 or more miles per hour. That's impossible, guys. 1,000 miles. I mean, airplanes. What's the fastest? Not car. Fighter jet. Let's say fighter jet in the world. Okay, we got some of them. I don't know about this Taiwanese. It's called F5 F104. It's still in development, but this one, it says that it's one of the fastest airplanes, fighter jets in the world. It's weird that Taiwan has this technology. Probably America has too, you know. But it says that this was defensive fighter jet, but it has multi-role combat aircraft named the Ching-Ku. I don't know. That's something on Taiwanese. The late president of Republic of China. The aircraft made its first flight in 1989. It entered service with Republic of China. This is Chinese, actually. China Air Force, but it says Taiwan here. 1992. All 130 production aircraft were manufactured by 1999. Taiwan initiated the IDF program when the United States refused to sell them F-20s Tiger Sharks and F-16 fighting Falcons jet fighters. Following diplomatic pressure from China, Taiwan therefore decided to develop an advanced indigenous jet fighter, the Aerospace Industrial Development Corporation, based in Taichung, Taiwan, designed and built the IDF jet fighter. You see, Taiwanese are smart. I think China wanted to take them, but Taiwanese, they didn't want to give them, and or Chinese took the first version and then Taiwanese built another one, but it's more faster and more looks like more better. It looks like F-16 to me. I don't know. Well, what's the speed of this? There are only 137 prototypes. No, 137 already made, but 6 are in prototypes, and 131 are serials. So Taiwanese have the best airplane, the fastest defensive airplane in the world. But there's a lot of them. There is French. I never seen this one. There's French one. This one. But it doesn't say. Let me see. There's a lot of them here. But where is the F-35? How even Soviet Classic is faster than what? So okay, let me see something. Fastest. Okay, yeah, I'll put it this. Okay, let's see here. Speed. The MiG-25 Foxbat is renewed for incredible speed, achieving Mach 3.2, making it fastest operational fighter jet ever built. This speed allows it high-speed targets actively. I don't know too much about Machs. Let's see how much. What's the speed of Mach 3. What was 3.2, right? Okay, it says here miles 2000. No, wait. Mach is approximately 2,370 to 2,435 miles per hour. Wow, I didn't know that. That's a lot of speed. Well, if they saw these planes, yeah, then we built actually. He didn't. I mean, this one reported it was 1,000 miles speed, but maybe in that time 47 we didn't have nothing like. But right now we have these things. We definitely build these fighter jets very fast. I could ask maybe what is the fastest speed of UFO ever recorded. Okay, let's see. But this is no the faster reported speed. Radar estimates. Let's see. Okay, 1947. German dogfight. Radar speed in kilometers. This one is over Mach 2. This one is over 1,000 miles. Mostly it's unknown. It says here a little bit. 7,000 miles. Holy shit. Okay, it says in 1950 saw notable radar-based reports such as the 1952 Washington DC incident where objects were tracked at speed up to 7,000 miles. So this is not man-made. This is weird. I would like the fastest fighter jets is 2,000 miles and 400 something. So another case for decades, 54 Fort Mount incident involved radar tracking target moving speed exceeding 700 miles. You know, 700 miles to 1,000 to 2,000 miles, we can make it fighter jets. But everything over 2,000 miles, it's for us. It says here in 1960, the 1960 Air Force Base incident involved radar tracking UFO at approximately 3,000 miles. This is not man-made. We have more incidents, 70, including Iranian F-4 encounter, where radar indicates a closure rate of approximately 1,150 miles. Even in Japan in 1980, there was flight incident where ground radar tracked object with aircraft suggesting high speed up to 5,500 miles. Guys, that's a lot of speed. Belgian UFO wave in 90s involved NATO radar tracking objects accelerating to over 1,100 miles. So all these like, this one is weird, over 3,000 miles. Okay, early in history reported European encounter in 1948. German dogfight involved a pilot pursuing fast-moving light, with radar suggesting an unidentified object was present. So the speeds are very fast for these objects. This guy has said the disc had tails. Okay, let's see this. This is after World War II. Check files in inventory council for drawing or multi-apron catapult. This invention sent by to me War Department in 1945. Possibly the leakage of information has resulted by my device or operation therefrom could catapult the disc and in silence for several minutes. What the fuck? Catapult the disc. What is this? July 11th, 1947. Dear sir, have you seen one of the mysterious saucers? What did it look like? Do you think these strange celestial manifestations are harbingers for a better day? Do you believe it means that a new and revolutionary advance is coming? Will it make your life brighter, happier, more useful? Do you believe one of those startling discs is on its way to you? Then the secret will be out. There's a lot of documents here, a lot of letters. Okay, it says here, flying disc miscalculation, disc reported found by revealed to be prank. There are people pranking. There's no pictures, there's no nothing here. There's a lot here shit, but it's mostly like Okay, it says here the details of their reported sightings of flying objects on August 4, 1947. The San Francisco field office should be furnished copy. This is all from the time of Roswell. So that's nothing. We couldn't find nothing there. So we have more. This is all public domain, right? There's nothing here. Okay, there's something here about German engineer. Okay, let's see. Describe the... It says, describe saucer... Describe saucer experiments. 9 January 54. What is this? It says like this. A German newspaper, not further identified, recently published an interview with George Klein, famous German engineer and aircraft expert, describing the experimental construction of flying saucer carried out by him from 1941 to 1945. Klein stated that he was present when, in 1945, the first piloted flying saucer took off and reached a speed of 1,300 miles per hour within 3 minutes. The experiment resulted in 3 designs. 1, designed by Metty, was a disc-shaped aircraft, 135 feet in diameter, which did not rotate. Another designed by Herbal and Schrevier, consists of large rotating ring, and designed by the ring in the center of which was a round, stationary cabin for the crew. When the Soviets occupied Prague, what it says here, Prague, the Germans destroyed every trace of the flying saucer project, and nothing more was heard of Harmonal and his assistants. Such was Shiver recently died in Bremen, where he had been living in Breslau. The Soviets managed to capture one of the saucers built by Metty, who escaped to France. You see, Soviets got already those flying saucers. The thing is, imagine these scientists in Germany. Let's say they build these things, and they were like, "Wow, this technology is so beyond everything. This supersonic, like whatever they are, flying saucers. They can travel over thousands miles per hour, and they are very like strange, like made." So he probably was thinking like, you know what, these things are dangerous even for us to have it. You know, they probably thought, wow, we found something, we created something, but I think we should destroy all the evidence. So Germans in that time, Nazis, they probably built these saucers, different ones, with maybe anti-gravity or whatever. Let's look at humans' perspective without involving aliens or any supernatural things. Let's say they built this and they destroyed every single evidence and blueprints how to build it again. So basically, what they built during Nazi time, they destroyed these documents. Imagine they built all these flying saucers and they were like, okay, we're gonna destroy all the documents and blueprints and nobody's gonna build this anymore. So they have probably these saucers and they're still using it until today, because the technology is so beyond our reach. Basically, even in after 200 years from now, we will still try to reach that potential of speed, of like space exploration and all kinds of stuff. So I believe what they built was really scary to them in some way, because they were probably thinking that these are very like crazy vehicles that could destroy the world or some shit, you know. So they were like, we're gonna just burn everything and nobody is gonna have it. Even if they find it, you know, they probably use it after World War II still somehow secretly, but they crashed and someone of them found it. But he said that Russians already got one here that says, when they build it, it says here, the Germans destroyed every trace of the flying saucer. And then it says, nothing more was heard of Habermall and his assistant. And it says here, in Brussels, the Soviets managed to capture one of the saucers built by Miaty. Who is Miaty? Let's find him. Miaty. Is he really secret? Okay, this is the guy. Adolf Mietly. He says that he was German, born on 5th April 1862. Was German scientist, lens designer, photographer, author and educator. He co-invented the first practical photographic flash and made important contributions to the progress of practical color photography. The first aerial photo of photography. It was taken in Germany before World War II. Like this one too. The first colored photos. Now it doesn't say nothing here about him and flying saucers, I think. Grew up in a middle-class family. His father was chocolate manufacturer and city councillor. After studying physics, chemistry, and astronomy in Berlin, he moved to Göttingen, where in 1889 he received his doctorate for thesis on the actinometry of photographic astronomic fixed star exposures. He was smart, he was really intelligent, but I don't see anything about UFOs and stuff like that about him. It's mostly saying about his photography and shit like that. Let me see if I put Matthew Adolf UFO. Matthew flying. Yeah, there is something on YouTube too. But I don't see anything like his name anywhere. It's just they are the only like titles about flying saucers, but I don't see his name involved, because he was probably working on these top secret projects. Well, now we're getting to this part. What is this? Let's go move on more. These are just experiments that they try to build, but nothing. They found nothing there. Yeah. They found nothing. There's another video, alien case video. I don't know what is this. Leaked Air Force footage. This is old footage. You can definitely see something flying. I don't know what. Oh yeah, there is some kind of disc there. But this camera is messed up, kind of. I don't think this is real. Maybe this is AI, but I don't know. We see some kind of alien here standing in front of the camera, and there is some kind of crashed UFO. We see another, looks like alien creature, but I believe this is AI manufactured in some way. Maybe not, but I don't know, maybe not. What else we got here? Let's check it out more. Okay, this is agency UFO documents. I don't want to read this, but there is something about this. Is only one document. So where are the photos or something? What is this? French UFO files. What the fuck? This is weird. What is this, guys? Photo 1. What do we see here? Do you guys see anything? There's something behind the trees, right? There's something behind the trees, guys. This is in French UFOs. Very weird photo. But there's definitely something behind the trees here. Wherever it is. I don't know about this, what I'm seeing here. I don't see anything here. I see only fucking forest. But it looks like he was there. Maybe the... Okay, this is weird one. This is weird one. Definitely I see something behind the trees. Alright, that's it. So 2 of them. Only these 2. What is this? Danish UFO files. There's nothing here. Just explaining about the incident. Nothing. Irish UFO files. This is public domain, so it's good. Alright, so let's see. What is this? UFO sighted. UFO sighted in Tripoli village. You can see something here. The number of people in the village of the... I don't know, this is somewhere in Ireland. They said that they saw an unidentified flying object that flew over the area. It says same shape as a egg. It had some kind of actual on the top. It was brown in color. The strange object landed on a garden nearby, but the children and some adults were afraid to approach it. However, when boy went to investigate where it had landed, they discovered how it disappeared. On one had disappeared. The only sign left was the trampled grass where the object had obviously come down. But other than that, it still remains a mystery. So they saw it, it landed on a ground, and these are all the eyewitnesses where they seen it in Ireland. Okay, what is this? It talks about some experiment they did with this some kind of plane, and he has some kind of you don't see too much things, but well, nothing serious, guys. Nothing serious. We have CIX Files 2015 all released. Astronaut Gordon Cooper's UFO experience. Let's see that shit. We're gonna watch some videos too.
F-80
Let's see this one.
in Germany, and we were flying F-86s, and they would come over and do the same maneuvers that we make, except every once in a while one of them would go zip, and you just can't do that in a fighter, conventional fighter.
Was this on radar or was this a visual?
No, it was on visual. You could see them from what started was the weatherman was tracking a weather balloon, and he saw these objects with his binoculars, and so that started people getting out and looking at them, and then we decided to put some airplanes up and see what they were, but we couldn't get to them. They were higher and faster.
You see, they were faster than them.
So we couldn't tell whether they were large and a long ways away or whether they were smaller and closer in. It was difficult to gauge exactly what their size was.
Damn.
They were flying fighter formations, very definitely under positive control. They're just typical.
Okay, this photo is from 1981, Charleston. It looks weird as hell, whatever it is. What do you guys think? What is this?
Saucer shape, double lenticular shape, metallic.
You know, it looks like it has two circular shapes, like that lady said in Roswell incident. She said that this flying saucers have two circular shapes. So they have one, and there is another one like shield or something. Like, it's very weird.
Looking. I think they were definitely piloted vehicles, each one with the pilot in it. Yeah.
You see, he believes that it's piloted by somebody.
And very definitely in communication with one another, because they would have flights of more than 4. They'd have flights of maybe 12 or 16 all across, and when they make a turn, they'd cross the flights in under, and they had to be in communication to be coordinated.
Yeah, you see, these aliens, that whatever they are, they definitely have some kind of intelligence to communicate with each other, like, and definitely to build that formation and everything. It must have some kind of communication, whatever it is.
Yeah, every once in a while one would zip off to the side, just do a lateral maneuver out to the side. Much as you've ever seen the lights, the UFOs that they filmed over Clear Lake, California. Have you seen those filmed?
I have.
How they'll sit there in formation and all of a sudden want to go, I think they were extraterrestrial pilots flying, no doubt about it.
he believes there are aliens who fly in these things. I mean, when you think about it, if I was a pilot and if I was flying whatever F-35 or F-16 whatever, and this thing just showed up next to me, I would be like, what the fuck, seriously, how the fuck he came there with that speed? And then I would be probably surprised in one moment and try to kind of maneuver and try to get him from behind, or try to aim at him. But imagine I try to do that and go around and he just starts circling around me while I'm doing that. I would be like, alright, you won, buddy. You beat me to it. I can't do nothing. It's like that speed and everything. While fighter jet needs to go all around and do those maneuvers. This thing can move anywhere. Like he can just go anywhere with that such a speed. It's incredible. But I don't know what is this. Looks like they pictured something weird, whatever it is.
Well, that was I was having some cameramen film the installation of a precision landing facility we were putting in right on the edge of the dry lake, and this saucer flew right over them and put down 3 little gear and landed out on the dry lake bed. And they went out to picked up their cameras and moved on out toward him filming. And he lifted off, put the gear back in the well, and climbed out at a very high rate of speed and disappeared. And so while I was going through all the regulation books and finding out the number to call in Washington to report it, I had them go over and develop the film. By the time they got back with the developed film, I was on the higher and higher and higher level officer talking to me. Finally, with the colonel telling me to, when the film arrived at my desk, to put it in the carrier pouch. There would be a courier there at my office by that time already, and they'd arranged for him to fly in our base airplane back to Washington with these films. I was involved in the research and development and doing very classified programs myself, at the test center. So I knew that we didn't have any vehicles of that kind.
You see, he was working on secret projects and everything, but to build these things, unless if they build this without kind of, I don't think if we had that technology, we would use that technology. We would use them as at least as something, but we don't use them, We use fighter jets. Why would we build and spend billions of dollars on fighter jets and everything when we have technology that is beyond our thinking? So why would Russians, why would Chinese, why would anyone in the world build something like that and waste the resources and money on objects and defense and everything that is basically useless compared to these flying saucers or whatever?
And I was 99 9/10% sure that the Russians didn't have any of that type either.
You see?
So there certainly was, at that point in time, there was no doubt in my mind that this vehicle was made at some other place than here on Earth.
You see, even Russians were scared of these flying saucers back in days because they didn't realize who has them. But I think everybody was pointing fingers towards Germany. I believe. As I said, maybe Germany built them, but in very small amount, and they, as they said in that letter, they burned everything, and nobody can build them now. Maybe they're still flying. Maybe it's some kind of you let them in the sky and they always fly because of some kind of energy. They don't need fuel or gas or anything. They just fly randomly through the air, and there's no stopping in it. You can't stop it. You can't control it or anything. But then, like I said, you can't then explain these things with the Air Force and stuff like that. These people seeing them in the sky, forming different formations. So even if they release them in the air and they went randomly, they're just flying through the planet. Someone, these formations and everything, they are coming in the groups and everything. That means there's more of them, and not just that they are controlled by somebody. So even if Germans build them and destroy all the documents and blueprints, they would still know how to control them, and only those people who knew how to control them until maybe they passed away already. Those people are old. But if they did that in that time, and they have still, they better find them. I think the world government should find these people and find the truth. What is this? Like, what is this? Like, what the fuck?
You send it on just like you ordered to do, and do what they tell you what they tell you to do. I was working at the time. I was working on a little program that nobody knew about. We were not allowed to discuss with our family or discuss with anybody, and that was the U2 program. So it was in the same category, really. In my opinion, I think they were worried that it would panic the public if they knew that someone had vehicles that had this kind of performance way back right after World War II.
This is the thing. Well, even if the Germans build this, it's very scary. And how government will tell to the citizens, any government in the world. If I had a country, if I was the leader of the country, I would never tell the people, hey, there is something in the sky, and I don't know what is it. It just flies around our bases, whatever, but we don't have defense against it. How am I gonna tell people that I don't have nothing, that there is something in the sky and I don't have I can't defend against it? How am I gonna tell the citizens of my country, like, hey guys, we got some flying saucers flying around, but we don't have defense. I don't know, but they can kill us all tomorrow if they want, I guess. But I'm saying they are not somehow dangerous. They don't kill us, but maybe they're hiding it. Maybe all these abductions, alien abductions, sacrificing cows for them. We're giving them cows. We're giving them like something, Now if they are like but I still believe there are some kind of I don't know maybe aliens, extraterrestrials somehow. But if they built this and came to this planet like I don't know, that's too deep, really too deep. But as I said,
period of time, so they started telling lies about it, and then I think they had to cover another lie, tell another lie to cover their first lie, and now they don't know how to get out of it. Now it's going to be so embarrassing to admit that all these administrations have told a lot of untruths that it's going to be embarrassing to get out of it.
Of course it's embarrassing. No military in the world, even Chinese, even Russians, even the most powerful countries in the world, they would never tell their citizens, hey, there is something in the sky and we don't have defense against. That means that your country is already defeated then. Like how? But these things are happening in all around the world. So you can see these flying saucers everywhere. Especially, the thing is, especially after World War II and after nuclear weapons are used. So, maybe these flying saucers are like flies, something like, you take poop, you take poop and flies just come to the poop. Maybe we dropped those atomic bombs and they came there like, to see what the fuck is going on. But same thing, where they came from, how they suddenly appeared. That's the weirdest thing,
Do you think they want to get out of it?
Well, I think basically each and every president would probably like to get out of it, would like to come clean on the deal and not have to continue to tell distruths. eventually there's going to be something happen that will make all of them have egg all over their face, and they're going to.
You know, this is scariest part. If these flying saucers, whatever they are, can manipulate nuclear plants or something like that, that's scary as hell. Then we are in big trouble, people. Because these extraterrestrials, whatever they are, if they can trigger these things like and mess up with our technology, then we are in big trouble.
I have to admit that they haven't been truthful at all. I have a good friend who's a commercial airline pilot. He's had about 3 different occasions where one is pulled right up alongside his wing and set in formation with him. And he's on a major airline. And it in second. And at a certain particular time, if you looked to a certain degree azimuth, at a certain elevation, you would see a bright object or see some kind of an object, because we track all this space debris. And so we knew where an awful lot of it would be and what you'd expect to see. But he saw this one thing shining out there that was not listed on his space debris chart. So he decided he'd get a picture of it. And he did. He got a picture of it, but of course it was bright, metallic, and it glinted so that all you got are just the bright glint. You can't really tell any details of what it was. And then he saw it for a few minutes. They tracked it, got the one picture of it, but nobody knew what it was. Well, somebody's kept it pretty secret for quite a while, haven't they? Well, I think the only thing that really changed mine, I think everybody changed, on space flight to some extent, but I think probably the biggest influence it had was it's a real humbler, because when you look at this beautiful big universe that God has created for us, and you realize you're about that part of it, it makes you feel just about that big. Sure takes one down a few notches.
What do you guys think? This is astronaut Gordon Cooper.
Actually, we were very favorably received.
He saw these things. He personally saw them. Shocking encounter over Atlantic. I want to see quickly this. Just quickly. I don't want to watch everything. I just want to see something.
To the South Atlantic, and we were hunting German. This was all night flying. Everything we did.
Okay, this is something in World War II, I guess.
1943.
1943.
I went to the South Atlantic, and we were hunting German submarines. This was all night flying. Everything we did was at night, being in patrol planes. When I was transferred to Air Transport Squadron 1 in 1950, here again we were flying. Most of the Earth's surface is water, and you're flying over the ocean, so you're navigating with the stars. And I was sent to Keflavik, Iceland, along with 2 other officers, after a meeting that they'd had in Washington, D.C., where Iceland was involved in seeing things over Keflavik, Iceland, and they wanted troops up there to protect them.
What the fuck? I never heard about this
During
incident.
our meeting, they were explaining to us why they had requested the troops and what they were seeing, and we asked them if they could really go into more detail about the type of craft that they were seeing. In their explanation, they were seeing most of them at night, lighted craft, circular, and we knew, coming from the Naval Air Test Center, we tested everything there, that we had nothing like that we tested. So I asked them, I said, what did our government tell you they were? And they said, your government said they were probably experimental Russian bombers. The flight that we had our encounter on was from Keflavik, Iceland, to Argentia, Newfoundland, and as we took off on the 9th of February, and of course we flew through midnight, which it meant is about 30 minutes after midnight. This is the position we were in here, and that's where the encounter took place. The flight was normally about 10 hours, but that night we had a 60-knot wind, and it was a headwind. And about maybe 300 to 400 miles outside of Keflavik, out of Argentia, I saw something below the horizon on the water that looked like approaching a city at night. It was just kind of an ambient light, no definition whatsoever, but the same thing that you would see if you were approaching a large city at night. So I watched it for a while. It was
That's
about
weird.
1 o'clock, and then finally I called Kingdon's attention, who was sitting in the right seat, who was route checking me, and he took a look at it, and he didn't know what it was. We couldn't figure out. There was nothing out there. We had passed over the guard ship. Back in those days, they had a guard ship that was between Iceland and between Newfoundland. The guard ship had given us the latest weather. The weather was clear. There was no northern light activity, which they give as part of the weather report. And we had ship plots. There were no ships plotted in that area, so we asked Koger if he could give us another fix and find out if we were really on course. We thought maybe we had drifted. We were seeing Labrador, the coast of Labrador, or maybe the tip of Greenland. So he said, no, we were right on course. So we watched it for a while, and we were drifting to the right of it. And where our heading was 222 degrees, 225 degrees, and it was a central district. That means all of the Bureau of Aeronautics reps in the central district. That would be the test pilots, any of the officers in these plants that were test pilots, accepting airplanes, this type of thing. So you had engineering meetings.
I mean, he saw something, but he was flying, and in the middle of the ocean, he saw something very strange. Very strange. You know, we have eyewitnesses, so let me see, can I find I'm trying to find some kind of pictures or something, like what I have here. Okay, UFO photos. This is public domain. Okay, what is this, guys? Antenna, you see? Antenna. They have antennas, guys. Shit, everything's blurred. They have some unidentified flying objects. They blurred these pictures. Mostly they are blurred. Wait, what is this? Sketch of saucer seen over. This is just sketch. New Zealand. But they are all blurred. See, they are all blurred pictures. You don't see too much. I don't know, what do you guys think here? What is this? But it says the cigar shape as described. What is this? What is this, guys? This was probably test subjects for the what's called flying saucers. But there are some photographs. Everything's blurred. I can't see shit. Everything is blurred. Oh, I saw this one already. On those flying saucers, I saw this one. These are already released ones. But what is that? Wait, what is that? What is this thing? This is weird, right? Damn, what is this? They blurred everything. Cigar shape. This one is weird. They seen this in evening 1952. I don't know about these. Damn, I wish I had the original cigar-shaped spacecraft. What it says here. A similar John carrier ship appeared again at 7:58 a.m. May 1st May 1952. It was a shining silvery appearance and almost identical to the one that brought the visiting sky ship. Huh. They're all kind of blurred, guys, but they are definitely some kind of flying saucers. Damn, what is this? With soft covered way photographs cigarette distinguished between human blood and paper and identify the brand of cigar animal blood and separate the finest. What? I don't get it. Bound got their man or Canadian mounted police worker took angle shots. Huh. What the fuck happened to this guy? Did he got abducted fucking aliens? We don't see nothing here, guys. The photos are kind of blurred out and we can't see them. What is this? Water balloon? Weather balloon? This is in Paris. Oh, we see one here in Paris. But it's only... This is all filtered. Ooh, what is this? Look at this, guys. This is weird. These are weird too. What it says here. Outdoor impressions of section view of Scott ship. So how they sit inside? I don't get it. If this is made like that controls all of this thing, how they moving everything. What it says here. Flying saucers and common sense. It was in view for nearly 4 minutes and in that time it traveled from southwest to southeast. Mrs. Potter, her husband, sent me. They denied that what they have seen was a meteor or weather balloon. He says the Mr. Potter is experienced amateur astronomer and member of the British Astronomical Association and of the Norwich Astronomical Society. Other Norwich residents came forward with statements corroborating Mr. Potter's report that something strange had been seen in the sky on the particular night. The description, however, were not in detail as that Mr. Potter, who immediately drew what he had seen and submitted to the editor. Okay. It says the strikingly, in fact, the structure of two objects would appear to be identical, except for the fact that the three globes which hang from Adamski's saucer appear to be missing. These globes were said by Adamski to be landing here and retrievable. As Mr. Potter's saucer was seen in flight, the absence of these three appendages can, in the circumstances, be taken as further confirmation of George Adamski's story. He said therefore claims that they saw saucer like the one photographed by Adamski turned upside down. When these facts were brought to my attention, I felt that skeptics would not be able to resist the weight of this evidence. Apart, however, from the observer which printed a letter from Mr. Potter and produced his drawings, the sighting was particularly ignored. They ignored this incident altogether. Now you got these flying saucers with this is saucer in Brazil, it says. It was photographed in Brazil. Over Brazil, this looks like a aeroplane facing the camera. But it is flying saucer taken sideways. It fits. It first attracted the attention of the photographer because it moved sideways. Huh. This is in Brazil taken. The lower side appeared to be twice the size of DC 111 airplane. Huh. Twice the size. It's bigger than fucking... Yeah, very brightness object photographed by Paul Trent over McMinnville, Oregon, 1950. Its speed was very high, as the blurring on the photograph indicates. The object appears to have superstructure. Photograph a slow-moving object which looked glassy in the sky, but on the film appeared dark, taken by Robert Kirk. Robert Kirk. Okay, what the fuck is this, guys? This is weird photo too. Ooh, we got something here. Again, these are or kind of covered, but this one here, it looks like it has some gas on the back. But here it looks like what is this? Doesn't say anything. Oh, this is when it crashed. When they said that the spaceship crashed and hit that Millville. What's called? This one is one that they experimented with. What's called? Damn, this one is nice. I just wish we can get with full release, like with colors and everything. Alright, that's it with this ones. Samples of the mark. What the fuck is this? It says samples of this mark found at Erie, Pennsylvania, sighting last August, were bottled and taken by Air Force for examination. What the fuck is this, guys? Like, it looks like he landed here, but you know. Is there physical evidence of UFO landing? Cherry Creek, New York, August 1965. A well-documented report given attention to local news. 5 is Project Blue Book. and mentioned incident at Exeter by John. It says that tells of the experience of 16-year-old farm boy whose attention was drawn from his farm chores by the noises made by a tier bull like I never heard come from an animal before. Looking out in direction of the disturbed animal, the youth saw a silvery football-shaped object. Holy shit! Like two plates lip to lip, about 50 feet long and 20 feet thick, giving off a red vapor and buzzing sound. The object disappeared briefly behind the tree, and the boy ran towards it. He had not gone far when the object shot up and shoot up into the clouds, turning them green from its reflected light and giving off odor of burned gasoline. The youth broadcast his sighting to everyone in the farm home, and his brother raced out in time to see the red vapor disappearing into the clouds. Meantime, the mother of the boys had phoned the Fredonia State Police barracks to report the strange occurrence. She was told that the trooper E.J. would be right out, but before the trooper arrived, a 16-year-old girl visiting at the farm home ran in from outside to announce the thing had returned. She and three of the boys raced off for a second look, this time at what they said was a yellowish object moving across the field some 700 feet away. When trooper has arrived, he accompanied the 60-year-old boy to the spot where the object first had been sighted. Here they become aware of pungent odor and saw on the ground purplish substance. What the hell? That smelled not unlike household oil. Some of this was scraped up and given to the state police, who were said to have turned it over to the Niagara Falls Air Force Base. This substance later was said to have been a combination of 3-in-1 oil plus bio-stringent gentian violet. Regulations forbid the Air Force to release information on such foundings. But it was reported that the base did confirm that the 4 teenagers did see something. The family reported that experience reduced the output of their cow from 1 to 2 cans to 1 can of milk. What? It says the Erie August. 1 year later, equally certain that sighters had seen something were the officers who investigated called to Beach 6 on the peninsula of Presque Isle Park, just outside of Erie. The initial call came from a group of picnickers. A 22-year-old woman with 2 small children, an 18-year-old young and 16-year-old girl, all from Jamestown, New York area. Their car was stuck in the sand and they needed assistance. While they awaited police arrival, they saw a star move. It got brighter, moved faster, then dimmed and came straight down, so close that the car vibrated. The object was described as being mushroom-shaped with the narrow base rising to an oval structure. There were lights on the back. It came in from the north, hovered briefly over the area, and then landed. A beam of light came out from the craft and moved in a straight line along the ground, lighting up the whole wood. Damn. The object was then said to have taken off at a tremendous rate of speed. Shortly after this appeared, Peninsula Police Officer Ralph and Clark Robertson came on the scene, alerted by the report of disabled car. The officers saw nothing in the area, but walked towards the spot where the object had been sighted, accompanied by an 18-year-old. They found 22-year-old mother hunched protectively over her 2 small children, and the 16-year-old girl saw it with perspiration. Her hair was stuck to her forehead. She was trembling violently and was almost incoherent. She said featureless creature, gorilla shaped and standing 6 feet high and approaching the car. Damn, what the fuck? She said what? Creature, gorilla shaped and standing 6 feet high had approached the car. His movements were sluggish and he moved off into the brush when she honked the car horn. What the fuck? Investigators from the Air Force and from Community, came to examine witnesses. They looked at the scratches on the car that panicker said had not been there when they arrived, and dents in the car roof that had not been there. But their intention was focused primarily on 2 diamond-shaped depressions, about 18 inches wide and 6 to 8 inches deep, which were found some 350 yards from where the car was parked. Similar cone-shaped depressions were found leading down to the water. What the fuck? So these creatures, whatever they are, she said it looked like gorillas, but a very, very strange. It's very strange way. Not the gorillas, but they looked like gorillas, but they were not gorillas. Patrolmen who examined the imprints said they appeared to have been made by claws, as if you were to take 4 fingers and press hard on the sand. One of them thought the impressions looked as though someone had blown air into the sand, as if you blew through a straw. Air Force Major William Howell of Youngstown took measurements and made casts of the impressions and checked the radiation. Tests were said to have been negative, so no radiation, no nothing like that. If they found anything of real value, they haven't revealed to me, he said, the police chief. But from watching them work and their reaction to what they have looked at, it appears that they did find something of interest. The chief was immediately impressed by the girl's story when she talked with the Air Force official. I could see that she made no attempt to fill in her story when she wasn't sure. When he asked her a specific question, she said yes or no. It was obvious that she made no attempt to guess at any of the answers. He described her as a very credible person and added, I got to believe they saw something. He did not accept the suggestion that the girl had seen a bear, since bears were uncommon to the region, but there was more serious consideration given to the UFO sightings than the featureless creature. Samples from 3 spots of wet sand were bottled for analysis by the Air Force. The liquid was described as colorless, odorless, and sticky to the touch. It was pointed out that most of soft drinks, coffee, water, like that, evaporate quickly on the beach. These spots remained for the day. One officer gave some of the wet sand to a relative who is a chemist for analysis. The report came back that when dry, the substance formed a colorless material that could be bent without breaking. What the fuck? Like plastic. Material was believed to be silicone. Pretoria, South Africa, September 1965. 2 policemen crossed the Clark and John Lockham out a routine call on Asphalt Highway. Saw what appeared to be a sea of flames ahead of them. 10 seconds later, a top-shaped object took off tremendous speed and disappeared in the northwest. They heard no noise but saw jets of the flame spurting from the 2 openings on the underside of the object. Wait a minute. a minute. What I did? What I did? Wait, what I did, guys? Damn, I skipped that. Where is this? Where is that? Fuck, I lost that part. Whatever, I lost that part, but anyway, they saw something, like, you know. They saw something, these girls, but whatever. Oh, this one, yes, sorry. I think it was this one. Oh yeah, it was somewhere here, right? No, this is something else. These are some pictures. This is Brazilian one when they were on a boat. This incident when this police officer saw it in the desert. I know this. I was watching this in. It was on a History Channel, but these are like more like. Nothing interesting. These all okay. There's one flying saucer. I want to see this picture. What is this saying? One of several shots of object 30 feet in diameter, 8 feet thick, taken by a highway investigator in California who is no believer in flying saucers, swears to its authenticity. He was 30 feet away from him. We don't have these color ones, but definitely this. It says here a little bit about it. Flashlight about 1 per second. It says here speed traversed the entire sky from the west to quite low at east, less than a minute. Tactics echo. I was visible in the sky at this time, and the object moved in orbit across the sky, passing echo as it crossed the zenith. Its size was comparable with star, and it was pulsating as though somebody was turning a flashlight on and off. Sky was very clear. Type of observers: students, 14 students. Number of observers, 2. Duration 16 to 17 seconds. Time and place: August 4, 1965, shortly after midnight, Tinley Park Hill. Due to reported data, meteor balloon is completely ruled out. The observer was positive there was no moon, but at 9:30 p.m. the moon, being at first quarter, should have been in the southwest. The observer was positive that the object was not aircraft because she can definitely identify such. Very interesting. Alright, what is this? Oh, we got another one here. What it says for this one? We make no claims for this one. It is deliberate gag popular sport of photographs for how to see picture story in this issue. What is this? UFO shapes. Okay, let's see UFO shapes. Okay, UFO shape, flat disc. Bottom view, bottom angle, side view. Dome disc. Head shape, World War I helmet. Saturn disc. Double dome. This one is in the middle, yeah. This one, I seen these pictures of this one. Then we got one parachute. Hemispherical disc. Mushroom half moon on a flattened sphere. Something with peak, and then we got spherical, metallic appearing ball of glowing light. Elliptical, triangular, cylindrical, rocket-like. This one has only light source only, star-like or planet-like. Word, 1,000 words. What is this? This one says that this one has puzzling features. Each circular shape was near pinpoint source of light. The objects came out of on a film far brighter than the stars that studied the clear sky. Yet to the naked eye they had appeared to be soft in their glow. These are kinda, you know, it looks like V triangle. This one here too. But it's weird, very weird. We got more here. It says the two photos were taken by an amateur photographer in Pennsylvania. A flying saucer that reportedly flew over his farm near Kutztown in July 1952. The one on the left was shot as the object headed directly for cameraman. On the right, as it soared away, photos retouched were taken with 35mm camera. Recorded by among clearest UFO photographs on record, this shows one of the two genuine shots achieved by Paul Trent on the unidentified aerial object that winged over his farm in McMinnville, Oregon, in June 1950. Photo shows superstructure on disc. It has antenna. It has antenna here. Okay, original is color Polaroid that clearly reveals reflection from pink roofed tower lower left. Photo was taken in April 1966 in Melbourne, Australia, and released to APRO. APRO. What do you guys think? What is this? This is very, very weird shape of UFO. This one too. We have more here. What is this? What it says here? A California photograph and two friends claim they spotted this flying saucer on a mountain road near Riverside in 1951. Object was traveling tremendous speed, but they suspected it would reappear and read the camera The reportedly snapped photo below shown with enlargement right on its return trip. Damn, it took something over the mountains. But what do you guys think? What is this? Damn, you look at like every single UFO to me. This one, brilliant cigar-shaped object, was sighted and photographed in mid-October 1957. Wait a minute. 1957 near White Sands. Photo analysis was struck by intensity of light given off by object as opposed to clouds. What is this? This is very weird. Very weird, guys. We got more here. I mean, the CIA all blurred all these. They're all kind of printed and they kind of filtered it too. You know, they took originals, put them on a computer, and we got pixels from that picture. It's not original. Like when you take an original picture and take those like small scopes or whatever, and then you see every detail on the picture. When you put them on computer, they become pixels. They basically become something from reality into copying into world of computers, world, machine world basically. So all these photos that are original, that they put it on computer, they are kind of on computer, not fake, but when you zoom in, you can see pixels and stuff like that, you know. So they kind of filtered with government. So you don't, even if you zoom in too much, you will not see actually what is it on picture. So like this, we see flying saucer here, but if I zoom in, I can't see too much, nothing basically. It's kind of blurred. So all these pictures that they release to the public domain, they are filtered in some way. Computer with computer, you know, they filtered all these pictures. So we don't know the real photo, how it looks like. Project Blue Book, public excitement arousing the series UFO sightings. I was never reading that book, but I saw some articles online about it, and they're saying that this Project Blue Book didn't say nothing too much. They said that mostly of these sightings are weather balloons or some kind of phenomenon, light phenomenon, or how they said that. Basically, they didn't say they are real. But there are some photos. They just said like they have no explanation and stuff like that. But you know. Alright, that's it. That's it for these documents. Red panda koala new nah. Damn, let me see, what is this? Damn. They blurred everything. These are all old like files, but as I said, a lot of people like forgot about these files. We don't have too much, nothing here. What is this? I can read something. What is this? On the accusation asked if the U.S. Forecast Center has ever botched with UFO sightings. He explained that at the time that they blurred R in particular had been plagued with calls and questions about UFO sightings. He said that some of their scientific balloon flights had prompted some of them now. He said he never gets those calls anywhere, and half of what is this? Summarized that someone must have made a particular that they're here not to be sighting anymore. Huh. I don't know, it's weird, like they blurred everything, you can't even see nothing. They have only 2 pages for this. This is UFO studying. There's nothing here. Green halo over Rome. Let's see that.
Italy's World Airline. The background noise on our
Let me see what this guy says.
phone increasing, and also if the phone was already disconnected from a radio apparatus working, and it was increasing, and very, very noisy. Then in a couple of seconds, a high noise level reached. Me and my first officer put it out from our head, and in the same time we saw a halo, a green glowing light diffuse, just flying very fast below our nose, below our aircraft. And in the same time, the 747 had a sudden jump, just only one jump, and half a second later, noise and the light was disappear. And that's the only jump we had in 11 hours flight. It was very, very near.
Yeah.
The normal background noise of a radio, and it was increasing in 5 to maximum 10 seconds, from a very low level to a high peak. And when it was at the peak, the light and the jump, but we was flying at 930 kilometers per hour, about 500 knots, nautical miles, and the crossing object was
My
not
cat.
so fast.
1 second, guys.
I think
My cat is
maybe has, but I don't know how much. But maybe 500 or even more feet. Very near. Yes, for an aircraft flying was a near collision. Yes, I was flying over Turin, Italy, and it was 1992. Was still captain, but of DC-930. And I saw we was flying, of course, with a lot of our aircraft crossing our route normally, and my attention was picked up by a spot, an aircraft far away, but was maintaining too much the position in related to the clouds on the background. Maybe was flying toward us, but after 20 years of flight experience, I don't know, I have a feeling, and that was strange.
Yeah, he saw. He could be drone. Maybe military use it. He doesn't know what he saw. He just said that it might be some kind of like whatever, some kind of flying saucer. But this was during Italy. Let me see, do they have more injured alien examined by Dr. Jonathan Reed. What is this? What is this? I think I heard this story about Jonathan Reed back in the days. Was this the guy that he saw the alien in the woods or something, then he picked him up? Was that then? I think that's it. I think I saw some photos and shit like that. But I never saw a full video, like... Damn, he wrapped him like fucking... Like he wants to cook him. Let me speed up this. What the fuck is this? Holy shit, let me see. He opened that shit up. What the fuck is this? Alright, alright. What is this? Seriously. What do you guys think? What the fuck is this? Oh, he moves his eyes, guys. Did you see that? Yo, I'm gonna go back. Wait. You see, guys? Eyes? Look, he's moving his eyes. He's still alive. I don't know, did you guys pay attention? But if you look at his eyes, he's opening and closing eyes. So it means he's still alive. It's kind of weird as hell. He's still alive. My cat is here. I want to see it again. Okay, I'm gonna stop it. Let's see the eyes. Can I change my resolution here? No. Fucking resolution is so bad. But it's okay. I can see the fucking opening eyes. Look. He's opening eyes. Look. He's opening and closing eyes, which is kind of fucking weird. He's still alive. I don't know what to think about this. It looks like a lizard or something. Like it looks like humanoid dinosaur. I don't know. It looks like humanoid, definitely. But that, I don't know, is this suit or what is this? Looks like sweater, but it looks like it's attached to his body or something. I don't know, it's weird. I'm gonna speed up a little bit, guys. Oh shit, we can see the body. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on here? What, is he removing his body or is he removing his head? What is he doing? Damn, this is weird as fuck. Oh no, he's dead here. No. He has closed eyes. Very weird, guys. It's definitely dead. That's weirdest video. Weirdest one. It looks like lizard or some shit. Well, there's more here. I'm trying to find the interesting ones. Damn, so many of them. Let's see, did the FBI UFO? I think UFO. Okay, let's go to the UFO files here. This is FBI domain. Let me just see something. Pages. Damn, they released a lot of shit. Mostly it's blurred thing. I don't know, what is this? Pages. Documents. Okay, UFO photos, UFO videos. Can I find that? How about UFOs? Damn. Can I find photos? I mean, they have here something, but it's all kind of from... I was just reading these. These are all from the 47. No, where I can find the new one? Where I can find the new one? Okay. I don't know where they released the new ones. These are all texts. I don't think they put any. Maybe they did. Wait. These are the new ones. Is this real? Is this Photoshop? A lab rendered graphic bronze and metallic object the several eyewitness reported seeing materializing out of the bright sky and then disappearing instantaneously in September 2003. The object was described as 130 to 195 feet in length. Damn. That's crazy. But there's no... I can't find nothing like I can find these old documents, but I don't know if I go videos here, they're not gonna show me anything. Maybe if I put UFO, yeah, only these things, they show me these files, but maybe if I go, no, they don't have nothing. It's only UFO 47. Maybe flying. Sources. Flying disc. DB Cooper. Okay, November 71. Man calling it Don Cooper now. Nah, I don't know about this. UFO part. They don't have nothing here. I swear God. So where they release those files? They didn't release nothing. I can find those, wait. I can find these old classic, like, documents, but there is here, but these are old ones. These are old ones from 47. Nah, these are bad. I can find much better here. I swear to God. Acknowledged. What is this?
Stay alive. One.
Wait, let me see something. Flying saucer over Tucson. P-29 fails to catch object. Flying saucer, secret experiment plane, or perhaps Scott craft from Mars. I need more proof. I'm not yet satisfied. I still think that it's man-made, but at the same time, I believe there are extraterrestrials, but I feel like they don't show up like that often. Like we are using our own. I believe we are using more like reverse engineering if we have saucer like that. But as I said, if Germans built this in World War II and they destroyed all evidence how to build this thing, it's gonna be really hard for people to, even if they find these things, they will still think it's kind of extraordinary how it was built. Nothing.
Contact with, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
Okay, and I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
So non-human. So whatever they got, it's non-human, guys. Whatever they got, it's non-human. So they, you know, it's weird how they're hiding these things, but they just don't want to, like, I don't know. What is this? Is there any some kind of interesting incident? All these incidents are like without photos, without anything. I want image. No, I can't have that. UFO unclocking after thunderstrike. What the fuck? I don't see nothing. I don't see nothing so far. Oh, what the fuck is that? Seriously. Yo, what the fuck is that? Seriously. Look at that. Yo, what the fuck is this, guys? Why is he shaking? Why is he shaking hands? Why is he shaking? This is very weird video. I've never seen, but why is this guy shaking so much? There's definitely something here. I can maybe zoom in. No, I can't. Definitely, but why is he all shaking like this? Definitely there's some kind of circle there. There was some kind of circle there. No. British UFO files. National Archives. Yeah. They have a lot of shit here, but it's all written, like, you know. And it's always same, like, yeah, we saw flying saucer, we saw that. But pilot testimony, let's see this one.
Flying time before I went in, so I went through cadet school, and this is what it looks like on a flight from San Francisco to nonstop to Boston, and it was United Flight 94. The sighting that I had was in March of 1977. And I was flying a flight from San Francisco to Boston, a DC-10, and we were about halfway between Buffalo and Albany at 37,000 feet. Cloud cover underneath, dark night, when all of a sudden the airplane started. It was on autopilot. The airplane started at about a 15-degree bank turn to the left.
What?
And of course I looked out the window to automatically, that's what you do when the airplane starts to turn, and I saw this brilliant light off. It's hard to tell exactly how far out it is, but it was very, very bright. And the first officer saw it, and the second officer got out of his seat and took a look. And that's when the air traffic control in Boston wanted to know what was happening. So we told them when we figured it out, well, we'd give them a call.
Yeah.
And about that time, the first officer hit the autopilot release button and went back to manual control. And as I was looking out the window, why this thing that we had vision, this thing that we saw, disappeared back towards the left of the airplane and to our rear at a very rapid rate.
You see,
the whole
you see.
event took place probably
These
about
are
3 minutes.
these are the things. They are
So
not
air
explainable.
traffic control said, okay, 94, you're now cleared direct Albany on into Boston, J94, and so forth. The airplane was flying using the first officer's autopilot, which is connected to the captain's compass, which is out in the left wingtip of the airplane. And apparently, for some reason or other, the magnetic force was interrupted to cause the aircraft to veer off course, because it's hooked up to the compass. All three compasses were giving different readings, which is very unusual. So what we gathered was it was an enormous magnetic force
Damn.
in whatever that ball was that we saw out there, that white light.
Damn.
After we turned the autopilot off and the first officer straightened out the airplane, and we were advised to proceed direct to Albany. We could see Albany up ahead of us about 75 miles or so in the bright lights from the city. And the magnetic interference that had been working, it made the compasses, all different readings on it, all returned to normal after we had leveled off and started back again. And the object had disappeared away from us. So everything returned to a normal state. It was round, very, very bright light. It's hard to describe the intensity of it because it was, I've said before that the intensity of a flash bulb, the old-fashioned flash bulbs, but it didn't light up the inside of the airplane. It was just a white, bright light, round. There was no danger involved that we could see. It took off and went back and disappeared out of sight. It didn't try to make any attack on us or anything like that. Well, one thing that the co-pilot said, and this has to go into your records, he looked out the window across the cockpit at it and he says, I can hardly wait till I get home and tell my sons about this. He says, my mother had a sighting when she was a young lady over in Europe, but no one would believe her about the sighting. And that was his comment on it. After, well, let's see, it was about October, I guess, my boss and I were standing in a duck blind up by Calusa, and it was a beautiful day and the ducks weren't flying, and we were just there, and I thought, well, I'll tell him about this. So I did. I told him about the incident, and that's when he said that he was sorry that I had mentioned that, because at that time they weren't accepting the fact that there were the possibility of anything like that to be seen, and the pilots that had seen things and talked about it, some of them were let go, some of them released from their flying and treated as nutcases and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely saw something. I believe him. I believe him. He saw something, but as I said, these UFOs, they never attack, but there is always some kind of magnetic field around them when they move around, like power plants, electricity, or there's always some kind of disturbance, which means it's based on some kind of energy propulsion, you know? It's like, it's not engine that moves the vehicle, it's something totally different. Well, you know, these, like I said, they never had, we never had an incident where I think it was one incident where UFOs were shooting at others, like plane or something, but they are not, it looks like they are not dangerous in a way, like to attack you, to destroy you. They always run away. They're always trying to play cat and mouse with everyone. So maybe they don't have any energy, like weapons or anything like that. They didn't build it. They just built these spaceships. that could fly with it with tremendous speeds. But if they had some kind of weapons on it, they would blow us up immediately. I don't think they would hesitate if they had some kind of weapons. It looks like they are used only to observe us. In a way, like we have cameras nowadays. But where that information is going, that's the thing. If they are extraterrestrials and if they are recording us, they already know what we are doing. They already know what we are doing. Let's see if I put UFO photos. I already checked this one. I already checked this one. It says Brazil captured images of UFOs in Brazil. Let's see, what is this?
The photos captured in Barra de
Oh, we can
Tijuca,
see it much clearer here. Oh, it is definitely flying disc. On this picture I can see it much clearer. I think these pictures are not filtered in some way to be blurry. I think they are much clearer.
Brazil on May 7th, 1952 have been debated since they originally appeared in an extra feature booklet with the May 1952 issue of O Cruzeiro magazine. The cover of the booklet inside the magazine reads, "Flying Saucer in Barra de Tijuca." O Cruzeiro presents a spectacular scoop, the most sensational documentation ever achieved on the flying saucer mystery. The strange object came from the sea with great speed and was viewed for over a minute.
He came from
It
the
was
sea.
gray-blue, absolutely silent and without a trace of smoke or flames. A fascinating appearance in Barra de Tijuca. Complete reporting by Ed Keffel and John Martins. Ed Keffel used the Rolleiflex camera he had with him. The camera was loaded and ready, as they were on assignment for the magazine O Cruzeiro. Keffel got the 5 shots in about 60 seconds. Dr. Olevo Fontes, a physician and ufologist, sent the article and the magazine photos to the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, or APRO, who was very active at the time. There are copies of the photographs with the APRO stamp on the back, a document labeled APRO Special Report Number 1, October 1961, and a rendered diagram of the UFO with estimated measurements is also included. The report contains information obtained by journalist and APRO field investigator Irene Granchi. She had published an article about the event on May 10, 1973, in the Rio de Janeiro newspaper O Globo. In response to the article, she received an anonymous letter. The writer declares that he and a companion had seen the same UFO in 1952 and asked that his name be withheld. The letter was transcribed into the archive and also published in the 1973 July-August APRO Bulletin. Unfortunately, in the U.S., this case was only publicized in the October 1966 Condon Report. The case was categorized as negative, and it was described as fraudulent. This conclusion was made without any study of the negatives, without considering witness reports, and without analyzing the Brazilian military research. In late 2008, the Brazilian Air Force declassified its reports confirming the authenticity of the images in this investigation. They had sent plainclothes officers to where the images were obtained.
Yo, this image of UFO is clear. Disc. These are legit
and conducted tests
photos.
Just 3 days after obtaining the photographs. The officers were unsuccessful in their attempts to recreate the photos with lids, caps, cardboard, and other various discs. We can now compare each of the 5 photos to the analysis done by the Brazilian Air Force with the photogrammetric information contained in the report.
Damn. Damn, I believe they pictured these discs. I believe they picture video still. Let's see this one. Is this video? No. This one was recorded 2000. But there's no. Nope. I need a UFO moon base. What the fuck is this? I have no idea what the fuck is this. Ooh, we got something here. UFO International, October 1965. Look at this guy. Look at this baby. And we can see even legs here. There is even track, a little bit track from the UFO. Look at this baby. Look at this pretty baby. Damn, we can see even. I believe this photo is kind of filtered still, but you can see the legs down there on this photo, and there is definitely some traces of something there. There's a lot here about UFO sources and. Okay, these are early. Okay, now we have that. Those images much clearer now. I can understand where they pictured this. So there's here first. Let's check it out. This one. This one is weird. I think I saw this one on my first stream that I did, but it was kind of. No, what the fuck? Yeah, this one. I want to see this one. This is Helfin's photo of flying saucer. Santa Ana says he snapped UFO as the visit over Erin Ranch. Now this is much clearer photo. At least I can see something in this one. It's definitely flying disc. Definitely something extraordinary. We got one more here. He couldn't believe his eyes, it says. What is this, guys? Look how this flies. We got more here. Martians on Mirage. Quite few are reported. Ooh, what is this? What the hell, guys? We got more pictures. Let's see what it says here. The series of 8 color photographs of 3 different flying saucers was taken by member Paul Will as follows. Photo 1, 2, and 3 taken near Bernalillo, New Mexico, Easter Sunday, April 18, 1965. Photos 4, 5, and 6 taken near Volcano Mountains, west of Albuquerque, New Mexico, April 1965, and photos 7, 8 taken near Sandia, New Mexico, April. They're all taken in New Mexico. It's just on different places. It's not shown here, but it's included in 2 sets of 8 saucer photos. For further details, see article on page 3. Okay, let's see these photos, guys. Let's see them clearly. Okay, we see here one by the car, which I kind of look at it at the beginning, and it has 2 legs, definitely 2 legs, one here, and it has antenna, which is kind of weird. We got it here too. Now I don't see legs, but I see antenna still down under it. We can clearly see antenna, guys, right here. An antenna, I think, on the top too. What do you guys think? Ooh, this one is much closer. He was definitely taking picture of these, I believe. He took picture of these saucers. Now let's see. This one is a little bit blurry. Damn, he pictured this. Look how they fly on the side, guys. Look how they fly. Hey, what is this? Let me zoom in all the way. Holy shit, we can see much clearer here, guys. Look, see, we can see these like on the top of the disc. What is this? We can clearly see there's some three things on the top of it. Maybe they opened that shit with that. Like they opened this thing, whole thing. This is weird picture. I can tell you that. But we can see clearly flying disc. Flying disc in the desert. And he flies away, look. He flies away on the side. No, what I'm doing. He flies away on the side, right here, guys. See, we can see it here too. Wow, these are, I never seen this one before. They are all photos, but very clear. There's one more here. Fireball flares over Michigan. Damn. There's zoom in one here. There's zoom in on one. Look. Yeah, this picture is much better. You can see it now, guys. This is flying saucer. This is flying saucer, guys. This is what people seen. This is what people seen flying around. These are the things. See how they look like? But do I believe this is extraterrestrial? I don't know. I really don't know. Could be human made, you know. It's just that if it's human made, it's very high tech, like very high tech. And that's it, guys. We saw the most amazing photos right now. Magazine number, UFO magazine. Let me see this one. What is this? Nothing, they just describe what is this UFO. This is just like a sketch. What is this? What is this, guys? It looks like some plane, but very like weird. Looks weird. UFO over the beach in, where is this? Florida. Florida. Okay, we got some pictures here. We can zoom in, guys. This is 1972. We still see some disc flying. We can clearly see here. Yeah, definitely discs. Weird, very weird. There's everything about them here. Frightening object in Ghana. There is even in Sweden, October 27, 1982. It was shimmering sort of thing about the size of the large car and made sort of whining noise. Multicolored lights ringed an edge of the object and looked as it was burned at the center. Yeah, this is the Brazilian thing, right? What is this? No. It says, the above are two of the set four color photos of this taken near Yungay, Peru. This is in Peru, guys. On March 1967, this is the only set of sequential photos of the UFO in existence. Damn. I mean, it looks like a regular spaceship, like flying saucer. Here too looks. But this one is what? This one is in Brazil, right? Yeah, this one is in Brazil. Brazil Navy took picture of this one from the boat. But you can't see nothing too much, but there are much better pictures than other ones. "100 feet, what is this? UFO sighted over Freeport, Long Island in New York. November 6, 1973. At left is the object, is seen from the side. At right is observed head on. Huh, very weird. That's it, there's nothing anymore here. "100 greatest paranormal photographs." Let's see. Let's see, 100. Okay, what is this? Holy shit! Ghosts. What is this? Irish white lady in the streets. Very weird. Very weird, guys. What is this? Brenda Ray took this photograph of the tourist tower for what it says. On a March 93, at the left between the cars is what appears to be a figure in a black cape. Brenda did not notice the figure at the time and does not appear in the next frame, taken a second later. Sudbury has an impressive ruined castle which can be seen on the skyline where Mary Queen of Scots was imprisoned for almost 20 years in 16th century. Holy shit. Could be something paranormal. What the fuck is this? Okay. I have just been reading about floating. Identify floating organisms. What the fuck? It says that 1913 short story were article on the horror of the heights. The reason being that in March 2007 I took photograph with my pixie camera which I had pointed up in the sky not far from the... Damn. what is that? I had previously taken some other shots and these flash went off. But for this one, my Gosoguli has called the picture the flash did not. The picture has been shown to the many people, none of whom seem to have any real suggestion as to what it was. My thoughts are that although the picture is not very clear, it appears to me to look like very large jellyfish with tentacles hanging downward, just as described in the article. It also looked like, as thought it has teeth. I don't know. And then my floating organs remind me of the strange experience I had in my teens. I am at loss to explain it. I was on a top double-decker which at the time was traveling along a whole road pool. It was sometimes during the late 70s on the bright summer evening, but the exact date now escapes me. I saw a funny bright egg in the sky over the fields out towards the Dunsville area, or rather it was pear-shaped. I cannot judge the size or the speed, but it seems to be very large as it ambled across the sky. I mean, this could be a weather balloon, but what do you guys think? It looks weird as fuck. The strangest thing of all is that it would continually change its shape. It was like large floating light bulb. It currently was not cloud. It could be weather balloon, you know, attached with something, I don't know. Could be weather balloon. What is this? Poltergeist. The German word poltergeist means literally noisy spirit, and that describes its behavior very well. Among the manifestations are banging noises, things being thrown around, furniture being pulled up, and also more destructive behavior such as attacking people and lighting fires. It can express itself in other ways, such as hiding things or writing messages. The poltergeist is seen as mischievous spirit because that is what the behavior suggests. Dismembered spirit, disembodied spirit that enjoys upsetting people. Just as there is no real evidence that ghosts are the spirits of the dead, so it cannot to be proven that poltergeists are discarnate entities. It is clear that many poltergeist activists do not follow the rules laid down by the science. Objects move without being touched. Sometimes they move slowly through the air, and solid objects have apparent passage through other solid objects. Spontaneous fire occurs. Water appears from nowhere, and so on. It is possible that these paranormal events are triggered by powers and energies we have not yet recognized, but which everyone has the potential to use. I mean, energies can come from the space too. You know, we're circling around sun, and maybe we're going through some parts to the space, and you know, things change in our planet during those times, like when we move maybe from another side of the sun. Maybe something happens on our planet, energy moves things and stuff like that, but who knows? What is this? In November 1967, unexplainable events took place in Solar Office, Germany. Light bulbs exploded, neon lights would go out and were found to have been unscrewed, fuses blew, bangs were heard, and the telephone went high wire with large bills being received. Technical investigation of the power supply and telephone failed to solve the mystery. Professor of parapsychology, Dr. Hans Bender, was called in, and he noted that the phenomena happened when a new girl, Annie Maria Schunder, was present. As she walked down the corridor, electric lights hanging from the ceiling would begin to swing, an event which was captured on video C photograph. And glass from exploding bulb flew towards her. In her presence, painting on the walls would swing cabinet would move and their drawers would shut out. But all activity ceased when she was away from the office. Weird. Monsters. It exists some report of real life monsters. Yeah, this is something weird. A Dead Sea serpent. From time to time, large carcasses have been washed up, but often not being immediately identified because didn't they say this is the whale? But it looks like it's not a whale. It says be raised as last proof of the existence of unknown sea monsters has been found. This carcass was hauled up in the nets of the Japanese traveler Ziyomaru in April 1977, 30 miles off the coast from New Zealand. Because of its strange appearance of the large size, one of the crew members wondered if there might be something out of the ordinary. I took several photographs before the smelly mass measuring 33 feet long was thrown overboard. A few samples of the flesh had also been retained, and when these were tested later, the carcass was able to be identified as basking shark, and sadly not plesiosaur. I don't know. I don't know, man. You guys think this is shark? I mean, it has this thing here. But this doesn't look like shark to me, guys. I don't think they threw it away like they said this. I believe the Japanese took this. They took this and they probably put it in those labs for testing. I believe they took this. Loch Ness. Yeah, these are weird pictures of Loch Ness. It looks like it's some kind of plesiosaur, but it's not plesiosaur. It's giant serpent. Wow, we got UFOs. Okay, what it says, UFO are usually photographed by people who have seen something strange. What do you guys think about this UFO? Looks weird. Somewhere in the mountains. Oh no, this is British. It's called in October. It says more about it. This happened in October 1981 on Vancouver Island, British Columbia, Canada. Rory was on holiday with her husband and baby, and she was determined to prove to her husband that she could take a sharp photograph. She was attracted by the cloud and the mountain, which looked like volcano, and she was concentrating hard on capturing this effect and keeping the camera steady. When she took the photograph, the UFO is so small in the frame that it is not surprising that neither she nor her husband saw it, as they were not thinking about or looking for UFO at the time. Maybe when she took the picture, the UFO was flying very fast, and coincidence, I guess. When he was flying that time, she took picture, and because it looks like it's some kind of forest in Vancouver. I mean, some kind of hiking place. But definitely we can see something flying. I mean, how she couldn't see this? I don't know. Maybe it was too fast. Maybe it was too fast, and you know, in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. But what do you think, guys? What is this? It's very weird. Okay, we got this one in George J. Stock, who took 5 photographs of UFO which hovered over his home at Passaic, New Jersey. On 29 July 1952, there had been numerous sightings in the area, and Stock spotted one traveling silently and leisurely speed over his property. It stopped and hovered overhead for a few moments about 200 feet above the ground. It was about 30 feet in diameter and grayish in color, with the large dome jutting from its center. Very weird. Very weird flying saucer. There is another one here in Oregon. They were taken on May 1950 by Paul Trent from, yeah, we were reading about this. He took this picture in the farm. Wait, I want to see more about this paranormal magazines. He has only one. Oh, Bigfoot casebook. I'm gonna check it out. That 1,000 sightings, rare photos, maps, first-hand eyewitness. Okay, let's see. This is classified. Oh, this is book. Ah, you must order it. You can see nothing. You can see nothing. UFO magazine, 88, March 88. Let me see what they showed us. Ooh, we got some photos. Okay, let's see. What is this? Skyfield. Above another MRAD, November 18 photos below. 3 craft photographed above Gulf Breeze High School on December 23. Damn, this looks weird. These are not man-made. These are, I think, aliens. But those, like, maybe it is man-made too. I don't know. Those antennas, you know, they could be something like that we use for remote controlling or something. Because these are old photos. So all these spaceships use some kind of antennas. Like here. It's much more different picture. But you can see antennas. There are some drawings here. I don't know. It says witness supply top drawing for MUFON investigators. At the bottom, a 7-year-old girl remembers of what she saw one night. It looks like it has wings, but this one looks like weird saucer. It looks like there are 3 of them. I see one here, one here, one here. What the fuck is this, guys? What the hell is this, guys? It looks like Frogman or something. I don't know what the fuck is this. Looks like fucking Lizard Man with 3 fingers. What the fuck is this? Look at the egg. Look at the legs. It looks like fucking frog. Like Frog from Resident Evil. What the fuck is this, guys? I never seen this one. Ancient cave drawings. What it says here? Let's see here. Let's read a little bit. Okay, it says here something. Stormtroopers, blood magic. If there's any truth to this, the latest phase in the evolution of the myth is pretty alarming. Certain motifs stands out. Take the image that keeps coming across the alien intruders who perform medical examinations on human specimens. Well, the message seems plain to me. We are sick species. That's one way of taking it. On the other hand, considering the cool and detached way the aliens go about their business, Hopkins takes careful note of this. They are neither saviors nor rampaging monsters. They're just here because they need something from us. Nothing personal, of course. They don't hesitate to violate our privacy, our sacredness as persons. We become material for their use, for their needs, their consumption. It's all very businesslike, like developers bulldozing an acre of land, wrecking the wildlife, and so on. In my view, this image of alien intruders mirrors with nasty irony the way we as a species objectify one another and reduce non-human animals and non-human nature to so much raw material for exploration and consumption. In short, the aliens are our shadows, symbolic in Juagan, in lingo, to our dark, disowned selves, our cruelty, selfishness, violence, and methodical indifferences to all that's alien to our almighty egos. But the living symbols of the collective physi are multifaceted. The aliens also crossbreed with us. What the fuck? What does it mean? Crossbreeding with beings from another world, ostensibly a higher world, it's an old myth. The gods come down and couple with mortals. The product is always a hero, God-man, superwoman, arch-allies, Jesus, Persephone, Diotima. I take this alien copulation image as summons to evolve to the parahuman. The message from mind at large seems to be this: become whole, unite opposite, earth and heaven, male intellect, and female soul, and so on. Do it or perish. It's the or perish with its emphatic waving, its gruesome gesticulations that comes across in the violence of alien abductions. After all, the or perish part is no joke, but a real possibility, even a probability. Great Gaia is convulsing in her pangs of death and rebirth. The alien visitors, like the Furies in pursuit of Arestes, witness the dark side of human evolution. Nice. It tells you. This is about Star Wars, human physics, and I'm gonna skip this. Fetus forming. The unborn human has characteristics similar to typical alien below, and all drawing that displays demonic kidnapping. Demonic kidnapping. I never heard of that. What is this here, guys? Oh, that is interesting. To the average researcher studying abductions, Martha memory gap probably hides, among other things, the most consistent and representative aspect in the typical witness accounts: an invasive and often painful physical examination experience, apparently repeated at various intervals throughout the victim's growing up years. At least once, Martha's captors evidently tampered with her reproductive system. They told me I discovered I was pregnant within 6 months. Martha recalls her abduction took place in July, and in November, 3 days after testing positive on an at-home pregnancy kit, Martha had miscarriage. In almost any other context, these events would be mundane and horrible, but as in dreams, Martha's story, impregnation and miscarriage lacks continuity, potholed with frustrating gaps and dimnesses of information that bring her account and that of abductee testimony in general into serious question. Were it not for growing body or startling evidence surrounding abductions, Martha might be looked at as a lady with screw loose. Her pregnancy may be fully explainable. After all, she's married and has 2 other children. But swearing she was forcefully kidnapped by ETs and treated like a lab animal on some spaceship, well, that's another story. It's such far out, incredible story, in fact, that some researchers have done their damnedest to explain it away as strictly dreams or arcane psychological process. Working from the research on psychedelics and birth trauma done by psychiatrist Stanislav Grof, University professor Alvin Lawson has thought that parallels between abduction testimony and archetype birth experiences all human beings share. He goes as far as to suggest that the large-headed humanoid entities usually described reflect the subject's subconscious identification with prenatal human form, with its over-large cranium and dark eyes. At one phase of further development, Lawson points out the embryonic tissue inside the human actually resembles disc-like UFO. What the fuck? Perhaps the embryonic disc manifests itself as Jungain Manadala or saucer archetype in everyone's sensibility during the embryonic stage. He writes, later the disc archetype could emerge as UFO-related imagery. Lawson's overall implication is that it's all somehow not physically real. I mean, if I saw aliens in spaceship, that's to me real. I don't know how they describing these things as some kind of psychological experience. Abductions, you know, when we talk about abductions and stuff like that, alien abductions, you know, I believe people are abducted in some way, but I don't know. Really. It says deeper reading of abduction data, such as that outlined by ufologist Thomas Bullard in his comparative study issued last year by the Fund for UFO Research in Maryland, reveals that the match between birth imagery and vivid abduction reports actually turns out to be pretty poor. The birth trauma hypothesis has spent its entire history abandoned by criticism over how the fetus can see itself. Be aware of its surroundings. Damn, we got some aliens here. These ones looks like these ones look like humanoids, but there's something strange about their face. These are like lizard ones that people are seeing mostly, and these one grays with the black like suits. These one grays with black suits too. These one grays too. It explains more about life here when you get born. It says here that remember such an early stage of life. First says that the multiplicity of beings, their purposeful activities, interaction with the witness and role examiners accord with the assumption that the witness is remembering himself still unborn. It doesn't help that the overwhelming majority of abductions memories are retrieved through hypnosis. Debunkers and other critics charge that the information garnered by hypnosis is flimsy and untastable. As data go and too often invites undoubtable fabrications, nonetheless most qualified researchers will agree that regression is uniquely suited to the problem, since so much of the material mimics dreams activity stored. This was in 1988 released. Beneath the threshold of consciousness, in cases of conventional dreaming or amnesia, hypnosis easily descends beneath the surface of awareness to expose forgotten events, in a way missing time, immediate recall of events that can account for a noticeable time gap, is a form of spot amnesia that requires hypnosis for instance. Memories sometimes do bleed through without the assistance of hypnosis. I would say about 10% of abduction experiences are remembered straight out, comments Dr. David M. Jacobs, UFO historian and professor of history at Philadelphia Temple University. That's a very important fact to remember. Closing on cases with noted abductions, Specialist Bud Hopkins, author of Missing Time and Intruders. Jacobs is currently completing his own book on the subject. To him, abduction seems wholly consistent with the UFO phenomenon, as it has been manifesting up to this point. Flying saucers don't land on the White House lawn, they don't make their appearances at the Super Bowl. He says, I think that's directly linked to the amnesia people appear to have as a result of abduction experiences. My guess is that there is conscious effort by extraterrestrials to cover up what they're doing, for evidence that may below their cover-up see news. Okay. Body snatching UFO occupants may have a convenient ally just in the generally held attitudes Earth folks have about sleep time states. As Bullard has noted, the almost instantaneous passage from the Earth to the other world possess a serious problem for the objective hypothesis, but no problem at all for a dream. To abductees in the heavily subjective mode of Whitley Strieber interview, okay, the point is essentially mocked, says one very publicity shy victim. I'd say most of us who've been throughout the experience like to safeguard in our minds the idea that perhaps these were just dreams, but I'm afraid we know they are not. I had one time sleep paralysis, but only one time. It was 2015, 2016. I was laying down in my room and I fell asleep and I woke up but I couldn't move. I didn't know about sleep paralysis or anything about that. I was doing research after that happened to me. But I couldn't move, nothing. I could look and my body started lifting, like not lifting, but my conscious was going over my body. So I was looking kind of my body, I was looking myself kind of laying down, you know, like in 3D, like in the games. Like you can see yourself from different camera angle. So I saw myself kind of lifting up and I was like, what the fuck, I can't breathe, and I tried to do something, I can't move. I can only move my eyes somehow, like see things, but nothing else. And I saw two humanoid beings. They were all like hollow. You can see through them. And they went through the door. My door from the room was closed. They went through the door. And I started shaking kinda. I woke up. Then I realized maybe there was a dream. I went downstairs. I told my mom and dad. I was like, hey, I had something weirdest thing ever happened to me. I was awake, but I couldn't move. I couldn't do nothing. I was just looking with my eyes, and I saw two Halloween beings, like going through the door. There were two of them, and they were small, very small, like children, kinda. They looked like children, but just Halloween, like white. It happened only once to me. So I had those experiences. I saw these things, whatever they are. Maybe they are just dream through lucid dream. Maybe they are just hallucination, like things. Maybe it was because I started panicking because I didn't know what to do. Like I couldn't move and do anything. I was just looking through with my eyes. I just looked through the door and I started kind of lifting up to see my body on a way like I never experienced in my life, something like that. Then it says here, exceptional to ray flowers. It's called the objectified dream approach. And Roger stressed that his theory doesn't deny that abductions are physically real, only that the phenomenon erupts into third-dimensional existence as a result of symbolic elements within the patient's own mind or conscious. Why it takes the form of UFO abductions is not really known, Roger says. But he's willing to speculate. It's my hunch that the UFO exists in the universe, but there is something in the human mind linked directly to it. I told you. It looks like we are connected to these vehicles that they're flying in the sky. Maybe we are made by aliens. If we are connected to these spacecraft, our brains or something, that we are functioning because of them, that would be crazy. That they can shut our minds, whatever, in second. Another thing that happened to me when I was going to the work one night, I was working night shift, and I was driving to the work, and it says 20 minutes to the work, okay? So basically the road that I was driving is opposite side of where I'm working. So basically I saw my job on the left side of the road. So I was driving on the right side. So I need to do U-turn. I need to do U-turn and come back to the job. The thing is, in one moment, I don't know what happened, but I passed that exit. Maybe I didn't pay attention. But I saw my job to the left side, and I was thinking, okay, I'm gonna go first exit, and I'm gonna go just U-turn and go to the job. The thing is, what happened was, I was like 15-20 minutes away from my job. In a moment, and those experiences I will never forget. And I called my parents too. I was like, hey, it's weirdest thing happened to me. Like I was driving and I feel like there's missing time or something happened, because I saw that I saw my job, so I was thinking like to do first U-turn, but didn't happen. I was looking like I was driving 20 minutes forward, and then I did U-turn. But why would I drive 20 minutes when I already saw the job and everything? And that's why I was thinking like, oh, there's something weird, because there's some missing time or missing something, you know. But it could be just people, as I said, we start thinking about a lot of things. Maybe I was thinking something and I missed the exit, and then I was just keep driving. But it was weird to me. Then I called parents and I told them I was driving. I couldn't even see anything, you know. Basically, I was somehow driving, but I was blackout in a moment. And then I just come back to the world, like. But I was still driving, like, you know. And then I realized the time when that happened in a millisecond. The time kind of, something happened. I don't know what, but something happened that it was strange to me. It was just strange to me. It was just strange. It was just strange to me that that happened. That was a long time ago, 2015, 16. So there might be some kind of void in the time that we all experience. It doesn't mean that it could be something in the space and our planet goes through some kind of energy field or something. Doesn't mean that we are traveling 20 minutes somewhere in that particular time of energy change, when energy changes. It's just that maybe in our mind, maybe we think, oh, 20 minutes passed, but it was just like nothing. Like, I don't know how to explain. It's like maybe we're going through some kind of energy, even if life is keep going, but something always happens on Earth. So our mind, our frequencies, whatever, are hit by that shit. We kind of create imagery, or we do something like that we think we didn't do, or you know, like a lot of nowadays, a lot of people forgetting things like they put their phone in the kitchen and they walk through the whole house to find that phone, but the phone is in the kitchen. So people are forgetting a lot of things nowadays. A lot of people that I talk to, they saying they have kind of slow memory, or they can't remember things they left somewhere, and they quickly forgetting about it in some way. I don't know. I feel like our mind is a little bit like overcrowded in some way. We have so much things to think about it, and so much things we're watching every day on the phone. Our brain just sucking that memory, like, you know. So our brains are full of everything that our bodies can't overcome that much information in our brain, that our bodies are kind of going numb. Like you don't want to do anything anymore, just thinking about these things. You just want to lay down and just sleep. But it says here that it's much hunch that UFO exists in the universe, but there is something in the human mind linking directly to it. This super mind sends the UFO to us for reasons unknown. Perhaps abductions is prototypical, tailored and modified by the mind of the witness. You know, aliens abductions are very sensitive topic if you think about it. But we saw them in Steven Spielberg's movie when humans on the third kind, Encounter of the third kind. There's one scene when aliens bringing back people and they taking children, but they kind of exchanging like humans for them or something, like, you know. I feel like these aliens need us for something, you know. They're using humans for something. I don't know. It says thought researchers, particularly to the psychological explanation, currently shouldn't be typecast as followers or of Sigmund Freud. Currently, aspects of the experience lead some suggest that Freudian, like grappling submerged sexual conflicts might explain the repeated sexual imagery in abductions. Sex with ETs as time-honored tradition in the UFO literature, and not just on the pages of the scandal rags. One of the first cases to get the public consciousness concerned Antonio Villas-Boas, a Brazilian farmer who says he was forced to have sex with a female alien in 1957, and he didn't object. He even thought the thirst was more clinical than sensational, and she was certainly not his idea of beauty queen. Villas-Boas' out of this world affair took place in 1957. Fast forward 31 years to Tom, not his real name, who remembers the sexual aspects of his encounter as horribly cold and mechanical. One time they took a sperm sample from me using a machine with a cone-shaped plastic cup. The second time they used hybrid. She had half alien and half human features. It was dreamlike. I was paralyzed. It was brief, not all erotic, that's for sure. She showed absolutely no emotions. It felt like she had some sort of device inside. What I remember most was her eyes. The eyes are dead giveaway, and she had extremely thin waist. Human sexuality may be pivotal. Drogo studied one male abductee with unusual sex life that appeared to be some interest to the aliens. The man even told of observing himself on screen during the course of his alien biological exam, engaged in a sexual encounter he recognized from his past. But if, as Drogo hypothesizes, real abduction is triggered by latent symbolic material within a person's physique, then could the aliens be horrifically vivid psychological projections rather than what we all agree is real? If they are no more than that, hypnosis is strongly countered by the evidence. Then the investigate trail leads to the active, meaningful, interior life shared by all humans. And feeding that collective inner life is a wellspring of colorful imagery, which is potent meat and symbolism, chronicles the human story since the probable beginning of the time. The beginning of the time. If he follows the trail without bias, the true UFO investigator is drawn into a cult where these surreal symbols and ancient miracles and magic quarrels with primal religious need. Putting the pieces together may be a textbook exercise in the major arcana, the language of mythology and secret Magitskal systems used over centuries. And we got here some pictures we're gonna see soon. Number of abductees have independently related seeing an emblem on their captors' uniforms, which is just a link to mythological religious prehistory. Two of these witnesses have seen documented Herbert Schremer and William Herman. At least three others have independently described the same thing. The emblem depicting a large snake thing with feathers on it. Large snake thing. The fuck? Or cross between a bird and serpent. Cross between a bird and serpent. The thing, whatever it may be, is seen framed in triangle. Triangular scars also appears on abductees. The powerful ruler, Quetzalcoatl, god of Aztec, was the mythological sorcerer priest, the winged serpent, credited with bringing the arts and advanced agriculture to his civilization. In the mythology, Quetzalcoatl is linked with the wisdom, with the planet Venus, and with such typical divine attributes as a virgin birth and miracles. A California researcher with a long time interest in abductions, has considered the possible association with the observed emblem and Quetzalcoatl. When Cortez arrived, he was mistaken as these Quetzalcoatl, I don't know how they pronounce this, by the Aztec people. These are ancient people, like, who told him that hundreds of years prior their ancestors were visited by a fair-haired man with a beard. He noted he had done wonderful things and promised them Quetzalcoatl would return. Of course, Cortez took advantage of that. Today, abductees talk about small gray humanoids in the company of good-looking, fair-haired, very human-looking men, tagged. The blondes, any connection, only anecdotally, perhaps the blondes appeared in. Now let's see this little bit, these pictures. Like this one, we clearly see it's a lizard humanoid man. Definitely. And he has feathers. He's like feather humanoid lizard. Another one we have here. Another one here. A true UFO investigator is drawn inexorably into the occult, where these surreal symbols and ancient miracles and magic qualities with primal religious need. So I don't know about this. These are our minds, right? Are they minds? Travis Walton abduction. There's more here to it. Wait, my phone died. Fuck. 1 second, guys. What is this? Let me see. Travis Walton book illustrates the moment he was struck by powerful being from UFO in 1975. I'm gonna just connect my phone. It died. I'm gonna just connect quickly, guys. So this is what is this? Picture of cover Travis Walton abduction. I mean, Travis Walton abduction. I watched that movie before. I know about it. I did research a little bit. I believe something happened to him. He disappeared couple of days. I think he'd come back. Let's see what it says here. It took years for the young Arizona man Travis Walton to come to terms with the severe alien destruction that so disturbed his life 13 years ago. Now, with both planned movie and reassured of his book, the ready to revive interest in the case, Walton reflects not on the motives of his both human and humanoid captors, but on the way he must continue to live when he feels so markedly different from other people. I mean, if I was abducted by aliens, I would definitely be a different man, because I would see humans differently. Like, I would not think humans understand how big these things are, like how these old things about aliens and stuff like that, you know. There's a lot of stuff like You know, I don't know. Do you guys believe in abductions, alien? Do you really guys believe? You know, I don't want to say, you know, aliens doing this. Could be some, you know. I'm not saying government, but if they can build these ships and pull us up with some kind of anti-gravity into the ships, that to me that's a kind of sci-fi movie, you know. That's not real. But a lot of people experience these things. So I believe something happened to this guy, Walton. I believe he definitely got abducted by something. I mean, there are witnesses with him too. They saw this thing, whatever it was, when it hit him. Okay, what it says. It says here, they were asking him, this is like interview that was made. This is interview that was made back in the days, on December, I think after he got abducted and everything. They were asking him here questions like this: what parts of your experience faces your conviction about the physical reality of abduction? He said, the fact that on December 26, 1986, I went with 4 of the visitors in full, total complete consciousness. I wasn't conscious at all. Remember the whole interchange in great detail. There's never been any amnesia connected to it that I'm aware of. They asked me what I needed from them, and I answered, you need to help me fear you less. They said, we will try, but it will be very hard. They tried over the next year, and it was extremely hard. What happened? What they did was shatter my relationship to reality completely. I don't have a relationship to reality the same way that I used to. I don't know what reality is. I don't know what I am. I don't know what they are. I don't know what this world is. I live in the state of complete and total uncertainty. And you're comfortable with that. It's the most exciting thing that could possibly happen, I think, but not comfortable. No. It's exciting because it's freed me from the bondage of expectations about myself and the world and the people around me. I don't have any expectations at all anymore. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what this place is. Do you think that was their intention? If it wasn't their intention and it was side effect of what they did, have you ever directly asked them what their agenda is? I don't think that it's possible to do that at this time, given the state of the relationship between human beings and these beings, as far as I know. But have you tried? Sure. What was their response? Oh, I don't wish to go into it. I can't go into it because I don't understand it. I really don't know what to say. It's not something I can be helpful in. Their motives are not unknown to me. In terms of my own personal life, I know what they done to me. I know where they left me. Whether that was their intention or not, I don't know. We are very, very blind. I take it you are unwilling to put value judgment on it this time. Completely unwilling. I'm not telling you about final realities. I'm telling you about perceptions. I learned from them the absolute importance of realizing this. That what we all have are perceptions of our experience and the world around us. What I'm interested in doing is trying to evaluate and understand my perceptions of what's happening to me, to people around me, and to make that into something useful to us without reference to the visitors' motives, because I don't know their motives. Don't you feel it's unnecessary to question their motives? I'd like to, but I have no way to. Do you feel your personal process might be generically applicable to other abductees? It might possibly be, I don't know. It depends on the individual. It is applicable to some because they're working with me. Others, I don't think so. If you're a person to whom they come a lot, and especially if the family is involved, you don't care too much about their motives. You are interested in your perceptions and how to deal with how it makes you feel and the way you respond and behave. Then yeah, what I'm doing can be useful to you. It coincides, but a person mainly interested in who the visitors are, where they come from, and what they're doing here. Are they benevolent or malevolent? Then I just can't help you, because I just don't know. The most of the other abductees you know come from this attitude. It depends on how much pressure they are under. If they're under sufficient pressure, they have no choice, because the alternative is to live in agony of constant fear. People just get tired. Do you explore or consider the aspects of abduction that Bud Hopkins has pursued? I live with them all the time. Genetic experimentation and all that, that's got to be part of it. For what I've seen and experienced in my own case, and people very close to me in my family, I have no idea what the ultimate outcome of this is. I do know that the removal of material that I would say would be sexual material, or material that has genetic potential, is commonplace in the experience. It currently has been in our lives in some time, in some very painful and tragic ways. Do you perceive a threat to our species? It's possible there is a threat to us. But I would suggest another possibility. When a dog is injured and is taken to the vet, the dog thinks the vet is the enemy and tries to bite the vet. In all truth, we could be in the place the dog is in, because it could be that what's being done is being done for the ultimate benefits of our own species. But we just don't understand it, and it looks very terrible to us. There's no way of telling, but that possibility must not be ignored, because if it's true, it's going to become very important to us. Sooner or later, to try and learn the specifics of the visitors' motivations, I think finding that out now is impossible. So one has to learn not how to understand them, but how to cope with what they do. Over generations or years, however long this is going to take, we will eventually be able to move from coping experience to understanding. We will have gained enough coping experience to be able to begin drawing conclusions about what's happening. Do you think there will steadily be more people undergoing abduction? I would tell you this. There's a lot of people who have already had this experience, a lot of more than even the UFO community realizes. I'm now pouring throughout something like 5,000 letters. I often get 40 and 50 a day. Even now, people again write. A friend of mine told me about you, and now I can write and tell somebody what happened to me. And it goes on and on. I don't know how many people have been involved with this, but I'm sure it is the hundreds of thousands. Do you think there should be some sort of institutional governmental response or action? I have no faith in the government's ability to do it correctly. I think they are too fundamentally indifferent to the welfare of the individual. I know awareness of other institutions that would be involved anyway. I think they will just muck it up. I think the scientific community has bought into government cover-up of some kind, or government denial. They're coming from so far behind that they've been effectively neutered. They're useless. I think the way it's going to happen is that people will get together, forming strings of informal ad hoc networks. Psychotherapists and psychoanalysts who are open-minded about it. There's a lot here. I'm not going to read everything, but I read the most important things. Okay, it says something here. Let's see this. Would you go as far as saying it's possible for us on Earth to actualize soul energy, to realize that form of reality? Let me put it this way. I don't believe in the paranormal. I believe the physical universe manifests in some ways that we understand, in some ways that we don't. But there is no paranormal. Everything is essentially a normal physical. If the soul exists, it is physical thing, in the sense that it is plasma that can be detected, it can be measured as soon as we understand the medium in which it exists. Is it a group of organized electrons? Is it something else that we don't understand yet at all? I feel that it exists. It is the primary reality upon which the experience is taking place. In what part of your experience was this concept most striking to you? It says, they extracted me from my body a year ago, last October, in a way where I was left totally and completely conscious. I remained in this physical reality, was able to move around it, was able to observe the way in which my perceptions of it had changed, including making careful observations of things like electrical wires, seeing that they had changed in their nature so that I could see the electrical fields around them. I could do this so carefully and in so many details that I do not believe it was a dream, not for a moment. But where is the evidence of your experience? There isn't any lack of evidence anymore. Tell me more. My experience has been witnessed now in many different respects. Most of the important witnessing took place before communion, before any of the people even knew about it. In one case it took place after it was published, but happened to men who knew nothing whatsoever about the book. My neighbors, two separate families, have seen bright light objects come in the direction of my house, and in one case hovering over my house. The ones who saw it over the house knew about the book, but only in outline form, not too many details. The first thing the other family saw was a fireball that came into meadow between our houses, and they knew nothing whatsoever about the book at that time. Another man who was doing some house sitting at the time was having very intensive visitor experience in December of 86, and January 87 had what to my mind was very similar experience about a mile from my house. A woman on the night when I was having an experience saw a huge UFO hanging over a road about 2 miles from my house. A man who worked at my house has had extensive UFO experiences. He did the work, but he didn't know about communion when it happened to him. A family in Australia had experience with actual beings coming into the house, a deeply moving, shocking thing to them. Their experience was almost certainly caused by interaction I had with the visitors, for a reason which would become obvious if I told the whole story in detail, which I am not ready to do yet. The beings fit description of some I had seen. Something the visitors did to these people was obviously in response to a question I had asked. It was an awesome thing, revealing an amount of insight as to what goes on inside our minds, as well as the structure of our society and relationships in the society. It was staggering. All of these experiences will be detailed in transformation with the names of people involved, and they will come forward and speak. Okay, it says something here. Do you think media are responsible? It says here something about media. Let's see what he says about media. Alright. It says, do you think media are responsible? No. This is the reason. I think on February 28, 1960, there was an article in the New York Times quoting Dr. Rasko Hilenkoter, I don't know, who had then just retired as director of CIA. He said that Air Force had engineered cover-up of the UFO business, and that there was much more to it than the public was being allowed to know. He said, and I quote, that the cover-up is being maintained by deception and ridicule. As a result of this, it has effectively caused the best and most highly trained minds to be prevented from dealing with it at all. No institutions of any kind have formed organized means of helping people who have had the experience. Our society is in no way has thought about, considered, or integrated the possibility of this experience, and the bottom line, the individual in the middle of the night is left totally alone in the experience. There is definitely a cover-up in place. The effect has been to deliver the ordinary American into the hands of the visitors, completely helpless. That's been its purpose. There can be no other purpose. I'm trying to cope with this thing. I'm a little bit surprised you're not more shrewd about government accountability. It says here, I think the government was helpless from the beginning. I think they were manipulated into this by having things revealed to them which were so terrible that they had to keep it secret at all costs. Or they were manipulated into by being given just enough technology to make them want to keep it secret in hopes of springing this technology on their enemies. Do you know where there might be what? Reliable information on that possibility? I don't know. Are you concerned about the possibility of future contact by the visitor with you or members of your family? What they have done to me has had effect of being very strengthening. I'm quite beyond fear. The things that have been done to me in the last year are incredibly difficult. At the same time, I'm at the level of acceptance. There's nothing I can do about it. Should I go get a shotgun? I have been able to go deeply into myself and discover things about the way I think, and about who and why and what I am. In my experience, it has been an incredible evolutionary thing. I have a last thing I want to say. A message to the UFO community. I feel that many members of this community are turning away from me now because they are afraid I'm turning into the old-fashioned contactee and making it into a religion. I'm thought-minded, son of a bitch. I'm never going to make it into religion. Number one. Number two, I think the UFO community is on to something in a lot different ways. They are right about there being a UFO cover-up. The next thing they are right is that UFO phenomenon is technology in the physical world. You see, guys? So these UFOs are not demons, or they are not they are physical things, you know, whatever it is. Like, you know, when you see plane, you see fucking UFO, same thing. They are physical. They are there. They're there with us, you know. It's just that we think they're something else, you know. They are definitely in physical form. But the area I think they have trouble in only because we don't yet know about this aspect in the physical world is the spiritual stuff, and the fact that there is some kind of interdimensional experience taking place that involves the soul. We are ignorant, blind to the existence of the soul. So much of the phenomena documented, being walking through walls, people being moved instantaneously from one place to another, craft that carry out impossible maneuvers in time travel, out of body and precognitive experiences, levitation. The UFO community has so much trouble admitting all that exists because it flies in the face of their expectation that this is scientifically based probe based on alien technology. We don't understand yet that level of reality also can be affected by technology, which means that if there are souls that persist after the body dies, these beings are there too. My feeling is if we are being invaded, it started on that level first. What do you see ahead? I see ahead a need to be strong, period. Well, these guys talking about dreams. I was dreaming about aliens too, you know, they taking me to another room. Not recently, before a month ago, I had one dream about aliens. And they took me, they look at the same, like, with guys, they were around me, and they took my bed to another room. And I woke up. I told my friends too. So, I don't believe these dreams are like, they have nothing to do with reality. But I feel like aliens can communicate when we sleep with us in some way. There's more things here, guys. If you wanna just pause it and read it by yourself, I'm gonna just go like this so you can read it everything by yourself. Because there's a lot of information about UFOs. There is some picture here. It says Jerry Wills holding the popular science article about the NASA 3D viewing system that took the steam out of his own 3D invention. Jerry says his system is based on information he created during dreams with the entity named M. Holy shit. Same as Tesla, you know, he said that he had some kind of imagery dreams and shit like that, how the core of the engine or electricity starts or something, like he's something that he saw in a dream, he made it in reality. I wonder, can we now use AI as imaginary things to create reality? Like, imagine I tell AI, hey, create for me a spaceship on electricity, whatever. And AI builds it like 3D printer to me. And I'm looking at that shit and I'm like, how the fuck this works, you know? Even if it's printed by AI into physical world, I don't know how to explain. Like AI gives me blueprints to build something that is never made for as humans, you know. So creating something from AI to the real world is like weird thing ever. But AI can make some weird things, like he can make some spaceships and stuff like that. But you know, to make them to work correctly and everything with the engine. But nowadays AI is so smart. We give them all informations, how engine works, how propulsion works, how everything. They know everything, like Google. So if you ask AI like, hey, create something for me like that, they would probably create something, even if it's not like close to reality, you know. They will probably give you some blueprints, but you will be looking at those blueprints and be like, what the fuck is this? How am I gonna create this? Doesn't even function correctly, you know. But if AI is so intelligent that much that he can create something through our imagination, or something like I don't know how to explain to you guys. It's just like AI creates some technology that we humans can't even create, you know. That would be crazy. If AI is so intelligent to create something like this, or give us blueprints to create things like this, you know, then we would not need any scientists nowadays or anything like that, because AI could figure out everything for us. Now I don't know about this thing. Let's move on. We have more things here. This guy invented 3D view with video input. Those are the first ones, probably in the early 80s maybe. I don't know. They had in 80s, I think. Ooh, what is this? Lunar liabilities. Apollo photos may be retouched. Humanity still gazes wonders at the sun symbol. Night Sister, symbol of mystery and the hidden female physique. Someday we may lose some of the mystery in the service of truth. Is there a liar on the moon? What is this, guys? What are they showing us? What is this? What are they showing us? Let's take a close look at these photos of region called the mare. Figure 1, 3, and 5 are sexual enlargements of either okay, taken from lunar orbiter. To control photo pro. Figures 1 and 2 are craters. Trails just west of large crater. Inside this crater, a thin white object is seen crossing the shadow west wall. What the fuck? Wait. Do you guys see? Oh, he means this one. There's something on a lunar picture, like some kind of flying disc flying over. So this object had shadow, whatever it is. They kind of recorded shadows. That's weird. Very weird. No wonder we never come back to the fucking moon, because there's something over there. This is another abductee. This article is from 87. 40 years search and explanations. Bringing UFO research to the big screen. It says, this guy says, I don't think there's ever been a film that accurately portrayed the UFO phenomenon. I mean, there are a few movies. Travis Walter, you know, The Sky, what's called, Fire in the Sky. You know, The Third Kind is a good movie, I would say. You know, there are science fiction movies, but another alien movie that is very good, what was it? Signs with Mel Gibson. I would say Signs are okay. It's still science fiction, but it has something that hits reality, you know, and so they mix it up a little bit, reality and sci-fi. I think E.T. is bad, you know, E.T. is more like family movie. But yeah, those are, there's no too many E.T. movies, like alien movies about UFO. X-Files, I would say. X-Files is a good movie too. Few of those movies are good. Fire in the Sky. Yeah. The Third Kind and X-Files. I would put those top 3 for me. Yeah. The Thing showed a little bit, you know, but The Thing is more like horror, sci-fi. They never showed too much spaceship, but they showed at the beginning of the movie flying saucer crashes in Antarctica. You know. Alright, let's move on. There's nothing here. There's nothing here anymore. It's over. That's over for this magazine, guys. It's over for this magazine. Where is this? Behind the bar. What? Giant bug people, what is that? What is this?
It's the Joseph Clement Show.
The fuck is that?
Of giant bug people. Oh, these bug people, okay, bug creatures exist. They're real. There are giant
insects
walking upright, walking on all legs.
Insects.
Bugs that have intelligence, that have certain psionic, quote unquote, psychic abilities, certain telepathic abilities that can communicate with you by talking into your head. And if you think thoughts in your head, they can hear it. That this particular type of framework of a story came out where you take kids, okay, you kidnap kids that are very smart, that have genius levels of intellect just from being born as geniuses. Okay, so you take all these kids that were born as geniuses, okay, and you take them when they're young and you train them out in space.
Damn,
you train
look
them
at
out
them. How many of
in
them
a space
flying?
station. This is real. Warriors, killers, what have you. Kids, when they're young, that have an aptitude for certain things, okay, and you train them and whatnot into becoming warriors and into be against how accurate some of the things are, but it's not totally shocking. It's pretty shocking, but it's not totally shocking. Okay. So in the book, they describe the workings of, in the sequel, I would say. I don't know if it was described in the original book. I never actually read the original book. I only read the sequels because I saw the movie and I didn't feel like reading the book. But so in the sequels, they describe the workings of the ships and the workings of the technology. And in the sequels, it describes that the technology that
What is this?
they were using
It looks like bird. I don't know. To me, it looks
to
like
kill
bird.
the
It looks like bird, but I don't know.
bugs were the technology that the bugs themselves had invented. And the world, and I would describe the story as one of a tragedy, especially using very advanced spaceships and whatnot. That is reality. All of that exists.
They're definitely around us somehow. Wherever they are, we have no explanation. What the fuck is this? Is this alien? Damn. These are weird photos and video footage. Whatever these. I don't know what is this. Really. Could be humanoids. Could be us humans died. Frozen or something. But they definitely look very weird, guys. What do you think? They look like, to me they look like dinosaurs or reptilians, like, you know? I feel like they look like more humanoids, but there's something weird with their heads. They have 3 fingers on they have 3 fingers on I don't know how old this footage is. I really don't know is it fake or not. But to me it looks like all these aliens recordings, and they all look kind of same, like, you know. They're saying they have big eyes. They don't have ears. They're bald. What do you guys think? You know, a lot of people saying they are people from the future. Like if they maybe we built something in 2000, like 100 years from now, we made some kind of time machine or something. Maybe we are going through the time. Maybe we are sending these like ourselves to the past. If we can build something like to go to the past and shit like that, you know, then definitely we traveling through time in some way. You know?
had been in India for a number of years, and not visions, not activity in the visual cortex that these classical commentators had led us to expect. And I had been in India for a number of years and pretty well managed to convince myself that whatever spirituality had ever been there, it had evaporated thousands of years ago, and that what we were left with was a very grasping and mendacious priestly hierarchy that was about as cynical as religion gets. And I was raised Catholic, so I know what I'm talking about. And so then we decided, well, where the gnosis must be is in the Amazon, where we knew there was a pristine Aboriginal shamanism based on hallucinogens. And I stress our youth because I think people imagine that you can only make contributions if you're old and laden with degrees and that sort of thing. And basically our pure, reckless inventiveness carried us further into the heart of the mystery than I would ever have believed possible. And I should say a little bit about the method, because I think it's important. Rationalism in confrontation with the weird edges is what's always worked for me. In other words, if you're a true believer, if you have some pre-packaged philosophy, then you're going to miss a great deal because you're pre-programmed to ignore what doesn't fit into your model. And it doesn't matter what your model is. But if you are simply the open-minded skeptic / witness, and then if you push at the edges of the phenomenal world, you know, go to the highest mountains, the oldest cities, the deepest deserts, the most remote jungles, and just simply put yourself in these circumstances, the cosmic giggle can get at you. You know, it can't get at you if you're pursuing your job delivering messages for Matthew and Son or whatever it is you've got going. Familiar than I with the appearance of Stropharia cubensis pointed out a unfamiliar. It was very... What is unique to psilocybin is that overlaid over what I just described, you must take a measured... I would say, you know what this is? This is a map of history, of human values, off from cannabis for long.
This guy smokes weed or something. Let me just find something. Oh, what is this? Okay, we got some UFO photos. Maybe I can scratch something up. We are two only. I don't know what the fuck is this. I mean, this one can be something. Looks like has still 3 lights. I don't know. I can see nothing too much. Billy Murray's secret UFO photos.
This is not a professional tape. As you can see, these pictures are in a picture album, and I've just got my camcorder out, and Wendell and I are flipping through the pictures. So this is not a produced tape for you to look at. So it'll probably never be on the market, but at least you get a chance to see some of these pictures. This is Mars just from a different direction with the satellite. Terrible catastrophe about 186,000 years back. At the time, there was about 40 million people killed on Mars, and they're all gone now, of course. Here's a vantage point. Not a lot of people have the moon. At that point, dropping some food or something. Is that Charles? Charles dropped his food.
Yeah, Bill Maher, he said he traveled with aliens through the time and he took picture of there's more here to it. Like Billy Meyer was debunked that he was faking everything, but I feel like he was compromised to say things that he shouldn't say, you know. So that he probably said it in the end a lot of shit bullshits because he was tired of people coming to him and all kind of shit. But this guy, you know,
or an actor or
the thing is he was one-handed artist. He doesn't have one hand. And he took pictures with for like all these pictures of UFOs and shit like that. It's kind of weird.
Is a world just like this, and they go visit them all the time. And on the other side, there's only the spirit, right? There's no personality. No, there is. Yeah. So you see, and there is so many people around this world who says that they have contact with the other side, or with aliens, or with demons, or devils, or what you ever like. That's all not true. The most of them, it's illness. They have an overturned mind. They are sick. They are what? I think sick.
His first flight around our solar system. Here's a picture of Mars. It's in orbit. Idonoplasm on craft that was right here to Billy shot.
These are just pictures that he said, oh, when I went to the spaceship, I went by the moon, by the Jupiter, I've traveled through time, I took picture of dinosaurs, everything, you know. So I don't know, I believe that he could take these pictures, you know, from the books and shit like that, and a little bit kinda, you know, but there are some pictures they were analyzing, and now scientists were analyzing, and they couldn't figure out. They were saying maybe it's from the other books, from old books, but how the fuck he had these some pictures he had that scientists couldn't explain how he got those pictures.
Inside the mothership, talking to people and going up and down the halls and so forth. He lost all of the pictures. They were all stolen from him. We've only got 2 or 3 of them left, and they're really practically nothing. This is a prehistoric Earth. They're back in time. That's Earth in the background. That's a moon in front of Earth, and he's looking over the surface of another moon. At that point, they told him there were 2 moons in orbit around planet Earth. We think we're about 60 million years back. Here's another picture over the surface. Neither one of those moons is currently the moon that's in orbit now. The moon that's in our orbit now, they say, has only been there around 5 million years. Look at this one. This is another piece of equipment in orbit around Mars, and it's huge. It's like a space station, and it's in orbit around the planet. It's also from Earth. We haven't heard anything about that, have we? Here's the dinosaur pictures. Billy's back inside the ship, and there's a viewing screen in the craft, and he says he's taking these pictures. Here's our first dino. He's got kind of gold-brown skin, got large hind legs, short forelegs, and a head that looks kind of amphibian, like a vegetarian.
There really guys believe that he went through the time and took picture from UFOs of dinosaurs and shit like that. I mean, you know,
type.
To me, to believe that, it's really hard. Unless there is another planet with dinosaurs right now, and they traveled there. As I said, if he traveled through time and everything, how the fuck he come back and Earth was saved? Where he come back? Like time didn't change at all. That doesn't make any sense. If he was traveling like speed of light or anything, and the time would change, you know, on planet.
Here's the second one. There's a bird.
Yeah, this is the one very interesting. They debunk it. This one kind of debunk it. It's not. He said they're saying that he took picture of the. There was one book about dinosaurs. There is one like picture almost same like this, and he kind of took that and somehow put it in. I don't know, but Who knows?
Here apparently dropping some food or something. Is that Charles? Charles dropped his food. This one's pretty hard to see. Here's the head of some sort of creature crashing through some bushes here. It's hard to tell. I know it's probably hard to see these anyway from back there, but just the idea that someone could actually go back in time just really gets my brain going. There's a bird. There's his eyes, some pretty nasty looking teeth.
Damn.
And the last picture after this one is the strangest of all. It's a plant that has an insect head. Billy calls it a plantum. They were trying to explain to him how the evolution of different life forms goes. How, for instance, here's a plant life when the plants are the food kingdom of the world. When the plants evolve to a certain level of evolution, then these lower order forms, here's a small head, and this head is part of that plant. There's these two little eyes. It's an insect, the beginning of insect life on the planet when the food kingdom has evolved high enough. There are 7 different stages, they say, of spiritual energies or creational energies on a planet that create the many different kinds of life forms. There's a transition from one kind to the next. Ours is the 7th or the last one. We have to wait until the animal kingdom has raised the evolution of the body material high enough so our cycles can start.
Interesting. What is this?
Some kind of AI stated that the just saying that this is kind of that there's nothing anything extraordinary here. They're just simple rocks. I'm glad we got to figure this one out. That's what third phase of moon is trying to get to the truth with everybody helping out from around the world. Now, let's get to this. It's interesting. The Mayan spaceman has some friends over there in Mexico that are looking for ancient alien relics. Well, we're looking at this, and guys, I want you to listen up. We shared this again 4 hours ago. We listened to your comments, and a lot of people say that this could be some kind of major staged hoax. But as we look at it, maybe possibly this video is legit, that there are treasure hunters that are finding places that man hasn't been for hundreds to maybe thousands of years, recovering relics that resemble some kind of civilization that we're not aware of. Listen up.
I mean, there are definitely other civilizations. You know how many civilizations were on this planet? They all died, from cavemen to the... So I believe all these ancient places like caves and everything, they all had life in it, like someone was living there before or something. So when we find them now, because Earth changed so much in last 10 years, 10,000 years or whatever, so I believe those ancient people, or whatever you want to call them, prehistoric humans, I believe they had some kind of technology. They found something. Like Egyptians, I believe, used some kind of electricity for their pyramids and stuff like that. But I don't know about this. I'm gonna... I don't know what is this, but looks like some kind of toy to me. I don't know, it looks like toy to me, but I don't know. What do you guys think?
No te pases de lanza, güey. No, nomás es un mono. Hay como una esfera.
But this is very weird. If they found, even if it's doll, even if it's made up like thing, what the fuck is this?
No mames, güey. Oh, no mames.
This looks like it was found in South America somewhere, in some Spanish country.
No, no mames.
Like Mexican country, maybe.
Lo voy a sacar y allá arriba lo revisamos. Oh, no mames. Está grande, güey. No mames. No mames.
What do you guys think? What is this? They're statues.
So are these guys pulling some kind of elaborate hoax? You know, stashing some kind of relic, trying to sell it on the black market, trying to, you know, convince somebody that this is something in nature of extraterrestrial existence and it's ancient in origin? Or are these guys, you know, making their own clay figures? Or is this something legitimate? It's hard to tell until you get there on the ground. And
This legitimate? I'm still, again, I'm not so convinced till we have proof. I would like to have one of these artifacts in my hand where we could like test it and give a carbon date, maybe see what kind of, we heard some of these pieces have 4-piece molds. There's quite a bit of artifacts. All we need is one, and then we could test this stuff in a lab.
To this location in Mexico, these artifacts. We appreciate everybody joining us tonight. Be safe. We'll be here real soon.
I mean, this could be, you know, set up. Someone could put those. Looks like fucking doll, but you know, you never know. Okay, let's see a little bit videos. What is this? 2014 UFO over Hampshire. I don't see anything. Do you guys see anything? Okay, there's something light, leaves the lights, blinking lights. But I don't see from the tree. He doesn't, and this guy is fucking moving his head like camera, like. And the graphics are 144p resolution. Is fucking horrible. I think this is man-made. When I see all these blinking lights and everything, I feel like it's man-made. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe those are not lights. Maybe those are some kind of energy. It looked like lights, but maybe they are some kind of energy things. Energy, well. Phoenix, Arizona. Where is this? Okay, this guy zoomed. What is that? Did he zoom in? What is this? "2004. What is this, guys? I can't make it out. What I'm seeing here. What I'm seeing here, guys. The graphics are 144p. He recorded this with Nokia. Fucking Nebraska. Let's see this one. This one is weird. It's just a little bit. You can see like small disc. Maybe I should slow it down. I mean, it's like a definitely flying disc. But why is he moving? Fucking. As I said, everyone who records these UFO or shaking with his hands or the graphics are horrible. Albany, New York. Oh, what is this? Ah, it looks like bug. Looks like bug. What is this? Britain, London. No, this was. What is this? Wait. Oh, he moved. moved next to the slow it down. He was fast. He moved so quickly. Wow, it's 4 of them. I saw 1. But here you can see 4 of them flying so fast. Oh, we can see them, guys. You see them here? 3 of them, 3 here. They are so fucking fast. I think they are so fast, we can't even see them. They're so fast. Look at this. They're so fast. But this one, look at that. I'm gonna slow down this shit, guys. Like, so you can see it all. Look at this, guys. How fast they are. I slow it down to maximum right now. So you're gonna see. Look at them. Look at them. Oh my god. They flew over there like nothing. Guys. These are not man-made vehicles. At least not these ones. I'll tell you if it's man-made when I see one. But okay, these are high resolution pictures. Now we can see them more clearly. Wow, I can see them much clearer now. I like these high resolution pictures, because I hate when they post something blurry. I can't see shit. I can at least see here what's going on a little bit. Ooh, look, we have 3 UFOs in same time. Guys, we have that saucer shaped one. I can't zoom in anymore. But anyway, we got saucer shaped one, and these are alien made. I don't think these are human made. I don't know. What do you guys think? Wait, how am I gonna... Okay, let's go next one. What is this one, guys? Let's zoom in. Wow, it's on a field. It's definitely there, standing. Wow. Amazing picture. What about this? They all kind of by the trees or some shit. Maybe he attached, maybe if he faked, he attached them to the trees. This is the alien he saw. This one is interesting. This one was made in 1976. This picture is on March. Look at this, guys. Do you believe, guys, in this? Do you guys believe in aliens? There are aliens inside these things and they're watching us. You picture him when he was here and then he lifted probably up. You can clearly see them. Ooh, this one is a good one, guys. Now we can see it much clearer. Alright, here we go, guys. Clear UFO, guys. This is the clear UFO. It has something over here, like antenna, whatever it is. Definitely some kind of wires around it or something. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about this alien ship? It looks like he was taking picture in some mountains. I can see mountains in the background. But a very, very good picture. You can see a lot of stuff. Wow, I can see it much better now. Damn, what the hell is this, guys? We can see it much closer under it. No, what the fuck did I do? Give me back this. Oh, nice. Wow. Now I can see what is under it, guys. Something. This is definitely magnetic. This is definitely some kind of magnet. This black thing here. But I don't know what are these things. I can't zoom in anymore, but I don't know what are these things, like on the side. Oh yeah, you can see it, guys. You see it, guys? You can see a magnetic thing under it. Wow. I don't know what he wanted to explain here. Yep, on this picture there is Jesus, but there are some kind of spaceships down there flying, and this is very old. Wow. 1965. We just saw this one. Okay, this is when he said that this alien thing, whatever it is, see? This guy was alien. He said he gave him this gun, laser gun or some shit. Again one picture, but again I see alien by the tree. There are 3 of them here under. Okay, this is one from X-Files. I want to believe. I don't know, is this real or fake? I really don't know. Could be fake, this one, maybe. Okay, it says here something. Let's see. As I mentioned in chapter 5, the Pleiadians also have an entirely different method if they do not master language. They use translator language converter that enables them to communicate perfectly. This device can transform any language into another. Besides this, telepathy is used when it is necessary to communicate with someone over great distances. Range of distance itself is never a problem or hindrance. In spiritual telepathy is used, of which numerous variations are in use among the different people in the universe. Damn. This one is crazy. This was drawn, I think. I don't know. Huh. Under the pyramids, look. They have spaceships and who knows what underground. Maybe we found technology from Egypt and we kinda, you know, maybe Egyptians were some kind of aliens. Who knows? I mean, the people who lived in Egypt back in the days, they definitely were intelligent. This one with antenna. There are 3 versions. All these 3 versions, they look different. These are like more like flying saucer shape. This one is more like, I don't know, like plate. And this one is more like Saturn or Jupiter. Okay, these types of ships like this. Human spiritual evolution, life without creation. Okay, it goes primitive thoughts, rational thought, earth humans, intelligent use of knowledge, space travelers, utilization of spirit power, life in creational wisdom, transition to pure spirit form, and life without creation. Oh, this one is nice. Damn, what the fuck is this? Let's see this one, guys. This was in 1964. A disc-shaped UFO was seen flying around Ashoka, Ashmar, in India. Holy shit. Many people witnessed this event as Meyer took this photo, the leader of the ashram. Huh. Weird. What is this? This is inside when the... You see, they have some kind of antennas on spaceships. Interesting, guys. Okay, we got something here. What is this?
What makes this photo all the more interesting is that it was taken before the era of planes. So, if nothing man-made was in the skies in 1870, what could this be? Also, as the picture was taken with a stereophotography camera, specialists believe it to be near impossible to fake or manipulate. The identity of the photographer is a mystery. All that is known is that this photo was taken at Cave Junction, Oregon, in late 1920s. It is a classic image, a large disc-shaped object hovering above a landscape. What is it? Where was it going? Nobody knows. All that can be said is that at the time this was produced, it would have been extremely difficult to fake such an image. At 2:25 a.m. on the 25th of February 1942, alarm sirens blared out across Los Angeles. However, this was not because of a Japanese attack, as many people suspected at the time. The strange objects which lit up the sky above the city were not of any mirage of shadow. The night claimed abductee. South African Elizabeth Clark was a self-proclaimed abductee who is said to have received telepathic messages from Space Brothers since she was a child. This photograph is of a supposed alien spacecraft which landed on the foothills of the Drakensberg Mountains in July 1955. From the spaceship emerged Akon, Clara's contact and alien being, described as tall with white hair. Clara was well known and respected. Having worked for Air Force intelligence, her photos and claims were supported by leading UFOologists. Elizabeth Clark never renounced her claims, dying in 1994 at the age of 83. Captured by a Costa Rican government plane on an official mapping mission, this extraordinary image seemingly depicts a large UFO either entering or emerging from Lago de Cote. Due to its links to the government, this photo has been analyzed extensively by various professional organizations and individuals. By using features of the landscape as a reference point, the object appears to be more than 200 meters in diameter. The overriding consensus has been of genuineness,
200 meters!
And that image was neither artificially created nor the result of a camera anomaly.
Yo guys, 200 meters. The spaceship is 200 meters big. Guys, do you understand how long is 200 meters? Like 2 football fields. Damn, that's crazy.
However, nobody has been able to explain what it was, or what it might have been doing there. It was a summer's evening when Dr. Robinson, a professor of geology, was standing in his back garden beside his colleagues Dr. Oberg and Professor Ducker. Suddenly, all three of them witnessed a number of lights race noiselessly across the sky. Their combined testimonies estimated that there have been around 30 luminous, bead-shaped objects flying in a crescent formation. Within just a few minutes, a similar display filled the sky. Between August and November of 1951, Professor Ducker observed 12 more of these mysterious flights. On the 30th of August, Carl Hart Jr. managed to photograph the lights. The Air Force confirmed that no planes had been flying in the area at the time of the sightings.
Damn.
On the 24th of April 1993, Don Raul Dominguez managed to capture a UFO on camera. using up an entire roll of film and 6 more from a second roll. The object which he photographed was a copper-colored disc, which appeared to rise from a hillside. It was also reported to have glowed while spinning counterclockwise. What makes this image extraordinary is that Dominguez was always ready to discuss his encounter, quick to offer the original negatives up to investigators, and never demanding or receiving financial compensation for his...
Do you guys think this is man-made? It looks like it has lights, but what is this in the middle down there? It's heating. It's some kind of heater. Maybe that's where that fucking propulsion system is. And it's so hot that he creates a light source in some way. Maybe these are not lights that we think are like regular lights. Maybe this is coming from the heating system down there, and they kind of, when they're circling around, these particular parts here, they become heated up too, and they become kind of lights in some way. Maybe, I don't know, I'm just thinking like, because I have no explanation how this flies, you know, without any
discovery.
motor.
The 2 passengers of a small plane flying over
what is
Big
this?
Bear Mountain on the 27th of May 2004 were astonished when they saw what appeared to be something from another world. The tradition of flying saucer-shaped UFO was caught on camera by one of the passengers. However, when the pilot flew the plane closer to the object, all on board were shocked to witness it disappear before their eyes. After the flight, the 3 men had hoped to find someone else to corroborate what they had seen, but no one ever came forward with any information. With over 30 years experience as a commercial airline pilot, Randy Edding knows the skies like
They
the
just
back of
show
his
and
hand.
they just leave.
However, on the night he took this
They just
photograph,
escape.
he saw something which he could not explain. A number of orange and red lights, which shimmered like distortion from engine heat, moved noiselessly more than once, silently across UFOs. There were no less than 30 groups of eyewitnesses of these strange triangular UFOs.
Yo, what is this, guys? What the fuck is this? Yo, this is so huge. What do you guys think? What is this? Is this man-made? I think this was seen in Belgium, I think. I don't know. I'm not really sure. He's gonna say it right now, but I believe it was Belgian. They said it was actually hovering over a military base, and they said it looked like triangle, but guys, this is something like, what is this in the middle? Like that, this is probably that anti-gravity shit that everybody's talking about. But still, it has like lights on the side, or they are helping him to move too, you know? Because this is some kind of energy ship to me.
Which flew across Belgium over the course of a year. Almost all reports are identical. Large, low-flying crafts which moved silently across the sky. Fighter jets chased these unknown crafts more than once, even locking onto them with their radar. However, the crafts still emerged to evade them. To this day, in spite of the many people involved in the sightings, no one has offered a definitive explanation. Many UFOologists regard the events of Belgium in 1989 to 1990 as irrefutable proof of the existence of extraterrestrial spacecraft.
I mean, what do you guys think? Green Bay, Wisconsin, USA. Wow, this spaceship looks scary as fuck, guys. Yo, this spaceship looks scary as fuck. I would be scared if this flew over my head. This is very scary.
Receiving you. Give us your message, please.
Zagreb, Croatia. Damn, this looks like drone maybe. I don't know, it looks weird. California. Damn. Brazil. Wow. You can clearly see that it's shaped disc. Baghdad, Iraq. There. Costa Rica. You see these spaceships, they are everywhere around the world. Guys, they are everywhere. They are everywhere. They are everywhere in every single country in the world. They're everywhere. Now, can we say that these are manifestation or imaginary things? No. Maybe demons? No, I don't think so. I feel like, you know, I feel like demons are more supernatural, and you know, it has nothing to do, you know, with this was made by somebody, you know, whoever made them, maybe aliens, maybe God, and he's just sending them here to spy on us. Maybe we live in a Truman Show and the whole universe is with Truman Show, you know? So if we wanted to get out from this Truman Show, we will need to get out from the universe. But a lot of these photos are from California. Look, this is Arizona, Salt River Canyon. Switzerland. Jersey City, New Jersey. What the fuck is this, guys? Wow, what the fuck is this, guys? This is definitely blurred by the government because they don't want us to see clear image of this ship. You know what I mean? They blur it out. But if you guys see it, it's definitely something flying, and it's very weird. Very weird vehicle. Doesn't look like a spaceship, it looks like more Argentina. Indonesia. Well, I can't see shit, everything is so pixel. Brazil, yeah, this one is very interesting. Yeah, this one is scary too. Italy. Kazakhstan, yeah. What? Wait a minute, guys. This is in Australia. Look at this spaceship. Can I zoom in this? No, I can't. Fuck. Yo, guys. Look at this spaceship, guys. I can't zoom in. But it's gonna zoom in right now for me. But what is this down? There's something down too. Bro, what is this? This is weird. Wow. This is weird spaceship. It has something under it, like whatever it is. I never seen this type. Mostly they are closed here. They don't have nothing. But this one looks like it has those pads, maybe for landing.
Maybe you can explain why the bearing puts the transmitter which sent those calls slap in the middle of the Mare Australis.
Venezuela. You know, they are everywhere. They're definitely watching us. If they are aliens, they're definitely watching us. Romania. They're definitely watching us, but it looks like they're watching us for who knows when. Denver, Colorado. Look, he was basically in front of everyone. Hungary. You see, maybe people can't see them with their eyes, but camera somehow catch them up. You know what I mean, guys? Like maybe they are built in a way that our eyes can't see them. I mean, I don't know how to explain to you guys, but I feel like maybe they are built in a way that our eyes can't see them. But if we take picture or video, maybe it has some kind of effect and we can see them. Maybe they don't realize that. Yeah, this one from Wisconsin. This UFO is weird as hell. I'm gonna check it out. If there, it looks like there's video of it. Look at this spaceship, guys. Look at this one, Florida, next to the chopper. These are like alien types. These are alien types. These are alien types. These are not human made. I don't think these are human. Hamburg, Germany. I don't know. Germans might test these because it has antenna here. German might test. This is weird one. Hawaii, USA. Damn, it's there. You see? They're showing us. They always show it up when we take pictures, but if we look at it, we will not see them. Maybe because they are fast, and when we snap the pictures, they're kind of passing through it, you know. So we catch them somehow. But if we catch them somehow like that, there are so many of them. Oh wow, Poland. This one is interesting. Looks like this guy was looking at it. So it's there. Whatever it is. Oh my god, look at this, guys. Look at this UFO, guys. What do you guys think? He has around it. This is the thing that I'm telling you guys. Just like magnets. There is one part of magnet on this side and one part of magnet on this side. And this middle thing is connecting them. But you can't connect minus and minus with magnets. So I believe they created some kind of machine like that controls that energy, but then they built some kind of engine to control that magnetic field, so when it goes levitates, it's always in the air in some way. But this is very nice picture of UFO, unless this is some kind of balloon maybe, but if it's real, I don't know how this fucking flies like this. Like, I don't know, what do you guys think? As I understand, this around it is just to control the energy. Because I don't think why would they create something like this for no reason. It must have something. What is this? Mexico. I don't know what is this. Looks weird. Looks like just lights. Looks like just lights. Australia, Melbourne. It looks like he was flying so fast. When he took picture, it was blurry already. Japan. This one is interesting. These are aliens types. You know, these are alien made because there's nothing down, nothing like, you know. When you see underground, down, like under ship, some things, antennas or whatever, I believe those are man-made spaceships. They are kind of reverse engineering, but these types like these, I believe these are alien ships because there's nothing under it. There's lots, it's just like fucking plate. Oh, this one in Italy is weird. I don't know what is this. Wow, what the fuck is this, guys? Michigan, USA. I don't know what to say about this. What? What is this? British Columbia, Canada. What is this, guys? What the fuck is this? I need to stop this just to see it. It looks like he has some kind of signs on the side. But to me, it looks more like hollow. Like you can see through him. In some way camouflaging himself. You know, these things are, you know, mentioned in Bible and things. They look at like wheel. Look at like wheel. It looks like it has most circles around. Look, this one here. I see one more here. And everything is circles. It looks like all this energy is going through it. Through this whole thing. But I don't know how they're controlling these things. This is weird. It looks like it's a living thing, but it's in a way of circle, flying, whatever. Where is this? United Kingdom. I mean, I can't see shit, but looks like it's very heated up UFO. This one too, very heated up. Like it's using so much energy that it's using this fucking all heat around. Ooh, this one is in France. I must see this. This one looks like the one in Canada. These are all alien ships, I believe, because they don't have any antennas or anything like that. Wow, this is weird. There are 3 of them. You see this one, Poland. These are like alien. They're just like flat spaceships. Again, one that it looks like the one was we seen this one in Canada too. Like same thing on the side. They look like Medusa or something. Wow, Spain. What are these things, guys? Are they gonna ever tell? Oh, what the fuck is this? Look, he's dropping something. Look, guys, he's dropping something from the spaceship. This is in Izmir, Turkey. You know, Turkey had a lot of encounters with UFOs. A lot of them. And there are a lot of, like, legit footages, Turkey. Most of the, like, their pictures and everything that they recorded, I feel like it's legit. But this is a very weird picture because it looks like he's dropping something from the big. I don't know. Very weird. Vancouver Island, Canada. Damn, this is somewhere in the mountains. Ooh, you know, I wish they didn't blur this. I wish the government didn't filter these pictures in some way. AI should make 4K imagery of this. I swear, AI should make 4K. Because they purposely they're blurring all this shit so we can't see. But it's definitely some kind of subtype of flying ship. But I feel like these are reflections from the sun here in the middle. But it looks like it's metal made, like California mountain area. This one is heated up. It uses a lot of energy. Oh, Los Angeles, California. What the fuck is this? I believe these are man-made because they have these down there, like German. He made them in World War II. Now, as I said, the document said the Germans built these, but they destroyed all blueprints. So if I created something, imagine America created a nuclear bomb and then burned all blueprints. Imagine they created nuclear bomb and Oppenheimer is just like burns all blueprints and everything and be like, hey, you know what? We created these nuclear weapons, but no more, you know? No more of these nuclear weapons. We can't create them anymore because I destroyed blueprints. Maybe Germans back in the days in World War II, as I said, they build these and they destroy blueprints and they, you know, they're flying them still because they are vehicles ahead of the fucking time. This triangle one shaped is I believe man-made. I believe this is American ship. This one is alien, you know, they don't have that ship. This one, it looks like alien. Oh, what is this island? What the fuck is this, guys? No, let me go back. Where he recorded this shit. Where he... Look at this. Look at this. This is why nobody goes to Antarctica or Ireland or... these places like Alaska or you know, even deep in Canada, North Canada, nobody lives there. It's like snow like this, and these spaceships, you know, they could clearly be there, and we can do shit about it. But it looks like they're checking on us, even in other parts of the planet. But as I said, again, government. All these pictures, whatever, they are filtered through the pixels and everything, so we can't see what is it. But I can assume that this is some kind of craft, and it has upper part where the people are sitting and controlling this thing. Because here I can see much better from this resolution. It looks like, I don't know, man, this is weird, guys. I don't know. What do you guys think? This is weird. If imagine you are. It looks like he took picture from the car, from that vehicle that clears the snow. So he was probably clearing the snow, and that spaceship probably came from this side and landed here, or he came directly from the sky and put it down. Because there is here small hill. There's no way he could fly through here. He would hit the hill. So he might be coming from the sky, or he might be coming from this side. From this side here. So he's gonna move over here and go to the sky probably. But yeah, this is very weird UFO. I never seen this one. This one looks like very weird because down there is flat, but upper part is very weird, and there's something on the side like black here and black here. I never seen this one before. I never seen this one. Very weird. Poland again. Again, this one is probably man-made. Maybe, I don't know, because of this antenna. But I don't know. I'm not really sure 100%. This one has really weird energy. Like he has some kind of shield around it. Purple shield. You know, I was reading a little bit about these, like, color changing, and at the beginning of the stream, they said that it has these molecules, like purple molecule. So when they land on the ground, they leave those traces of purple molecules. Like, I don't know how they call them, but it's some kind of mixture of paint and molecules, but they are purplish. Maybe this is some kind of, they use some kind of shield or some kind of anti-radar thing. Maybe they use some kind of anti-radar, so that's why we can't see them, because they're using this to shield the vehicle, actually, the metal and everything that is controlling this thing. So radar can't catch them, maybe, or something, like, you know, because of this shield. Big Bear Mountain, United States, California. This is I think Mexico. I don't think this is man-made. This is very weird. Canada. You see, they're always around these bases and shit like that. This one is heated up, or maybe it's a reflection from the sun, but they are silver color. Wow, what the fuck is this? United Kingdom. Guys, what the fuck is this? You see, they don't want to show us. It looks like I saw this one that they showed in one from New Jersey, right? Did they show it? This is exactly same ship, guys. Oh, what is this? Norwich, United Kingdom. What is this spaceship, man? This one is big as fuck. Let me go back. I mean, it's not that big, but it is actually. If he was picturing from the ground, this spaceship definitely has like 2 cars big. Maybe 2 cars big. Yeah, very weird spaceship. Very weird. You see, again, Canada. You see, this one I saw in 3 pictures. Same. Look, I'm gonna go back. Look, guys. It was taken picture in United Kingdom. Let me see. And United Kingdom, Canada, and New Jersey. It was taken. Same thing, like vehicle. Look, it's like some kind of flying vehicle, whatever it is. But it was taking picture of this vehicle. It was taken like in more spots. Look at this. Definitely has something here. I don't know, is this some kind of antenna? But here, all of this shit looks like it's cockpit here. And it has some kind of propulsion systems that are open on the side. I don't know. It looks weird as fuck. Oceanside. You see, they're coming out from the water too. Fuck. They're everywhere, man. What the fuck is this? Pacific Northwest US. You see, these are alien types. The one that you see flat. If you see antennas down there or something like with those circles, those are man-made. But these ones are weird. These ones are not explainable. I don't think these are man-made. We took these. See, these are not man-made. See how they look like? These were not man-made. Damn, United Kingdom. Ooh, they have another one next to the plane. He's passing next to the plane. What is that? Fucking orb. Looks like some kind of orb. Damn, United Kingdom again. Again, fly saucer. National Park, Utah. Wow. Oh, what is this, guys? Eastern United States. Oof, what is this, guys? This is weird. This is weird and scary. Oh, what is this? Is this man-made, guys? I think this is man-made, huh? This is alien. You see how flat is? We reverse engineer it, but it's nowhere close to this. This one could be man-made, maybe, because I see this antenna here. When I see antenna, I believe it's man-made. You see, Billy Myers showed us these 3 alien ships that we've seen in the last 100 years. They are all 3 of them are in the same spot. This one is more circular. This one is more like flat. This one is more like, you know, they look almost same, but there's something different. You see, this one how it looks like, this one, they all kind of look different, but they are in the same way, like sorcery. Like this one in Mexico. Look one. This one is flat too. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Mexico. This one is heated up. He's using a lot of energy. Okay, this is our man-made, I believe. This is in the United States. You know why it's man-made? You see these like antenna, and they are like under it, those circles, like 3 of them. You see, these are Germans made. Germans antenna, and on the side these circles they have for propulsion systems. These are Nazis made, but they burned the blueprints. Nobody can use them. Maybe they're still using them, but secretly, you know. Maybe they signed it after, you know, when United States and whole world, like Russia, beat shit out of them. Maybe they still were hiding these shits, but they destroyed all blueprints. But they left these spaceships so they can fly still. You know. But they were thinking even if they captured this thing, they would not be able to recreate everything, because inside there is so confusing. Engines and propulsion system is so confusing that people will think it's alien. But these ones are man-made. I believe these are with those like wheels under it, like circle wheels and antenna. When I see antenna in the middle, that's man-made. These are aliens. These are ones. These are aliens. It says unknown, but these are aliens. You see how this is like just flat. There's nothing there. These are aliens. You see, guys, these are aliens. There's no way we made this. There's no way. We can make shape and everything like this same, but to fly this, there's no way. There's no way we can fly this. This looks like alien too. I don't know what is this. Vancouver, Canada. This is weird. It's all picture, but this is weird. Whatever it is, could be comet or I don't know. Yeah, this is the one that they said they traveled 3,000 miles per hour. Is that even possible, guys? They said in Washington, D.C., the flying saucers came to the White House, and they were standing there for a couple minutes, and then they just disappeared. And through radar calculations, they said they were traveling over 3,000 miles. Guys, over 3,000 miles per hour on radar. They checked them out. And they were over the fucking Washington, D.C., guys. And military couldn't do shit. I think military was just shocked that they came there like that. With that tremendous speed. With how many of them, man? Like, what the fuck is going on? That one was really good. I like it, these files. Okay. What is this? This is something classic.
Groups against John F. Kennedy for his support of civil rights. Kennedy sending a military presence to the South as white supremacy groups turned violent. The FBI's investigation into Davis, learning they were armed under the alias Louisiana Rifle Association, watching white supremacy groups rise against freedom seekers like James Meredith, who simply wanted to attend a public university and have equal opportunity. Hearing Branham repeating what the white supremacy groups were saying about these men turned my stomach. Seeing statements like Branham's about not only was he aware of Davis's location, he expected him to attend meetings. Multiple meetings in multiple states, and the places that Branham wandered were places that Davis knew intimately. Near the Davis Mountains, Fort Worth, one of shocked the first time I learned that Branham's exact location, and they were only given the mysterious cloud that floated across northern Arizona on February 28, 1963, was important to the message. Many message believers, myself included, were shown articles in Life and Science magazines. The preliminary report by James E. McDonald was passed around as if it were written especially for us. His report was the second half of a two-part confirmation that Branham was in Arizona at the time that he claimed to be. And because his report described the cloud over Flagstaff, the prophet aligned his story to that location. But while the prophet claimed to be on locale for a supernatural event, McDonald was observing the cloud from a scientific perspective. This would have been extremely risky for the prophet, if not for the summary of his preliminary investigation. At the time of the preliminary report, McDonald had no idea what caused the cloud. That was all the prophet needed to distract his listeners from the question of his whereabouts. Was it angels? Did they visit the prophet? His listeners were so intently focused upon whether or not the cloud was made by angels that none questioned the timing of hunting season, the distance from his alleged hunting location, or even whether or not William Branham was in the state of Arizona at the time. The focus wasn't the location, it was the mystery. The focus was placed upon the cloud and the scientist, not the location.
Interesting.
They never noticed that he originally claimed to be near the southern border of Arizona, over 300 miles from the path of the cloud, or that he claimed his hunting trip and cloud experience came after his trip to Houston. They never thought about the fact that if his Houston meeting was March 4th and the cloud event happened February 28th, he could not have went hunting after the Houston trip and stood beneath the cloud. It was painful for me to see information completely reversing something I'd believed since a child. Details buried in the report simply didn't align with the prophet's claim. We were never told that there was a second cloud, or that witnesses captured photos of the cloud's path across the state.
I don't know, this could be military testing some missile or something. Or maybe they secretly fired something, you know. You never know. But it looks strange
Instead of
and
angels
weird.
piercing through the sky, heading to outer space as the prophet had claimed. We were never told that McDonald continued his research after the preliminary report, and that he had multiple hypotheses explaining the cause of the formation. Like any scientist, McDonald created a list of items to investigate, and then followed up on each item in the list. If he continued his research, and message leaders in Arizona were so interested in using it to confirm the supernatural, what was his conclusion, and why was it not discussed in the message? If the prophet really went from Arizona to Texas, to Arizona, and then to Indiana, because of a little boy saved from the electric chair, who with unanswered questions in the details than in the cloud itself. About the prophet's private life, I could easily see why he would want us to focus on a cloud rather than the timeline of his whereabouts. But I was far more interested in the timeline. When the photograph of William Branham under the Houston Coliseum lights was captured, William Branham and Voice of Healing did not have rights to use the photo.
Okay, let's see.
Message leaders in Arizona would have been very familiar with these tests. As many as 750 missiles were being approved in other West Coast facilities, but the number being installed in by January of 1963, the Titan II was nearly operational. To say that all of the testing had Southern California
There's a bunch of shit here. A lot of bunch of shit. A lot of bunch of shit. Well, we can see something more. So I don't know, what do you guys think about all of this? It's just a plane. Maybe he saw something, but I didn't see it. There are some videos, but they're not that good.
Días, Ángel Brenes sale hacia su trabajo en la subestación eléctrica de Tres Ríos. Pero la madrugada del 24 de junio sería diferente. Esa noche, él pudo captar este video con su teléfono celular sobre las dos torres eléctricas más altas.
Yo lo que vi otra vez, de la luz grande, como una estrella, al gatito se apareció otra vez.
Aunque Ángel asegura que la luz se movía de manera que él no puede explicar, sí sintió que era un objeto volador no identificado, o sea, un ovni. A pesar de las pruebas que algunos dicen tener, todavía no hay ninguna agencia o grupo científico oficial que asegure que los extraterrestres visitan nuestro planeta.
That's weird, spaceship. That's very weird, spaceship. Very weird. But I believe he recorded that shit, whatever it is. Could be drone maybe, but let's see NASA or UFO declassified object. This is the Black Knight, right? Damn, it looks weird as fuck, whatever it is. How did they appear over our atmosphere? Like, how are they appearing? This could be rock or some kind of, some part of the, maybe we have another moon, small moon that circles around the Earth, like piece of rock. It's very hard to see it because it's small. But this here, wow. This here, what do you think, guys? What is this? What do you think? What the hell is this, guys? This is very weird. Look at these sharpening edges here. Like, what the hell is this? See, they blur it. They don't want to show us what is it. But definitely this is... I don't know. Looks weird. I don't think humans made this. I don't know. But he's definitely above our Earth. Why we are not shutting down this? Look at this, guys. What the fuck is this? Yo, why they don't shoot? Why they don't hit with missile this shit, bro? Why they watching this shit? This is weird as hell. I never seen anything like this. I think they call him Black Knight or something. And they say it's just a rock. Piece of rock circling around the Earth. But I don't believe it. I think it's spaceship or something. I really do believe that it's spaceship. There's no way this is rock. Because this part here is definitely something that is attached to it. I would understand this is rock here, but there is again here something like it's very weirdly made. Very weirdly made. I don't know what it is. Definitely not man-made. I believe this is not man-made. But we definitely following this thing, whatever it is on space. NASA is watching this every day. They don't show us on TV and shit like that. They have special satellites. But you see, they're blurring these things and we can't see what they are, but definitely it's something extraordinary that I have no explanation on. Look at this shit. This is scary, guys. They know exactly what is this. They just don't want to tell us. They see these things. They see these things very clearly, you know. This is the one in Wisconsin that was recorded, I think. I don't know. It looks real to me.
Flights come to Chicago's O'Hare Airport from all over the world. But do they come from other worlds?
You don't believe this was possibly your imagination?
It was definitely not my imagination.
Joe is a mechanic for United Airlines. While taxiing a jumbo jet to the hangar, he and another mechanic
looked out the window in the general direction and noticed an object up in the sky, dark gray object sitting above the terminal complex.
Joe, which is not his real name, is one of several airport workers, some of whom have talked to the Chicago Tribune, who say they saw a saucer-shaped UFO hovering just beneath the clouds at the airport. He's the first to go on camera to talk about it since this happened several weeks ago. He wants to remain anonymous.
But you're sure it was some kind of object that normally would not be above O'Hare Airport?
I've been at O'Hare for quite some time, and let's just say that I've never seen an object in my time there that looked like this. And I'll tell you, definitely, it was not an airplane as we know it.
But it could be an airplane as another world knows it.
Possibly.
We brought in one of Chicago's top sketch artists.
Followed the contours of the object.
To listen to Joe and draw a picture of what he says he saw.
More like an oval. Dark gray oval.
Because no photos have surfaced, and Joe doesn't know of any.
Now, it didn't say Goodyear on it, did it?
No Goodyear, no. That's a really good drawing.
Is that what it looks like?
Very much so, yeah.
Other witnesses told an organization called the National UFO Reporting Center that the object eventually shot straight up in the sky at a great rate of speed.
It looked like literally someone had poked a hole in the clouds. a round hole.
Joe thinks the disc is either a stealthy military...
What he said, he looked at the sky was surrounding hole. It looks like these spaceships going through these wormholes. They're opening portals or some shit. We don't see that. Maybe we don't see with our eyes those things, but they do it quickly. Maybe they have some kind of technology, opens portal and they just like black hole or something, like, you know. Maybe there's some kind of ability to open these portals and transport, like in the movies, like transport from one area to another. That would be like science fiction, but if you think about it, how are they fucking traveling like fast like that and all kind of shit? There must be something they I don't know how to explain.
Or a spacecraft from another planet. But
I find it very strange or very peculiar that somebody who possesses the technology to travel between star systems would sit over an airport in Chicago.
hard to argue that. A spokesperson for
Yeah,
United
that's true,
Airlines
kinda.
says, "We are aware of what the employees said they saw, but this is not something United would investigate. Talk to the FAA," says the airline. The TSA and the Chicago Department of Aviation also told us to talk to the FAA. So we did. And an FAA spokesperson told us we too don't have the power to investigate.
What do you mean? You
FAA
can find it
adds
on
that
radar.
Reuters did not pick up anything out of the ordinary, and the sighting might have been caused by a weather phenomenon.
And you don't believe it was a weather phenomenon?
Not at all. Not for a minute.
O'Hare has apparently been UFO-free since that November afternoon, although Joe now tends to pay special attention to that same patch of airport sky. Gary Tuckman, CNN, Chicago.
I don't know. I mean, he definitely saw something, but they told him, shut the fuck up, don't say anything. Oh, what is this? Alien footage. What the fuck? Okay, let's see. Deformed alien. These were the first alien pictures that they released in 70s or 80s. And everybody was catching up. Especially after that we got X-Files in early 90s. And all these like things that they were saying in 70s, 80s. They all picked it up and put it in those shows, movies, whatever. But do I believe this is real? I don't know. It looks like they beat shit out of him on this side. And they shot him here. It looks like he got killed. Or when he crashed, he burned, or in some way he killed himself when he crashed. But I feel like they shot him here. I feel like they killed this alien. Look at this on the side here. They fucking blow him. This part of his face and this like brain thing, whatever it is. It looks like someone punch him or smash him with something on the side. He probably shot him first and then they fucking smash him on the side to kill him. Cause they look strange. No ears, big heads, like bald big heads, big eyes. But this alien is burned or mess it up. It looks like he got shot here. I believe he got shot here. This is a weird one. No, this is rock. This is imagination. This is illusion. This one was the old one from the 50s, I think. I think this one is from 50s or something. Yeah, this one is original too, from 97. This one is weird video. You can find it on YouTube, whole video. The spaceship basically circles around and goes behind the building and then goes to the sky. But in very slow movement way. This is fake. This is in a museum. Well, this one I don't know what is. This one is not fake. This one is Bill Myers. Well, Well, this one is from 50s, right? They said. From the time of JFK, I think. They released this one. In like 60s, I think 70s. What do you guys think? Is this real? Looks like it's mechanical. Looks like his legs are robotic in some way. It looks like they created a robot and just put mask on it. I don't know, it's weird. This one, weird. Very weird, guys. This one is from Turkey too, right? 2009. But the fucking... I wish they have for resolution. They don't have a resolution here. But this is weird one too. Like this guy recorded a spaceship and there are two aliens sitting inside and they're moving. Actually, you can see them moving. It's weird as fuck, bro. Bro, they are moving inside a spaceship. They're watching us, bro. So this ship is definitely huge when they can fucking watch us and move inside. It's definitely a little bit big. Look, they're standing in one place. They don't even move. They're just standing there, levitating. They're basically levitating. But all these videos are filtered by governments, so we don't see occupants inside the spaceships. They on purposely blurred everything, you know, and made it with low resolution. They know exactly what is inside these ships. They know exactly these things are not humans. They definitely look like some kind of lizards, or you know. As I said, you know, we saying that dinosaurs never had technology, that they were just lizards, and you know, but who knows? Maybe these aliens that we calling them, maybe they are prehistoric, like from the time of dinosaurs. Maybe they found this technology, or they created this technology after the dinosaurs. Maybe they are intelligent, but more than us. So they build these ships. They probably live longer than us. They live probably 150, 200 years, maybe 300 years. So they live a lot. But yeah, this is the famous UFO footage from Turkey. This guy who was recording, he recorded pretty good shit. It says May 15 and this was May 13. So 2 days later they come back to the same place. He recorded him again May 13, and then it says here, I'm gonna speed up, May 15 again they come back, and now they're gonna be, look, May 15 too, they come back again. So all these lights, I feel like these are not lights. I feel like these are some kind of energy thing that is around the spaceships, you know. That thing is moving them in some way. That energy. And it's weird, they are by the water too, so they can go inside the water and nobody can find them. Because it's hard to find something underwater with radar and everything.
Çoğaldı bunlar da.
And they definitely went close to the water now. I forgot about this footage. I knew about the footage when he recorded the aliens inside that spaceship, but this one is very weird. You see this one. This is the one when he recorded the aliens inside very close. But this one is very muted video with horrible resolution. No. Yep, they are definitely there. So, you know, church and religious people, they saying these are demons in the spaceships. You know, I would understand these are demons, but our demons are not in physical form, as I understand. Demons are more like, you know, supernatural thing. They can show up like ghosts and shit like that. But demons to be like this in physical form and everything, unless they somehow shape shifting or some shit into spiritual world to the human world, you know. I don't understand. I don't understand. They are definitely here, but it's hard to say. It's hard to tell that. It's hard to tell that to the people. What is this haunted thing? Haunted tree, what? The fuck? This guy saying that he was walking in this Joshua Tree National Park and he's heard some humming sounds and all kind of shit. I never heard of that park. I know that park, ranch, what's called? Maybe they have something here. Skinwalker Ranch. Maybe they have something. Let's see. Like Skinwalker Ranch. Huh, they have something actually. They have something, but it's nothing like... Skinwalker Ranch. This is a movie. This is podcast, right?
Tinfoil hat. Oh, what the
I have told
Yeah, he told the story, yeah.
These are podcasts. Not much you can find.
Где ребята собирайтесь? Минут через 45 или ночи напролет. Давайте в звук.
Oh, this is the movie. I watched this movie. It's alright. What is this? I want to see this. This is maybe interesting.
You had already gone to D.C., you'd briefed the Senate Intelligence Committee, and now they have an asset, unannounced to you, working at your property that you're funding the experiments on. How long? That went on for what, 2-3 years?
3 years, yeah.
3 years, you didn't know. And then it gets disclosed.
Yeah.
How did that... And all in by the way,
it was mind-blowing.
I mean, there's nothing about Skinwalker Ranch. They have no. They said over 10,000 cows found with mysterious injuries. Let me see this. Cattle mutilations.
Like that word. People just.
This is like podcast. I don't want that. Let me just go to the images. Don't have nothing. Paranormal and Skinwalker Ranch. Aliens, yes. They had before that what's called documentary about Skinwalker Ranch, but they deleted it from YouTube. There was some general, he was talking about how they saw something when they were experimenting on Skinwalker Ranch, and they found a lot of shit there, you know. So they said they recorded something and they couldn't explain it. I remember that. Okay, this is book says Hunt for the Skinwalker. This well-documented success tale is the wake-up call to could literally save your life. Must read for anyone concerned about politics and what is it? So brilliant and so frightening. Part 1. Wolf, Legacy, The Basin, The Weirdness, The Curse, High Stranges, Chupas, The Window, Vanished, Mutes, and Orbs. There is everything here. This book is an account of a remarkable series of unexplained events that took place on a ranch in northern Utah and an unprecedented scientific study that followed. For 8 years, a team of highly trained scientists and others came face to face with terrifying reality that, on a superficial examination, appeared to break the laws of science. The family that lived there came to believe that the ranch was occupied by some kind of intelligence that appeared to control as if on whim human perception, human thoughts, and human physical reality. The ranch in question lies well off the beaten path in a remote rural corner of Utah, but it is only about 150 miles from metropolitan, sophisticated Salt Lake City. The location is in the midst devout Mormon community, and it is contagious with Native American reservation. Both communities have experienced. What? I can't read it. I must buy this book. I will read that book, you know. It looks very interesting. If you want to find out everything about Skinwalker, let me see what they have about Mothman too. Do they have anything about Mothman? Yes, they have a lot of shit. But they never found any pictures or anything. 1888 month map. Let me see that. Oh, it's only one page. But where is about month? Okay, okay. It's right here. It says half bird, half fish. What the fuck? It says Count Joseph Hervo, the German African explorer, gives the following account of the mysterious creature seen on the coast of the Langa district. We often saw an animal in the water which we first believed to be a serpent. From its movements and from the fact that only now and then it appeared on the surface for a few seconds. Once when we shot at it, we were surprised to see it rise out of the water and fly away. What the fuck? Afterward we succeeded in obtaining one of the curious creatures. It was about the size of a large tame duck with black plumage and metallic luster. On its wings we noticed a few very light yellow feathers. The neck was very long and thin and ended in a long pointed beak, at the edge of which were 2 rows of sharp teeth. At first sight no head was visible, and the neck appeared to end only in a break. The whole body of the bird is underwater while swimming. Only the long neck being seen. If it was frightened, it disappeared altogether under the water or flew rapidly away. That's crazy. Another peculiarity we noticed was that when the bird had left the water, it lay down on the bush with outstretched wings to get dry. The flesh of this creature has an unpleasant oily flavor. Damn, that's crazy. This was 1888, guys. 1888. It says here that these prehistoric rock drawings from Peru seems to show astronauts wearing space helmets. Cave paintings sometimes show discs in the sky. The Bible tells us that in prehistory the sons of God came down and married human women. Could these be ancient stories about visit by spacemen? This is on Spanish. I don't understand. No, I can't see these books. Okay.
and still disputed by many.
Aliens didn't want to use this. Maybe this is alien ships. Maybe they have some kind of like automatic defense system. Basically, when you come close, they use some kind of electricity and just whatever, they just burn you. So it could be like these machines, whatever they are, if they are built by the aliens. Maybe they created this kind of shield around this thing, and it uses like electricity or whatever, some kind of beams, ray beams, and they can destroy you like easily. But I feel like they don't have control over it, like in a way, oh, they're gonna press the button and they're gonna just use that. I feel like that activates automatically when you come close to it, just like electricity, you know, sparkling everywhere. So basically, when you come closer, it just reacts naturally to defend. Just like we have rain and there are thunders. You know, thunders are already like, you know, they happen like every like 30 seconds. We see thunder. I feel like these vehicles, they have these like defense systems. If you come close to them, they're gonna just burn you or use electricity or some shit. They're trying to how to say that, the cover up. This is kind of cover up for me. All these people that are on TV and these like shows back in the days, they kind of, I feel like they wanted to cover up stuff like this, you know, cause who's gonna say, hey, there was a spaceship and he picked me up, and there was some kind of small creatures inside that they test on me, they did experiments. Who would believe that? I don't believe anyone would believe that until you experience that. So of course all these neurobiologists, they are, you know, they are mostly experimenting about brain and stuff like that. I wish they knew how to cure dementia. Maybe they should experiment on that shit, because people are forgetting things when they get old and shit like that, you know. I think he should be more focused on things like, you know, these things, not about, oh, he imagined that, he was dreaming about that, he was whatever, you know. Relax. He was in fucking spaceship. He saw these things. He saw these creatures. He wanted to fight them. You think that the whole thing that he said that he was dreaming or he was imagining? I mean, come on. You see, this guy is trying to cover up. I swear to God. I see when people trying to cover up things. You know, he tried to look smart and everything to tell you like things, but this is not this is not how it works, man. This is not. If he says, we saw spaceship, the spaceship hit me with some kind of energy, whatever, and I black out. I woke up in a spaceship and I see these fucking creatures around me trying to do something to me, and you know, and these people, when they didn't experience that thing, you know, and imagine that guy, Travis, when he come back to the Earth, wherever he was in the spaceship or whatever, when he come back to Earth, and imagine he starts listening to this guy telling him, hey, you know what? Look, this part of the brain. These are the parts where fantasy comes and dreams and everything. So I don't want to believe this guy at all. I understand what he's saying. You know, what he's saying is the truth. That's brain, how it works. But when you see something, when it's physical, when it's there in front of you, you can't say that's dream. You know. And his point. You know, I understand, but you know, you can't argue with these people like neurobiologists and everything. Like they're experimenting on the brain and they, you know, analyzing everything. And when you try to talk to him normally in some way of common sense, you know, you will not be able to talk to this person, because this person talks through scientific way. How to explain to you? He thinks that what he experienced what he experienced, that there was fantasy in his mind. I don't know, but this guy got paid a lot to lie. I don't know. I feel like this guy got paid a lot just to tell nonsense. I totally understand about what he's saying, but to tell me that everything that the guy experienced was just amnesia or fantasy, give me a break. There are friends there in the car. They saw these things came up in the forest. They saw this flying saucer. Everybody saw it. There was like 4 or 5 witnesses. And this guy is trying to flip out the story and tell us everything that he experienced and everything that they saw is just fantasy. This is the pure cover up. This was in the 70s or 80s. You see, even in these movies about documentaries, whatever, about aliens, there was always some mole. You know, there is always someone like who will discredit these things because they don't want you to know these things. They don't want you to believe in these things. There are something out there, and it is picking up people and bringing them to their spaceships and stuff like that. Whoever does that, aliens or maybe governments, there are probably secret governments if they have that technology. Maybe they are doing it just, you know, they're experimenting things, whatever, you know. You can't know what is it because it's a technology beyond our imagination. So this guy telling me that everything that guy, Travis Walter, experienced was fantasy is just biggest bullshit I ever heard in my life. I totally respect this guy, but he probably has a lot of knowledge about brain and everything, but telling me that it's fantasy for everything that he experienced is such a bullshit. It's different when you see something that happened naturally in the sky with the sun and reflections with colors. We got those rainbows after rain and all kind of shit. But this guy wants to say what he experienced is just fucking fantasy. And I disagree with him totally. I disagree. I want to agree with this. In front of the people's faces. They always made documentaries, but all these people who work for the documentaries, they were all on a government side, and they were all making things sound stupid, like, you know. they think we are stupid, you know. I'm not stupid, I know, you know, but these guys always trying to, you know, you see these blobs. Maybe there was some aircraft there in that time. This blob, maybe. It says that it was there, but it's not there. But it's there, maybe.
On their display. The next moment it might be something entirely different. I think that it's highly likely that.
Or do you think we are living in a simulation? We are living in someone's program, kinda like Unreal Engine, but more advanced. Yeah, but if these crafts, whatever they are, if they can create trees instantly, if they can create animals, if they can create us instantly, like in the Bible says, oh, God created Adam and Eve. How he created it, just like he snapped finger and he created them, you know. So if these beings, whatever they are, if they can create anything in this world, then we are living in a simulation. Then they created everything, us and everything, like, you know. They created everything, like, basically from the trees to the animals to the fruits to the food to the everything that is on the planet created. Maybe they instantly created a thing. You know, we're saying this happened through evolution, you know, who knows what. Maybe they created everything instantly, like, you know. Like in the program, you know. Maybe we are living in a Truman Show, and as I said, maybe we're gonna get out from the Truman Show only if we get out from the universe. If you get out from the universe and open the door outside of the universe, and I'm gonna be like like Truman Show. I'm gonna just be like I'll see you guys. If I don't see you, good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. But I'm saying, like, maybe we're living in some kind of simulation, but we can't get out from this. You know, we are stuck here on a planet. We can't get out from this simulation. We're all gonna die on this planet. Everyone who lives on this planet is gonna die on this planet. So no one is escaping this. No one is escaping this simulation, no matter what you do in your life. It's just, you know, they changed a lot life on this planet. You know, they created crazy simulation for us. I swear God. Fucking, if we are living right now in simulation, that's bad, bro. Just like, I know there's no end, there's no exit from this, you know. There's no exit. There's no exit from this planet. You know, God, whatever that being out there that created everything, even if he created everything in simulation, we can't get out from here. We can't. We can't go even to another galaxy. We can send maybe satellites. It would take them 100 years to get there, but we will not be receive those informations in another 100 years, or who knows when. Whatever they record over there. So imagine we send satellite and he travels to space and he goes to some kind of wormhole, but whatever it is, something, and he goes to another place totally, like something extraordinary, bigger than we have in this universe, like planets and everything. Maybe that drone goes, or whatever, that satellite goes to some kind of different dimension, or get out from this universe and reaches to another universe, and there's another, like, totally something else, not planets, not something totally that we never seen in life, not even in sci-fi movies. So I believe maybe there's something more than just universe, you know. I believe there's more than to it, because if you think about it, like all these black holes and everything, yeah, someone created all this universe and all these planets before we even existed. So everything was prepared for us. Whole universe was prepared for us for some reason. Like you said, maybe we live in a simulation. As I said, everything was created before us. So that's the thing, you know. I don't know what are we, man. I believe we are put here on a test for something, whatever it is. Every human being is put on a test. It's just that we created this system, or maybe aliens, if they are real, maybe they created this system for us so we can be slaves to them, work for them. They are behind the shadows, you know, they are underground. They are somewhere where are not coming to the people, you know. Only they show up to the, I guess, to the majors, you know, to the leaders in some way. I believe they can telepathically know what's going on in our minds, or they can know who is the leader. They can know some things, so they can reach us quickly. Like, hey, I know he's the leader. I'm gonna show him, you know. Like, but as I said, maybe that's too deep if you think about aliens controlling the world. Maybe they're doing all these wars, pushing people to kill each other. Maybe they're part of some bigger agenda that we don't know. Maybe they're hiding from us on purpose, because if we find out that we are controlled, if humans, anywhere in the world, if they found out that there is some kind of alien extraterrestrial life that controls our leaders around the world and pushing us to kill each other. And when we wake up, and when people wake up and realize that we are kind of slaves or something, they create some world war, they create reset in some way, and they probably erase a lot of shit like books and stuff like that, so they create new kind of revolution for human beings in some way, so people forgetting past in some way and they continue to live in the future. And if they're doing that, then that's why they don't want to show themselves. That's why nobody wants to talk about them, because they are the leaders of the world. They created everything. They are ruling in the sky, the skies and everything. And probably our government made deals with them, in some way. We work with them, they work with us, but they don't kind of bother us in some way, but they're definitely making us kill each other probably and shit like that, So if it's aliens, but I believe they are not aliens, it's just that maybe they are created like that. You see those spaceships? Maybe those spaceships are kind of not just spaceships. They are kind of living beings. Just like in the water, we have fish. We have fucking sharks. We have all kind of, So I believe they're living in the sky and on this planet. Like, they are born like that. They are created like that. But how they are created like that? How can metal or whatever that thing, we think it's metal, but it looks like it's some kind of energy, I don't know. Maybe like that guy that said, oh, it's only fantasy, it's in your imagination. Everyone that saw aliens and flying saucers, it's just fantasy, amnesia, or how he says, maybe we have all amnesia and we seen these things just because we think we see them, but they're not there, Do you think when we die, do we transfer to a different world? I believe we do. We do, but we don't have any power over there or anything. Maybe we don't even have conscience, but you're gonna feel some kind of energy or something, like, when you die. There's something like, there's something, it happens instantly, like, we all gonna experience that, A lot of people who believe in Jesus, who believe in God, they are not afraid of that because they know what's gonna happen after that, So, a lot of religious people, I'm religious too, I believe, in God and everything, but, when you think deeper, there's more to it. It's not just religion, there's more to this world, And when you look at through history, when you start reading books and shit like that, you will realize that a lot of shit was lied to us, a lot of shit was fabricated because of other people and shit like that. So they kind of force us into believing something that is not true, like, but it's up to you, like, nobody can control you, only you can control yourself and your mind. Now if I tell you and show you aliens on picture and whatever, it's up to you to believe that, But until like they're showing all these UFOs and everything, but they never show anything specifically. They're just embarrassing themselves. It's better not to talk about UFOs anymore. If I was in American government and FBI, whatever, I would just be like, hey, we are just embarrassing right now ourselves. We're not gonna release anything about UFOs. We're not gonna release anything about anything until we have proof to show to the world or to American people this is alien or this is spaceship. Why they don't show the spaceship from Area 51? They said they took it, Why did not show us that spaceship? Because they don't have that spaceship. It's all lie or something. If they had that, they would show us. Someone would leak it. Someone would take pictures. There's a lot of people, whistleblowers and whatever. You know, like Bob Lazar only. He said that he was working on these spaceships and shit like that. But you know, I believe they have something, even if it's a reverse engineering. Maybe government was like, hey, someone created these spaceships, but we can't tell American people there are some other country or whatever aliens are here and messing out with our nuclear plants, whatever, and we have no defense over it. How are we gonna defend? How are we gonna tell people that there's something out there and we don't have defense over it? And I believe they created their own in some way, like drones or whatever, and they try to kind of mix it up with real thing. So kind of they confuse it themselves, basically, you know. They confuse it themselves. So they have no explanation of these vehicles. Let's make our own vehicles in our own way and just put them in the sky and be like, hey, this is what we saw. But they deep down in their soul, they know that's not it, you know. Deep down they say they know someone made these things and they are flying over United States and the world. They fly and nobody knows who built them. That's what hurts them in the chest, you know. That truth. They can reverse engineer. They could do whatever they want. They can recreate basically almost same as that thing, but deep down they know that's not the same thing. You know what I mean? They know deep down that those spaceships, whatever they are made specifically by extraterrestrials or someone who is very fucking intelligent. So I believe maybe Nazis built it and they burned, like I was reading those CIA files at the beginning of my stream. It clearly says that German built these flying saucers and they burned all blueprints, and nobody knows how to build them anymore. Imagine I built the car on the water. You don't need oil, you don't need electricity, just basically you put water and you can drive the car. But imagine if I burned all the fucking blueprints, all papers that I was working, calculating, and all these chemicals, whatever. Imagine if I burned everything and I built this car and I show this car to somebody and be like, how did you build it? Well, I built it, but I burned everything, so nobody can burn. I can't even make it right now, even if I wanted to. I burned everything. That's what Germans did in World War II. They built these, you know. We don't know what happened in World War II, actually. We don't know what kind of weapons Russians used, you know. They're saying, oh, Russians lost 27 million, whatever. They came to the Berlin. You don't know what they used on the battlefield. The only pictures and videos you're gonna see from Russian military from World War II, they're running through the fields with guns and shooting, and you can see the tanks coming. Like, those are the clips that you're gonna see. But the real war, what was in real war, they use some super weapons, super tanks, some kind of vehicles that you never seen in your fucking life. But that's not gonna be shown to you or to me or to anyone. That's for them only, like, you know. So these things like super weapons and shit like that, everyone had something. Russia had something, Americans had something, you know, like atomic bomb. Everyone had something, you know. Germans had something too, like maybe flying saucers or whatever. Everyone had something. It's not for the public. When it comes to these things, it's not for the civilians, you know. It's not for their eyes, or you know, that information is classified only for the military. So when you see all these documentaries about war and shootings in the cities, like black and white screen, like they're running and shit like that, that's not how it was war, you know. There was some super weapons they used with electricity and all kind of shit. It burns your body immediately, like, and makes dust of you, you know, with one shot. But you know, the stories about they didn't have ammo, they didn't have like tanks, they didn't have, those are stories for the kids, you know. Those are stories only for kids, and only kids are getting those stories, you know, for the in the school when you're reading those books, you know. You can only, that's only for kids, you know, like a never ending story or some shit, like, you know. That's not reality. Reality in a war is full scale war. When it comes, you put all your technology to the field, everything that you got, you know. It's not just tanks, it's not just airplanes, it's super weapons that no one's seen that before. How do you think pyramids were made? I believe pyramids were made before even Egyptians and pharaohs were there. It was, I think, some tribe or some kind of civilization before everyone there, and they built those pyramids. But then Egyptians came over there. I don't know how it was back in the days. Roman Empire, Egyptians. There was a lot going on down there. We don't know the real truth. You know, the books are, we can read the books and everything, but that was only people who lived in that time. They know actually something that is going on. They didn't have internet or anything like that, so it was really hard to get to the information, what's happening or what's going on, you know. But human mind back in the days was conquered mind. It was mind of conquering, you know. We believed back in the days that we are human beings that they are born to conquer the planet, basically, in some way. And whoever is in front of them should be destroyed. And that race that destroys others should be leading the world, basically. Roman Empire wanted to rule the world. Fucking, who else? Ottoman Empire, Germany, Nazis wanted to rule world. You know, in the future there's going to be again somebody who will wanted to rule the world, because that's our human mentality. We are like, we want to destroy ourselves. When you're a kid, you know, you are fighting other kids immediately if they take your toy, or you're fighting in high school with somebody because somebody told you something. It's in our mind is war, you know, war mind. So don't piss me off, don't say anything, don't, you know, it's like people are so sensitive nowadays, and they're gonna fight you because you told them nothing, basically. But this generation, I don't think they're gonna realize a lot of stuff how this previous generation realized. But this previous generation that realized everything, it's old now, they're gonna die. So it's gonna be up to this new generation. If they don't teach them what they learned from previous things, this new generation is gonna be lost, because they will not understand. They don't. I mean, this new generation, they don't even care about history, right? They're making jokes about Hitler and shit like that. It's funny now, you know, but they don't understand the world how it was before, you know. It was crazy world. I think pyramids, yeah, I think pyramids were built too, but by the Egyptians, but Egyptians found those pyramids in some way. I feel like they found them. It was some kind of old civilization who built and left everything there in some way, and Egyptians after that, they took over that and they kind of upgraded more into better, like pyramids in some way, you know. So they just renew it in some way and build it more. So it's kind of strange. I believe they don't telling us a lot of truth about pyramids. There is underground city maybe they built under pyramids. They don't want to say anything about that. They put tourists just to check the pyramid around and maybe inside a little bit, but they're not gonna let you to, you know, explore real thing, you know, like what's underground, the what's under the pyramids, you know. It looks like there is some huge city underground, like old city that is made under the desert. They built it probably because there were violent storms back in the days in the desert, so they needed to hide somehow from these storms, because there were dust storms, like they were so violent you could die just breathing that, you know. So they couldn't hide anywhere, so they built probably underground city or some shit. The pyramids are just entrances to the safety, you know. And I believe they built them so big that because those storms and desert is so big that you can get lost. Basically, if you get far away from the pyramids, you can get lost and you can die in the desert. So they build them so big so you can see them from far away and shit like that, so you don't get lost or some shit. But I believe they had some kind of electricity inside or some kind of technology, because they're not gonna use torches with all that smoke, with all that how would I say, they didn't want to go with smoke through the small spaces and shit like that. They needed some kind of electricity or something. I believe they used some kind of electricity. And I know Einstein was visiting pyramids, Tesla was visiting pyramids. So all these scientists in the world back in the days, they were all visiting pyramids because there's something down there and they don't tell us, you know. Maybe some people figure out how they use those technologies and we just kind of reverse engineered or some shit, you know. So I believe that the Egyptians were very intelligent in some way, you know. But how? With what tools? I mean, as I said, no, you know, maybe back in the days, that part of the sand desert, it had rocks, so they used quickly those rocks and built pyramids. But when you think about the Egyptians, then you're gonna think, how did they bring those blocks there? Because there was nothing around pyramids. I think they used already resources around it to build the pyramids. So when Egyptians moved there, when that tribe died or whatever happened to them, when they abandoned that place, when these guys came, when they started renewing and everything, they realized, oh, we don't have any rocks here, it's fucking desert. How the fuck they build these pyramids? Like fucking, you know, so old and so big. Because they had all rocks around them in that time, so they used all resources around them. They didn't travel fucking 10 miles to bring one block. That's how when Egyptians came, they just renew it in some way, you know. They just renew it. They didn't use too much resources or too much, you know, for these things, like, you know. But yeah, I believe, or maybe, you know, I don't believe aliens helped them to build those pyramids. That's too far stretched. I feel that's too far stretched, that aliens built pyramids. Or maybe they did, who knows? Because we don't have proof yet. Hey, is it me? Or does it seem like this generation of people are so dumb they have TikTok brain? I mean, yeah, I mean, all these fucking apps nowadays, everyone wants to dance in front of the cameras and shit. I was yesterday walking through the city and I saw two girls, they put like phone on the side of the window by the building and they just jumping and dancing like this, you know. I mean, I never seen that in my time, any girl to do this stuff like that, you know. It's funny. It's funny to me to see these things. Like nowadays, everything changed. Everybody's acting differently in some way, yeah. But You know, I feel like this generation is gonna be dumb if they don't do research. You know, they need to do research. I know they are young right now. Everyone who is born over 2000 plus, they are now in 20s. What? They have 20 something years, maybe 20 years. I think that generation needs to research more about past and everything, because they don't care about anything. They don't care about anything, I swear. They care about when GTA 6 is gonna come out, and so they can play that game, you know. GTA 6 is more important than history or anything. Like what he's saying here is this technology that they are picturing or whatever, seeing in the sky, could change everything in this world. So imagine someone has that technology, but we are not using it for us. We are using it to spy, maybe to another country, or maybe we using it as a war weapon, you know. So imagine this technology could change all our lives, you know, whatever it's to travel, like economic way or whatever, you know. The thing is, nobody wants to do this because they need to change everything. Then if this is vehicle that has propulsion systems without oil or gas or anything, how are they gonna build this and say to the world, hey, no more gas, no more oil anymore? The economy, whole economy in the world would collapse. I don't know how they would do that. They would need to go to United Nations and be like, okay, guys, we have new technology, and if we want to change the world, we need to change whole the fucking world economy. And who is with me? And everybody would look at me like I'm fucking idiot. Like, you know, are we gonna use still oil and gas? No, we're not gonna use. We're gonna use something else, like some technology that was, you know, alien technology. Why do you think they are finally saying UFOs are real? You know, for some people, UFOs were always real, especially those people who saw them personally, maybe, like, you know. But some people still doubt them, whatever it is, like, you know. Because as I said, I used to live in Arizona back in the days. But I'm saying like I saw some lights when I was coming back home, like in the sky and shit like that. It was around Tucson, Arizona. And I saw it was 2 a.m. in the morning. I was working night shift and I was coming back home. And fucking I saw something flying, like really strangely. I never seen anything like that. It didn't have blinking lights like airplane or anything like that. It was just flying over my car, but it was very far away in the sky. But I could see it clearly. There was something. Maybe it was satellite, who knows? Maybe it was something. But as I said, it was definitely something flying, and it was not plane or anything that I saw before. I think they are saying the UFOs are real because they don't have actually explanation for it. They don't have an American government already 70 years they can answer this question. What is it? You know, but as I said, nobody wants to say there is something in the sky and we don't have defense over it. You know, who wants to say there are fucking spaceships in the sky in all around America? And I can't fucking shut them down when I want to. That's scary, you know. You don't put your whole civilization in a panic mode. I'd rather make it like mysterious and be like, hey, look at these things. Maybe they are demons. Maybe they are angels. Maybe they are, just to, not manipulate with people, but, to make them guess what is it. If I show them what is it, and it would not be any more mystery or anything, it will be shock, or it will be like you will be relieved, or you will be shocked, or you will be feared, but you will know the truth. You know what I mean? You see this guy, what he says in the end? You can record them, you can take picture of them, but it is myth. I mean, I could say that too, like, you know, whatever. Yeah, it took them so long. They're gonna drag this 50 more years. They're never gonna say what is it. Because they are part of our government, they are part, you know, these aliens are everywhere, you know. They're part that we made deal with them and shit like that, you know. They give us probably technology, we give them something, you know. They want something from us. You know what I mean? They want something from us, and we want something from them too, you know. They probably gave us some technology in some way, but we need to be quiet about the abductions, we need to be quiet about a lot of shit, and not say anything about aliens. You know, when they say, you know, that's why the Bible says there is devil, there is God, you know. God is ruling in the sky. God is ruling on the sky and afterlife, and devil is ruling underground, and he's the leader of the hell. So there is always up and down, like, you know. So there are some creatures underground, there are some creatures up there, and we all are in between them, like, you know. We don't fight them in some way, but we fight them in through kind of a spiritual way, in some way, you know. We fighting with them because we are not stronger than them, and we don't have those powers. Like, they have some kind of supernatural powers.
Given that so many sightings are
they are not for the people to see that shit, you know. They probably already have advanced technology, just not for public use. Of course. They have underground cities built like Egyptian. They have under pyramids and who knows where else. There are those secret cities like Atlantis underwater. There are some secret cities that are built. We still didn't find them on this planet. There are some inside underground, inside some secret caves. They are buried down there. There's one town they found. They found, I don't know which country. I think Mexico or whatever. There was some ancient city, like it was built underground, and they dig everything up. Like they hold the city underground. And you know, who knows how many cities are built underground? We didn't even find them. You know, there was a lot of civilizations before us who lived here, and you know, they built all these things before us. These are our archives. So I'm gonna finish the stream now in 5 minutes. But as I said, all these UFOs and aliens, there's something out there. It's weird, they look like flying saucers, like, you know, it's weird. Take more medicine to stay awake. What is Area 51? Never understood that. What that place was for, to manufacture aircraft for. I think Area 51 is where they used to make better propulsion system for the engines, better aircraft. Yeah, they definitely had those testing labs, but it was mostly for aircrafts and all other like weaponry, but saying that they capture flying saucer and bring them there, I don't believe that, you know.
Yes, Lord. You're live with Anderson Paak.
If that happened, there will be whistleblowers. There is only one, like Bob Lazar, basically, but I'm saying like there will be pictures and all kind of shit, you know, from the base. Because you can't hide anything in the world, you know. Somebody would take picture and leak it or some shit, like, you know. They definitely have some experiments they're making down there. Maybe they have like clone machines in Area 51. Maybe they're cloning animals and stuff like that. Maybe they're testing something like like something with biolabs, you know. But are the aliens down there? No, they're not aliens. There is one in Dulce, what's called Dulce base. They used to be there and they were modified genetically, but then army came down there and they were fighting those aliens and they died. You see? This is Dulce.
I spent 17 years in black budget programs, government geologist, as engineer, structural engineer with aerospace applications in the rotor blades and the fans, and
I'm gonna speed up so you can hear what he said.
Especially of them worldwide. Each one has an average cost of $17 to $19 billion. Each one is built in the site. It used to be it'd take a year to 2 years to build each one, and now they're capable of building a couple of them a year with sophisticated methods. My colleague Al Bielik has actually been on some of the high-speed railways, the magneto-leviton trains that connect all the deep underground military bases within the United States. He's been on a Mach 2 train.
You see what they have underground? You see these trains and everything? And they are trains and roads underground through whole America. Under whole America there are trains and shit like that. Do you believe Bob Lazar, or does he seem like he's lying about whistleblowing? I mean, he's lying definitely about some things. He doesn't say truth for everything, but I believe he definitely saw these vehicles, whatever they are, military made or whatever they are, extraterrestrials. He says the thing is, when he got inside the spaceship, when he looked at it, it's not man-made. So, you know, you can believe him, you cannot, whatever. But I believe he lies a lot, things he doesn't want to say correctly, like, you know. But I believe he saw something down there, they showed him, and that was it, you know. They showed him and they probably wanted to put him on a project, but they changed his mind. They changed their mind, so they kind of fired him. Because probably he was not that good scientist to figure out some things, you know. But he was good in maybe in some kind of engineering things. So they didn't need him to examine these vehicles, or they didn't need him to fix anything, because he didn't know how to fix that, or he didn't know how to even turn that shit on, you know. So why would I call some scientist to be there if he doesn't even know how to fucking turn on that shit, you know? So they kind of fired him, and then he started talking about these things that they showed him probably that day. And but he's lying a lot of stuff, like, you know, I believe he doesn't want to say some, you know, he knows more than, you know, he's circling around, you know. Like he said that this flying saucers, that is extraterrestrial, but they somehow managed to switch on to start the flying saucer, you know. But then he switched the story, like, I was on testing site, they bring that flying saucer outside, I saw him flying around and come back to the same place. That's already stretched story. That's already, I could say, they use a drone, or they tested new drone or whatever, you know. And he was fascinated about, you know. But like, it's alien, but we already move it, we already tested, it's flying and everything. Like, you know, come on, relax. I know you saw that, but stop, you know. That in some way, I'm thinking what he saw is reverse engineering for the aliens, you know. I feel like that's reverse engineering. They found some kind of aliens, whatever. If they found that spaceship, if they found that reverse engineered, Bob Lazar didn't do nothing down there. He said when they showed him that alien spacecraft, he didn't know what is it, or how it was moved, or how it was, you know. But in the same time, he said, oh, I was on testing site, we knew how to turn it on. We knew how to turn it on, but they were watching it flying around and coming back. Come on, man. That's story for kids, you know. You can't say, hey, I saw a flying saucer in a base and everything, and then you're telling me how you move, how military already use it. Somewhere in the desert already use it. So basically, a military has that already. If they could move those spaceships and everything, then they already build them, and they already it's man-made. You know what I mean? So he kinda screwed his story in some way. You know, he shouldn't say those things. He should say only, I was down there, I saw these things, I didn't figure out how they're moving those. It looks like extraterrestrial. And he should just say that, not I was on testing site, they were flying that thing, whatever, you know. That's man-made. What they show him is man-made, but they build it to look like extraterrestrial so they can confuse him. They picked him on purpose because he was engineer, and they wanted to see how he's gonna react on the technology. If I was scientist and I worked on technology or whatever, engineering, and someone showed me something that I never seen in my life, of course I would say, hey, this is alien, you know. So yeah, I believe his story is 50% fake and 50% true.
And floats off of a single rail at 3/4 of an inch off the rail, and is what you'd call high tech. We have nothing like this on the surface.
You see, they're using these electronic they're using these electronic trains underground without any look, he uses some kind of energy on the side, like it's not even gas or oil or anything. It's just moving through these electricity. They build everything under electricity. So they're moving these trains underground. They build probably cities and everything that is high tech.
The public basically has been totally lied to. We're considered stupid or even moronic in some cases. It's got to stop. If we're going to gain our country back, we must, and I repeat, must instill in our public officials, anybody that goes and does public service, they must tell us the truth. If they cannot do this, then they must be impeached, or they must be removed from office. If this cannot occur, if the truth cannot totally come out, there are reasons for secrecy, for instance, but if the truth cannot totally come out, what's the use in us having anything called freedom?
You see what he says? So Trump, Obama, Biden, Clintons, all that, they are all same package, like big package squashed in one, you know? So all of these presidents, they never said anything about aliens. They never said anything about this technology. They never said anything. Like this guy said, there needs to be accountability. We deserve to know the truth. Especially, you can hide these things. It's not constitutional to lie to the American people, you know. And if American people demand this, and they have laws, fucking cat. All hair is on my computer. What I want to say. Yeah, they need to tell the truth, you know. They need to tell the truth to people. They can't lie too much, you know. They better tell the truth, you know. Because people will find it eventually. But when they find it, it's going to be shocking. Because they might be some foreigner, how would I say, technology. It could be from some other country they're spying on America. And Americans can't do nothing about it. How, as I said, how are they going to say that to Americans? You know, oh, there is Russians drones over our power plants and we can't do nothing about it, you know. How would Americans react? How would Americans react if they found out that flying saucers over America, everywhere, there are Russian technology? How would they react? What would they say? If American government told him, hey, we found out that this is Russian, what is going to be? World War III? What's going to happen? The thing is, these vehicles are built without any serial numbers or anything. They put some kind of ancient mythological like signs or anything like that is ancient from before Christ. Like those like in caves you can find these signs and shit like that. So even if people build that, they put those ancient signs on purpose so they can confuse people. If they ever find it, they're gonna be like, oh, look, these signs, these letters are from Egyptian time, or these letters looks like something like you know, from ancient times or some shit. So they want to kind of confuse people, you know. They probably have their own, these secret societies or whatever. They have their own languages, like they build their own like language. They're talking through the codes and shit like that. They don't talk like us. So everything's coded. Their whole world is coded, like Matrix. That's where COVID-19 was made, in their underground lab, like in Resident Evil 2 underground lab. Yeah, and Resident Evil has some truth too. Just look this cruise ship with what's called Hunter virus. Do you know that virus was mentioned in X-Files? In TV show X-Files, that virus was mentioned in X-Files in 96 or 95, and they're now talking about the virus in some cruise ship. It reminds me of Resident Evil Revelation. Resident Evil Revelation, when they go to the ship, cruise ship, and everybody becomes monsters and shit. I believe they tested some kind of virus on that ship. They use antivirus too. They cure these people, and they figure out they have now virus. They could destroy whole world if they want to, you know. So if I had cure only for some virus, like in Resident Evil, I could destroy the world, you know. I could save myself and destroy the world. You know, that's how Resident Evil works. They probably, you know, Resident Evil has some truth in it, like government making experiment labs and shit like that. There is always truth in that.
Okay, now I have pictures here that I'm going to show you during the break in Artifacts, and I ask you to kind of look at them but not handle them. I have actual crashed retrieval metal from Roswell, New Mexico. It's given to me when I was 14 years old. For instance, I've got other things. I've got pieces of titanium. This piece of titanium.
By the way, this guy is killed. They found him hanged himself in a house. He told everything. He's the last Navy SEAL. He was in Delta Force, I think. I don't even know. But this guy, he was sent to fight aliens. He said that they sent a group of special forces, and he was one of them there. It was classified. He said these things, and he got murdered after this. But what he said is they went to the base. I think Dulce base. It's called Dulce, I think. And they went over there underground, and they said they found labs with modified, engineered humanoids. Just like in Resident Evil, when you get to those parts with experiments and everything. That's what he was saying. I'm gonna show you right now.
A special titanium alloy. The brand, which has not.
I'm gonna speed up a little bit just to see.
It's in a non-crystalline form. This is just kind of a dripping out of the main crucible.
The thing is, he's the only one who survived. He got shot too by aliens. They used, he said, some kind of lasers or something underground against them, and they were fighting. They were dropping grenades and everything. But they got to the lab, the part of the lab, and they saw the aliens were in the tubes, genetically modified. He said, which means aliens were building them down there, or humans were helping aliens to build them down there. You know.
Here's a crystalline example. It's in the scalenohedral crystalline form. We got this from the large grays technology. This is grown in the confines of outer space, which has not quite a super vacuum, but by the way, this is capable of withstanding temperatures in excess of 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's great for certain parts of aircraft. This kind of material I work with on a daily basis. Up here we have a transparency of Groom Lake. Groom Lake is where the infamous Area 51, S4, S2, a CIA base, it was originally a bombing range, a nuclear test site. It was later become the most secret base in the United States. It employs over 18,000 workers who work in shifts of 12 hours at a whack. Most of them work in the cover of darkness, like us. We built 9 underground military bases there.
You see, 9 military bases underground. Look how this shit is big. Look how this shit is big. You can destroy this with maybe 2-3 nuclear bombs, 3-4 at least. You can't destroy this. Fucking it, and it's in a mountainous area. It's really hard, and especially underground. So they send them there. Look, road tunnels. He put everything.
Each with an average.
Look at this. What the fuck is this? He showed some pictures too. Like, what is this, guys? What kind of machine is underground like this? You see this? This is something you can see maybe in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. You know the Technodrome? Technodrome, what's called? With Crank? When he goes underground and he's just like, just going through the earth, you know? Like Technodrome. Like in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I swear.
Capacity capable was basically a city underground, roughly 4.25 cubic miles hollowed out underground. They have boring machines, for instance. They don't bore, they literally vitrify and melt the rock, deflagrate the rock. It's a very sophisticated laser melting and deflagrating system.
You see, they have system and lasers that melting the ground. Melting the ground. So what kind of technology is that, you know? When it melts the ground. That's why they may build these tunnels easily, because they melted everything. They just made a hole here with that machine. It looks like this machine here that it was shown. I'm gonna show it again. This machine probably melting the ground. So they turn on this machine and it melts everything and it creates hole, like hole in it.
Capacity capable was basically a city underground, roughly 4.25 cubic miles hollowed out underground. They have boring machines, for instance. They don't bore, they literally...
I'm gonna skip this part until he says when he get to the base with special forces.
Miles under the surface. Number the original wells or drilling machines that were used were at the rate of 2 miles a day. It was fairly rapid. The equipment kept coming up broken. So we wanted to go down and we wanted to send somebody down there, a human observer, or human observers in this case, to find out what was going on. Well, to our total surprise, first of all, the government knew all about it. They didn't tell anybody. When I saw Green Beret and Black Beret people encamped inside of our geologist camp, I knew something was up. The gig was up. First of all,
He was like, I saw Green Berets. And, no, Ichi. He was like, I saw Green Berets and I knew that something's up. Of course, you saw fucking Green Berets. They are the most, they are like Navy SEALs and Delta Force. They are no joke.
I knew all about the alien agenda. I'll explain that in a few minutes. The large alien grays had been encamped there for as best as believed possible about 400 or 500 years. Had been one of their internal bases. And we drilled holes right on top of it. All the stinking air, all the black sooty air came right out as soon as the first hole was sunk, and all this soot came up, and well, that's when it all the hell broke loose, really. All started. Anyway, after we drilled all 4 holes, it took about 2 days to drill all 4 of them. And when you build an underground base, you drill 4 basic holes, and then you build called stopes or cross-member holes across, and then you use blasting equipment, special blasting equipment by the analyzation of the rock formation, and you literally blast out or tunnel out or deflagrate or melt rock out to build the large rooms that are required for this underground base. Well, in this process, I was lowered down the basket of one of these holes, and
all these stories came out in time of Resident Evil, which is kind of funny. All this, like, Resident Evil came out 96. Yeah, and this guy was saying around 94, 95, all these things. Like, do you think Shinji Mikami picked up all these things from these people, eyewitnesses, you know? Fucking cat and hair. Do you think they picked it up, all this stuff
from me to this
them?
Elderly woman here in the front was sitting a 7-foot-tall alien gray. The stench was worse than the worst garbage can you can imagine. The person was or the entity was absolutely horrible. I didn't waste any time. I reached for my pistol. At that time, as an engineer, I didn't have time to carry all the folderol of one of these big submachine guns that all the sea spray and the yellow fruit and all the outer perimeter and inner perimeter security people carried. I carried a little Walther PPK pistol with a 9-shot clip. This is in late August of 1979. Now, you got a regular suit of clothes, you got a regular clothes on, plus you're in almost like a spacesuit environment, and you're reaching for a gun. It's not the easiest thing to do, and then to pop a clip in it and start shooting. And I killed 2 of them. Yes, they're mortal, and they do die.
You see, he killed 2 aliens. He's like Leon S. Kennedy. He came down there and killed them all. like, are these aliens? Shoot him immediately. But I believe this was set up for them. Just like Predator movie, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger, when he came to find the truth, they're like, we're gonna go over there and we're gonna save the hostages, you know. They came over there, fucking predators hunting them, you know. You set us up.
However, in the process, one of them did this. All I remember is that he just kind of waved his hand in front of his chest, and the next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish.
He got hit by blue beam. He opened him like a fish.
And burnt my fingers right off of me.
Look, he doesn't have fingers. He doesn't have fingers. Look, on his hand. He tried to protect himself, and that blue beam cut his all fingers. Look, he doesn't have fingers on his hand.
And it was some form of electrical force, because the kind of like being hit by a lightning bolt burned all my toenails off of me. Completely crispy crittered my left.
It was probably some ray gun, you know, ray guns like Tesla made back in the days. It's called the ray beam, but it's a ray gun, you know. It's basically a laser gun with the beam power, like, you know. It has some energy in it. I thought it was the KFC guy. He looks like KFC guy. But yeah, I believe this guy says 80% truth. That 20% is he exaggerated a little bit. He made it. You know, when you know the story, but you make even bigger story than it is. You know what I mean? Kind of exaggerating, you know. But I believe something happened down there. You know, they were fighting somebody. You know, but I believe they are modified, genetically modified, some kind of, you know, creatures. You know, I don't think they are aliens. I think we made them. I don't know. I think we made them. I think we made aliens, and then aliens become aliens, and then they made us. we made aliens, and then aliens made us.
Foot burnt the shoe right off of me. All I remember is the smoking remains, and I'm still conscious, but in and out of, I didn't remember much. And there was a Green Beret that was right behind me that risked his life. In fact, he died. But he risked his life. He shoved me back in the basket and hit the button and took me up. And I wouldn't be alive talking to you today if it wasn't for him.
Green Beret saved him. They should make a game about this. Imagine they made a game like this. A Resident Evil underground base or something.
I'm forever indebted.
Resident Evil Alien Wars.
He lost his life. 66 Secret Service agents, Green Berets, Black Berets, crack troops lost their lives because the government, our United States government, lied, did not tell us anything about the alien threat. There's a war underneath there, and I'm talking dead serious. It's been going on since that time. Since late August of 1979, our military, the Russian military, basically the militaries of the world, have been in constant conflict with the outer space alien.
You see, he says that almost every nation in the world had some kind of threat, alien threat. I don't know how much how much truth is in that. You know, I don't know. Maybe World War II was against aliens. Maybe Hitler was fighting actually aliens, but you know, he got defeated by aliens, and then they changed the whole book history about what happened. maybe Hitler was fighting aliens actually.
The small gray, the large gray, the reptilians, the whole thing. There are 11 distinct races of aliens. 2 are benevolent. 1 had to leave here in a hurry because their world is under attack, both on the surface as well as underground. There, the Pleiadians. They're familiar. Maybe some of you are familiar with that. Would some of you raise your hands who've heard of Billy Meyer and some?
Yeah, Billy Meyer. I just showed that guy. Remember? Billy Meyer is the guy from Switzerland. He's one-handed artist. He lost his hand, but he took the best fucking pictures and best videos in the fucking life about UFOs. But then they tried to discredit him, you know, because they tried to discredit him. They didn't want that truth be out, you know, and they tried to mimic what he recorded or whatever, and they put it there as a pictures, and people were like, oh, he made this probably with whatever, you know. But everything that he recorded, it's true, trust me. Everything what he recorded was there. Maybe he was involved in these things, like someone told him they're gonna be there, or you know, maybe that if they are man-made, somebody probably told him to record them in those mountains, and you know, it looked like he bumped accidentally on them and just record them, you know. I don't think that happened, but I think he knew they're gonna show up there somehow, or you know.
Well, very good. About half the group. Well, Billy Meyer is one of these lucky people that they figured, well, he's kind of a simple type. We'll show him everything. Well, these are the benevolent aliens, and they've been here helping us. In fact, I have a picture. Let me reach for it here.
He's gonna show us alien picture right now. That he stole, I think. He stole from government. Let's see.
I have a picture of one of the aliens been working for the United States Pentagon for the last 58 years. His name is Valiant Thor. He's right here. There's my father in the background.
So this alien, whatever it is, I don't see it clearly on picture because this is 144p resolution. Fucking, we need 4K resolution. But anyway, there are a bunch of people on the picture sitting, and there is alien in the middle. You can see his face, but he's turned towards the other people over there. So he's saying that this guy Will, they call him Will, he's alien. He's working with the American government, he says. Which can tell you that aliens controlling this world. If these beings sitting with our governments or any government in the world, they are in control of everything. So they are pushing us to kill each other. They are doing all of this slavery thing that we are experiencing in our life because they don't want us to be free.
This whole place, the ready room of the USS Eldridge, albeit.
That's what I'm saying. When people wake up that they are aliens and everything controlling our world, you know, they're gonna make World War III or World War IV. They're not gonna let us people to rule the world or to have freedom. They will destroy us, and they will create something new, like they created dinosaurs. They're gonna create humans, another human beings, but it's gonna be something else. Maybe they're not gonna have conscience like we do. They're gonna remove that conscience so they can only watch us, you know, and control us. Because we, as humans, we become so intelligent that they couldn't deal with us like they thought they could. We become so intelligent that we created our own in technology, our own rockets, defense systems, and everything. So they are kind of, you know, worried a little bit. They probably had a lot of better, like, you know, weaponry, but or whatever. But they are afraid of us. I feel like that's why they need to be with us, because they want to control us, because they are afraid of us in some way. You know, we are not afraid of them. They're afraid of us.
Has probably explained, or maybe even shown you this picture. There's a list of some of the notable people in it. They're all the atomic bomb scientists of the day, all the time variant experimentalists of the day, all the top physicists of that particular day. This was in August of 1943. Now this guy is
August 1943. You heard what he said? And what happened in 1943 in that time? It was World War II. Remember? Imagine he's saying this happened in 1943. We had alien sitting with the American government and the best scientists basically in the American government. Imagine that.
not changed one iota in 58 years.
He says they didn't change a little bit in 50-something years.
Started work, he came here, crashed here or whatever, whether he's under duress or not. He started work for our U.S. Navy and military operations in 1937, either 37 or 38 is what I've been told. So it's for 58 years.
It's funny how he started to work with the American government before World War II. So if you think about deeply inside this, aliens are the cause of World War II. They pushed us to fight each other. You know what I mean? They pushed us. They occupied Germany. They pushed the Germans to fight everyone. They pushed the Americans to fight Japanese. It was all war game for them, like simulation, like playing game. That's why they are in every government. They are in Russian government, in Chinese government. They are in American government. They are everywhere around the world. And they're pushing us to kill each other. I believe they are cause of a lot of wars and a lot of suffering in the world.
This man's been employed, probably under duress. If you don't do as we say, we're just going to use you for alien bait or something. I don't know. But anyway, he basically hasn't changed. He lives for 490 years, is what he says his lifespan is.
He can live 480, 90 years. That's like 500 years, basically, he can live. 500 years to live. Imagine that. That's a lot of years for us, humans.
Now, he's supposedly a semi-benevolent, he's a human-looking type person. He has 6 fingers and 6 toes, and he's got one oversized heart, one lung, giant lung. His blood vessels are bigger. He's got copper oxide for blood, similar to an octopus. His brain capacity 300 centimeters greater than ours.
You see? They are more intelligent, probably more everything.
He has a thinking capacity, IQ, if you were to measure it, be totally off the scale, be about a 1200 IQ. He speaks 100 languages fluently, alien as well as others. He's a remarkable person. I had a chance to meet him one time. Now, by the way, he doesn't shake hands. He was kind of in a spacesuit because all aliens, regardless benevolent or otherwise, they're carrying germs and diseases and bacterium in and on them that are deadly to us. If I were making policy, I'd quarantine them all, because how do we not know that some of our diseases like AIDS, Ebola, hantavirus, and a few of these other weird designer diseases, as I call them, are not made from the cadavers of some of these aliens?
So all these, maybe this guy was saying this in 90-something, 93, 94. Imagine all these viruses that they are actually alien viruses. There may be alien viruses. Who knows? But anyway, I'm gonna just
is we have to literally ask for the truth. If we cannot ask
I'm
for
gonna
the
watch
truth,
this.
we must.
I'm gonna watch this next time. But anyway, this guy, I don't know should I believe him or not, but It looks like he went through a lot. He went a lot. What is this? Look, German flying discs. There are some V7 flying discs, Foo Fighters. This is the first rocket launcher in Germany. This is the picture of first rocket launched. There's this castle. There were Castle Werfenstein. You know the game Wolfenstein? I think this was made by this castle. The first prototype was built in 1943 and was successfully tested at the Arado Brandenburg hangars. You see? Look, in 1934 much of their work was done in the Black Forest. So they were doing these experiments a long time ago. There's a lot of shit here. See, these are made. These are made. I want to see everything. I want to see these secrets. You see? These are German handball too. You see? These are all. When you see these when you see these photos with this, these are man-made and they are German-made. So if you see them, someone pictured them in the United States, they are German. It's called German Haunebu 3 Astora. You see? They build these. They are huge. They use them probably in the war too, but just they don't want to talk about it. Like this one. German Hannibal 4. Look at it. Hunter. You see this one? These are like disc shaped. They are actually Germans. So if you want to know the truth about aliens or whatever, you need to go back to Germany in the time. So this could be all German technology and everybody just stole it after that. After World War II, everybody stole it. But as I said, they destroyed blueprints. Even if they built this, they destroyed everything, and now people who built it, they died or they got killed. So back in the days, even if Americans found these spaceships or whatever, they will not be able to move them or do anything because they don't have blueprints how to move them. German Andromeda Gerät. These are cylinder shaped. They have speed well over 7,000 kilometers an hour. That means 3 to 4,000 miles per hour. They are 139 meters long. Basically like football field. Okay, Nazi bell. This is Die Glock. This one was seen in 1965 in Pennsylvania. But look at the difference. The signs here and the signs here. And this one had Nazi sign, but this one is no Nazi sign. Okay, this says it's a story filmed in 1944 by German pilot Rudolf Opitz, which means these UFOs are man-made. These ones with the down spiral, like. They all have these documents. They all have these videos from Nazis. They just don't want to show us. They all have these things already recorded. Look, they have here pictures too. German RFZ-4, 1938. Look at this shit. They fucking have picture of German UFO from 1938. The World War II didn't even start, and they had flying saucers. And they saying flying saucers are mysterious and everything. Well, they build it. But they build it on engines or on the extraterrestrial, like on extraterrestrial way. But they definitely built it before. Look, they built it. But I believe these are just like drones thing. They're really UFOs. It says everything here. The anti-gravity engine only isolated the craft from gravity. It did not really levitate it. It says everything here. There is this one, German Hanebu 3 Astora. These are most like today modern ones that we seen them. This one is Spirit. It looks like it has some machine gun down there under it, or some kind of camera or whatever. Look at them. This was recorded in 1936. 1936. Look at them. Exactly same spaceship that we are seeing nowadays. There is another one here. 9034-35. Now, I believe the Russians got these immediately when they got into those bases. They definitely stole these shits. That's why they're using them right now, probably. Look, they were testing these things before World War II. That's what I'm saying. Flying these Foo Fighters. Look. 9044, 9045. Look this one. These are sketches from Nazis from World War II. This is how they look like. It's called Feldermaus post-war design. So right here you can see how complicated it's made. Like this Hannibal one. When they have under this shit like this or circles, they are man-made. If you see those flying saucers like that, they are man-made. Look, they have antenna here. They are all man-made. Antenna here. Always pay attention to that man-made. This is how propulsion systems work on the sides and everything. But if you see these circles like this on the side, it's man-made. This is how they tested this. Look, there are sketches, but none of these blueprints kind of connected with anything. Like they probably left something, but you know. This is post-war flying saucer. German FU-2. Look, it has under same thing. These are all Germans built, but how they built, they definitely had some extraterrestrial help or something. This is the Glock Bell, chapter 13. You can guys read it, but I'm gonna leave you guys so you can pause it and read it for everything, so you can know the truth. I can't read right now. I wanna go sleep, but I know about this bell. It's like they build it like some kind of vehicle with anti-gravity. I don't know is it truth or not, but it looks like Nazis did that. And this is where they tested that shit. This was a lab. They put this bell here and it starts moving like anti-gravity and shit. This is how it looked like. Anti-gravity. This is the first one basically that they made with anti-gravity. So a lot of these vehicles that they are made are man-made, but the thing is there are some which are very extraordinary and they can be explained really. So I believe it's mixed it up. I feel like There are aliens there, but we made something like similar what aliens have. But everything says here. If you want to know about aliens, this is the thing you need to read. They don't have any more photos. I'm looking for more. There's something mentioned in Antarctica. Look, Hounds Mountain, Austria, to the frozen heart of Antarctic underground locations were being prepared by the Reich for the valiant last stand. Station 211 was one of the number of the bases built to receive special army. This army, Hitler's final battalion. It's called Hitler's final battalion. In design, Station 211 was a vast complex. It encompasses the airport area that Hartmann and his team had entered was separated facility, a virtual small town into itself. You see? More than 4 kilometers from the heart of the station, dug deep inside the mountain, had the enemy taken this entrance, they would still have had very difficult fight to penetrate beyond it. It grew warm as Anton and his team worked their way even deeper into the stairs. It took them nearly an hour to reach their goal. The entrance was concealed above false ceiling and otherwise seemingly unimportant. Supply room behind the office filled with overturned desks and ransacked filing cabinets. Test flight, October 13, 1942, German Haunebu. Test flight. So my last conclusion about aliens. It's number one, it's German made. Second one is aliens, extraterrestrials. The third one is Americans reversed Nazis engineering. And the fourth one, I would say it's Russians. They stole from Germans too. And then the last one, fifth one, is the fifth one is all this is fake and it's all lie. The fifth one is all this is fake and it's all lie. But no, this is definitely German technology. So far what I saw. But I can't say everything that is like but you never know who built this. We never know. But as I said, these flying saucers started showing up during World War II and everything. Like, I believe Germans built them, but they burned everything. Like, you know, they didn't want to let anyone to have them. Even if they built them, they could take those. They could take those, but they never built new ones. That's why Americans wanted to reverse engineer these things, because the blueprints for originals are burned and they're not there anymore. So they build these things and they just burn the evidence. That's how they do it. And that's what happened. But UFOs are still here. We can still see them and everything. So the truth is out there. The truth is out there, guys. And I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll see you again. And peace out.